Yo, we here. DJ Ham the Stampede. We in the building. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Salute the General. Aaron, what's popping?
What's cracking? What's good, y'all? Happy Monday. Happy Veterans Day. Happy Marine Corps birthday.
Shit like that.
Perfect. Love and respect to you, Aaron. We appreciate your service, man.
Appreciate the support. Appreciate the love and support.
Indeed. Y'all hit the like button for me. Let's get it popping. Let me say what's up to the chat. Great to see. What up? Darius in the building. Salute my G. Minaj, appreciate you. D in the building. Dawn in the building. Tezzy, what up? I got Minaj. Frank Stone was popping. Salute. Welcome. Mel, you already know. Direction CYOP.com. Like Mike, what up, my brother? Hope all is well. Leslie on time. I like it. Chris, salute. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. UFO was popping. That's crazy. When she said salute. Mr. Williams says salute. Baby Callie, what up?
Shit like that.
Get the likes up. Let me check real quick before we get it popping. We have 60 people in the building. We have 35 likes. Not terrible, but let's go ahead and increase them. I want this work for me. Hold on. All right. It's not working. Hold on. I need to do this gold thing. It's not letting me. I don't know why. Let me see. All right. Let me see. And then I got. Yeah, I had. All right. Okay. Damn, I had one new membership this morning, but it disappeared. I don't know what happened to it. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. All right, man. So the election just finished. First off, Aaron, how was your weekend and all that?
That was good. Low key, Veterans Day celebrations, chilling with the family, living with gout.
Wow.
Hakeem said you look tired.
Yeah, I'm tired of gout. I'm tired of feeling like I don't have feet attached to the ends of my shit. It is what it is.
Impressed was good. Miss Jilly in the building. Mike Davis, what up? Make sure everybody speak to Miss Jilly. DC was shaking. Callie was doing her thing in the Discord this morning. Her and homeboy, with the music that got me through the last 4 rounds of my workout. Appreciate them. Wayne Min was popping. Hope all is well. You heard? Hit the likes up for me, man. So, just the finale, man. Obviously, news is news, but the election ended on Tuesday, right into Wednesday, seemingly. We have a president-elect Donald Trump. They said it's going to be a seamless transition, which is what they always say, is what they should say, right?
Mhm.
But there's just a couple more topics I need to wrap up on this before we move on in terms of how this might be risky is concerned. So this should be interesting. Shay, what up? Lord Lou, what up? So once again, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Mark, salute. What's goody?
Rob, brother.
Hakeem with the 50 ball. Perfect. Happy Veterans Day to you, Big Aaron.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
It's black men like you that inspire me to enlist in the army.
I appreciate your service, young man. Thank you for carrying the torch. I'm sure you will do this nation well. I really appreciate you.
That's a fact, though. Vontae, what up? Manga King, what up? Let me play this. Salute to my young brother, Hakeem B, for the first 20 ball. Oh, excuse me. I'm bugging, man.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
For the first 50 ball of the day. Which one? Let me play this, dude.
I knew that we become one right away. One right away. At first I felt the energy of the rays. I saw the light inside your eyes.
Appreciate you, my G. Happy Veterans Day to you, man. Cali, what up? Tiff, what up? I'm dropping the link. But before I do, I want to get Aaron's opinion on all three topics. Oh, he passed away. God bless the dead, man. Matreon, salute. So, again, I was doing a lot of thinking, right? Because I said, how do I close out the Trump Kamala saga? Looking at a few different things, there's things and sentiments that I had that I need to explore, man. First things first, Aaron. Does the world respect Trump?
Yeah, I think as far as the president, goes, I would say yes. They might think he's crazy. The EU, they don't like him, but they respect him. And then the red carpet on the other side of the world, it's pretty clear Putin does. He already said that, he's willing to enter talks about, Ukraine and the economy, economic relations. So I think there's a level of respect there. And China, I don't think they like him, but they respect him, as far as they don't think they can bully him, at least as far as negotiating deals. I think respect is tied to, in the political arena, do I think I can bully you or not? And the answer is unequivocally no. Now, whether they like him, that's a different story. But I don't think anybody thinks that they're going to bulldoze Trump without some sort of consequence. And
why is that?
To a degree, because it's true. I think he's a bit of a, narcissist. And I think that kind of makes people, once people understand that, they don't think they can bully you because it's true. They're too self-centered. But liking someone is a different story.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone likes him.
Okay.
Ahead,
yeah. I mean, I guess my focal point was the respect thing, right? I've heard people say it quite often. You don't like me, but you will respect me.
Yeah.
Now, would that have changed with a different president? Does it change president to president?
Yes.
So
some are liked more than others. Some are respected more than others. Yeah.
Sure. In the earth, I would rather be respected than liked, for sure. Right. I think I can get more done with respect. What president would you say wasn't respected as of recent?
Maybe George W. Bush, I believe.
The younger one?
Yeah.
Why? They think he was an idiot?
Yep.
And they could see that?
Yep.
What about Biden?
Yeah. I think he wasn't really respected either. I think if they did respect him, it was really out of pity, for the old man. Because, I mean, he was kind of falling up steps and running and bumping into things, hearing the footsteps in the dark, kind of, so to speak. So,
yeah. Let me show you this, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Damn it.
Have you seen what's been happening around the world? Europe is on board. They're ready to purchase oil from the U.S. Mexico didn't want any smoke. They've been telling their own people to stop crossing the border because Trump threatened them with that 25% tariffs. Golly. The Taliban just called. They don't want to be on the U.S. terrorist list anymore. Oof. Russia. Putin said we not an enemy. And they decided to change their mind about ditching that blue Benjamin Franklin, baby. They're going to stick with the U.S. dollar in Russia. Oh, and the misogynist, sexist just appointed Susie Wiles the first woman chief of staff. She gladly accepted it. My son RFK Jr. is on the FDA net talking about why we got 18 ingredients inside our kids' Fruit Loops. They about to get up out of here. China called, they want peace. We know about y'all buying all that farmland around our military bases. Y'all ain't low. Bitcoin, all-time high. Stock market, all-time highs. Mayor Adams said no more lunch money for the migrants. It's a wrap, even though it's a year program anyway. Probably was just coming to an end naturally, but still. Palestinian president ready to chop it up. Shit, Hamas want to end the war now. And for those who don't know about India, they run technology. They want to have a sit down. They covered Kamala's mural in Atlanta. Now, I know it's supposed to be focusing on women's abortion rights, but if you have a problem that the federal government is no longer involved, it's up to your state now. Why don't you just move to another state? I'm gone.
What you think, man? Like, what does that mean? Like, would we have the same effects? Would everything have boomed regardless because the government essentially transitioned hands? Like, no. Is this a Trump effect?
Yeah, no. If Kamala were in the Oval Office, I can't say that the same effect would be had. I haven't vetted out everything that man just said. As far deep as I've gotten is understanding kind of where Putin stands, and of course with the war in Ukraine, that was kind of important. Everything else I just kind of was like, in time you'll mine it out. But I mean, he may be 100% spot on with everything. He may be developing propaganda, but my research so far hasn't shown him to be wrong, and I don't know that there's anything that would say Kamala would get the same results. I think she would have to work very hard to get them. I think she would be a big unknown. So I don't think it would be she wouldn't get the results because she's Kamala. I think it would be she wouldn't get those results because we don't know what we're dealing with.
So but how does the stock market in Bitcoin boom as soon as the election is over? And how do we correlate that to Trump? So it just
investor confidence, yeah. That's a simple. Okay.
So people start pouring into stock.
Yeah, people start purchasing, which drives the price up.
Okay. Now, why do people have so much confidence in terms of money because of Trump? Does his track record say money he's good at it?
No, not necessarily. Not in the business sector. In the government sector, there's a lot of variables, but I think the fact that he's a conservative, which means lower regulation in the financial sector. They're like Reaganomics was big on that, deregulation of banks. What I was talking about, Donald Trump wanting to disassemble the Dodd-Frank dossier, right? That right there, just the way Republicans do business in the Oval Office increases investor confidence, I think.
Okay, so it's the party and not him.
I would say more so, yes.
Okay, so if a Republican gets voted in, people have more confidence in terms of business, entrepreneurship, money, etc.
Initially, in that first month, yeah. Just because there's that sensation of the reins being taken off, especially after you're coming out of a Democratic run, where there's always a bit of, regulation. The spending is up, but so is regulation.
What do you mean?
I think, the Democrats they're no stranger to spending.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we got money in Ukraine. And a lot of people don't know. I don't think that's direct money either. I think we're supplying things that have a dollar amount.
Yeah.
Right? So that's not money direct to Ukraine, but it's still an expenditure.
Yeah. It still has an expense tie. Somebody got to pay for it.
Somebody got to pay the bill. Right.
Right. Somebody got to pay for it. Okay. So it's more to do with a party line. So Republicans are essentially more business friendly.
I think it's the regulation piece.
Explain. Less regulations, right?
Yeah, especially on Wall Street and with the banks.
Okay. Now, how do regulations just change, though? I don't see regulations just changing because we change the party that's in power.
It happens over time. Like I said, with Dodd-Frank being taken apart, and they usually come on in big chunks, right? Like when Reagan was in office and he completely deregulated the banks, that created a mess. So they had to get put under regulation again. That's a big chunk, and slowly it gets chipped away at. Dodd-Frank was 2,000 pages of pretty much, fiscal regulation that has to slowly get chipped away at. I don't know, and I think this is where a lot of times the investor confidence becomes false, because then they discover what their hopes and dreams were don't always come true, that it's more of just the same journey around the same block, right?
Yeah.
I think this confidence is kind of initial.
Yeah, I think people overall are pretty fickle, right? I think people are one issue voter, essentially. So like one thing they can identify with or against, and therefore they'll make the decision or based off that premise. And so if the assumption is that if Republicans are in, I can potentially keep more of my money, right? Be less regulated. So if I need to invest or be an entrepreneur, it's more supportive in that way. So I guess I can understand that. Is it proven?
You can look, I'm sure you can look at different metrics and make it seem proven, sure. Yeah. But there's so many other influencing factors. What's the global state of the economy, the global state of conflict, wartime situations. There's so many other things happening. There might be that you can look at one dip in the market and blame something on that.
Yeah, no, 100%. Okay. So, yeah, I didn't look at every single article that the young man flashed across the screen, but it seemed very, very impactful that over the course of 5 days, these things are happening. And we got 200 people in the building. Just for whomever missed it, let me play it one more time. Reaper, what up? Brittany, what up? Just because Frank, what up? Alpha Omega, salute. So again, does the world respect Trump? Let me play this video for you guys one more time.
It hasn't even been a full week since Donald Jaquavius Trump got elected to be the president. And have you seen what's been happening around the world? Europe is on board. They're ready to purchase oil from the U.S. Mexico didn't want any smoke. They've been telling their own people to stop crossing the border because Trump threatened them with that 25% tariffs. Golly. The Taliban just called. They don't want to be on the U.S. terrorist list anymore. Oof. Russia. Putin said we not an enemy. And they decided to change their mind about ditching that blue Benjamin Franklin, baby. They're going to stick with the U.S. dollar in Russia. Oh, and the misogynist, sexist just appointed Susie Wiles the first woman chief of staff. She gladly accepted it. My son RFK Jr. is on the FDA neck, talking about why we got 18 ingredients inside our kids' Fruit Loops. They about to get up out of here. China called, they want peace. We know about y'all buying all that farmland around our military bases. Y'all ain't low. Bitcoin, all-time high. Stock market, all-time highs. Mayor Adams said no more lunch money for the migrants. It's a wrap, even though it's a year program anyway. Probably was just coming to an end naturally, but still. Palestinian president ready to chop it up. Shit, Hamas want to end the war now. And for those who don't know about India, they run technology. They want to have a sit down. They covered Kamala's mural in Atlanta. Now, I know it's supposed to be focusing on women's abortion rights, but if you have a problem that the federal government is no longer involved and it's up to your state now, why don't you just move to another state? I'm gone.
I don't know if I like that last remark, but I get it.
Yeah, I mean, moving isn't as easy as people make it seem, right? But damn, man. So overall, if those articles be it true, you would have to say yes. Respect, or what else would it be?
I would say remove that last remark, and even if 60 to 70% of that were true, then yeah, that's enough to say that there's a pattern or a trend that would suggest he's globally respected.
We're gonna drop the link soon, man.
Perfect.
Like, share, subscribe.
I want to know
like, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Go ahead.
I want to know what's with this tariff in Mexico he's talking about. I thought there was a tariff-free agreement, a trade agreement between Mexico, Canada, and the United States. I mean, is he placing a tariff on an individual good, or that was weird?
I'll look it up. But he had them clips. He had a news source for everyone.
Yeah.
So I guess we shall see. This one. Hold on. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. What you think about this one? And I'm going to drop the link soon. So the majority of our country is Christian, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have a decent sized Muslim population. So I was looking at the Abrahamic based faith specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And this one may be Mufasa, what up? Ronnie, salute. You know, I don't know. I was just thinking about the policies that are often pushed to the forefront so often, regarding things that people are standing for and or fighting for, right? So this clip kind of conjured this question up for me, right? Abrahamic faith-based people, is it a contradiction to their belief system? Is voting for Kamala a contradiction just based on the platform in which she ran on, right? Largely abortion rights. You know, they played the clip or the commercial over and over about transgenderism and the rights and etc. And I think Callie edified me on the fact that those policies were already in place also when Trump was in office, to be fair, but I don't know if they were championed in the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, salute talking to press hoes for becoming a member. That's who it was. I couldn't find the damn thing though. Salute. Welcome to the family. And so this clip kind of popped up in my head to see, is this a direct contradiction to what the belief systems say? Let me play this one.
Radical racists and perverts who are trying to indoctrinate our youth, and we're going to get their Marxist hands off of our children. We're going to defeat the cult of gender ideology and reaffirm that God created two genders called men and women. We're not going to allow men to play in women's sports. And by so doing, you know what happens? We're going to save the dignity of women, and we're going to save women's sports itself. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We're going to bust up the censorship regime and bring back free speech again. We're going to find the deep state actors who have burrowed into government, fire them, and escort them from federal buildings, and it'll go very quickly. We're going to stop the left-wing radical racists and perverts who are trying to indoctrinate our youth, and we're going to get their Marxist hands off of our children. We're going to defeat the cult of gender ideology and reaffirm that God created two genders called men and women. We're not going to allow men to play in women's sports. And by so doing, you know what happens. We're going to save the dignity of women, and we're going to save women's sports itself. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We're going to bust up the censorship regime and bring back free speech again. We're going to find the deep state actors who have burrowed into government, fire them, and escort them from federal buildings, and it'll go very quickly. We're going to stop the left-wing radical racists and perverts. We're going to stop the appalling weaponization of our justice system. There's never been a justice system like this. It's all investigation. I've been going through it for 7 years. 7 years. We want his taxes. They get the taxes. That's the end of that. Nothing. They were very good to stop the.
So it's more so the first slide.
Mm-hmm.
But championing those things, does that contradict their faith?
You mean championing against what he's saying as far as removing
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's just one facet, right? And let me show you this for context, Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And this is just one facet of the show, right? One segment. But this is Romans 1:26. For this cause God gave them up to vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use into which is against nature. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error, which was meat.
Yeah.
You know?
Get with who you supposed to get with.
Mm-hmm. And then vile affections, natural use.
Right.
So I just wonder, you know, the people who are of Abrahamic faith, Christians and Muslims alike, does that vote contradict what the Bible says or what the Quran says? And if so, how does that happen? What takes precedent? And the reason why I'm asking is because the overwhelming majority of us black people are Christian, but the overwhelming majority of us voted for Kamala. And maybe they voted against Trump. Maybe that's the ideology, right? But I'm just wondering, when we line it up with what the Bible or the Quran says, it contradicts. And so what do you do then?
It 100% does contradict. And I think what people are doing, like you had mentioned earlier, most folks are going to be single issue voters.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, unfortunately, what's happening is that people who are devout Christians are letting whatever their single issue is completely override this, and is putting their faith, you know what I mean, their sense of Christianity into jeopardy. And I mean, I am in no position to judge any man or woman's faith, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can observe what we see out here and see things as they are. And yeah, that right there completely goes against the word of God.
Yeah. What's up, John? Well, that's what I was thinking, man. That's what I was asking. And I want people to think about it, right? This is a genuine question. Like, when you going, what are you thinking about? What guides you? Right? What guides you to make your decisions? Are you doing things outside of your faith? Are people separating or compartmentalizing their vote based on how they feel right? And separating it from what they practice or what they preach or what they subscribe to.
Yeah.
If so, I think that would be something that they really, really need to think through.
Yeah. I think
know?
people just are not as good. They're not as devout as they say they are, or as even we believe them to be. Like as a whole, I think people, the quality of their devotion is so much lower than what's perceived.
What does that
I'm
mean?
guilty.
What does that
Raised in the
say?
Seventh-day Adventist church, I'm guilty, but you know, it is what it is.
What's up, English Snowman? Yeah, Robert, salute. JoJo, what's popping? Damn. So what does that say, man? What does that say?
Long haul. Fuck. But that we're too divided, and we're allowing ourselves to be too divided. We're too unprincipled and too quick to move on whim or personal sensibilities rather than a principled sensibility.
It makes no sense. Yeah.
No.
And so people will say abortion isn't murder or whatever the case is, right? You hear that argument, right? So let me show y'all this real quick. So this is the book of Exodus, chapter 21, 22 to 25, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, because they'll push back against this is what that is, right? If men strive, right? This is an example. If they're fighting and hurt a woman as with child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, right? So this is even like an accident, kind of.
Right.
He shall surely be punished according to as the woman's husband will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judge is determined. And if any mischief follow, then thou shalt give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. So even here, because I know a lot of people don't know what this is in there, right? It don't seem like no justification.
You out of here.
You hurt that baby till the baby is folded or deleted. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Like it makes it so like illustrative, right?
Clear.
You know, no, Dre, not before Moses. This Exodus. This is Moses. if anything, this is Moses for sure, like 100%.
Yeah. This is the tablets.
Yeah, for sure, man. This. So I'm just looking, man. So if you guys want to write these down, right? And it's not a Bible show, but just looking at the segment scrolling. This is Exodus 21, 22 through 25, and then Romans 1, you can start at verse 26. You know? So I just looking at it, man. Like what does that mean? What are the Christians? What are the Muslims that voted for policies that directly contradict what their Bible or their Quran says? How do they reconcile that? Or do they even feel like they have to?
Did that one? I don't think they do. I don't even think that they think about these things when it's going down. And it just goes to show you how well versed in the good book they are. They're not. I don't think they could even pull that verse up like as readily as you did.
Yeah, man.
I forgot about it until you pulled it up, put it up there, and I'm like, oh, right, that's right. That is, you know what I mean? Like it hit me.
Yeah, I heard you do the growl, like that's that one.
Oh, completely forgot. Yeah, you know, but there it is. The word is written, and it's clear.
This comment, it don't make no sense to me.
Well, there you go. Then where do you prioritize your religious beliefs and your sensibilities?
Damn. God damn, man. Wrong one. Damn.
Struggle.
Niggas.
Yeah.
Damn.
Niggas.
Brother.
Brothers too.
Salute to my brother Dre for renewing that membership, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. We got 300 people in the building, and we have 125 likes. God damn.
Wow. Perfect like that.
Come on, y'all. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, please. Easy Money was popping. Damn, yo. Pay was popping. Like, share, subscribe, man. Okay. That's number 2. I'm going to drop the link. We're going to go through all of these with everybody. Now, this last one may be the most provocative. Doesn't render it untrue. Is a liberal man a feminine man?
I would say no, but I can see why someone would say they are. I think liberal men just tend to think about society differently. Like they kind of want, liberal folks tend to be more about bleeding hearts, having bleeding hearts toward the people. Conservatives tend to be more not self-interested, but self-confident, right? They're very bootstrap oriented, where liberals kind of want to help the downtrodden, right? Or to help the less fortunate. I don't know that that's feminine to be that way. I mean, it's just a different kind of nobility that maybe can read feminine because, you know, women are the nurturers of society and men are the producers of society. So the producer, of course, should look, you know, very self-confident. But I don't know that it's true to say that they're feminine, because then what's the military but a protector of the people who cannot protect themselves?
All right, let me play this video real quick. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. My OG Mr. Let Go put this together. Hold on, let me refresh.
And it's somehow now in debt. $1 billion. And it's somehow now in debt. The Washington Examiner dug through her financial statements and gave us a good clue why. But it worked out nicely for Oprah. She got her friend Kamala to pay her $1 million to interview her in September. $1 million. Kamala scared donors by calling Trump a dictator, got $1 billion, and just gave it to her friends.
We don't have the equivalent of Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson to move that man in a feminist direction, to move that man in a feminist direction.
This is not okay. This is not okay.
Women need to take their rightful place as the ones running shit. The ones running shit. The ones running shit.
It's also say we don't actually need gravity. Like, we actually don't need it.
What do you mean that we don't need gravity?
What if it was never invented?
Invented by who?
Sir Isaac Newton.
Isaac Newton created gravity. There was a time on Earth before gravity existed.
Yes, the moon doesn't have gravity.
Yo, have you ever noticed that Kamala Harris supporters have a specific archetype about them? They're usually soft, unhealthy, part of the LGBT community, broke, entitled, always playing a victim and blaming other people. All they seem to really want in life is abortions and crab legs. Most of them are socially awkward incels. The men are feminine and the women are masculine. As you look online, just look at the people that are upset and mad that Kamala lost. They all look and act exactly the same.
She raked in more than $1 billion and is somehow now in debt. The Washington Examiner dug through her financial statements and gave us a good clue why. But it worked out nicely for Oprah. She got her friend Kamala to pay her $1 million to interview her in September. $1 million. Kamala scared donors by calling Trump a dictator, got $1 billion, and just gave it to her friends.
We don't have the equivalent of Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson to move that man in a feminist direction, to move that man in a feminist direction.
This is not okay. This is not okay. Women need to take their rightful place as the ones running shit. The ones running shit. The ones running shit.
It's also say we don't actually need gravity. Like, we actually don't need it.
What do you mean that we don't need gravity?
What if it was never invented?
Invented by who?
Sir Isaac Newton.
Isaac Newton created gravity. There was a time on Earth before gravity existed.
Yes, the moon doesn't have gravity.
Yo, have you ever noticed that Kamala Harris supporters have a specific archetype about them? They're usually soft, unhealthy, part of the LGBT community, broke, entitled, always playing a victim and blaming other people. All they seem to really want in life is abortions and crab legs. Most of them are socially awkward incels. The men are feminine and the women are masculine. As you look online, just look at the people that are upset and mad that Kamala lost. They all look and act exactly the same.
She raked in more than $1 billion.
Jesus help us.
The moon doesn't have gravity, so therefore the Earth doesn't need it, and it was invented.
I'm doing my best not to go down that road and blow that out. See, the scientist in me is, yeah, okay. I hope we all know that that's not true. The moon absolutely has gravity, folks. It wasn't invented. It's there. It always was there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what if we didn't have gravity? We wouldn't have anything. Nothing.
So, what you think about the sentiments, man? Is a liberal man a feminine man?
No, I just think that all the feminine men are liberal.
The fuck?
Wow.
Brother.
Yo.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's not an indictment. Just because you're liberal, I don't think means you're feminine. I just think that the most feminine examples are liberal only. But there's more to the liberal population of men than just that. Because I know some liberal men that will look at all this and be like, fuck all that. They need to be, you know what I mean? But they're still liberal.
Yo, that's crazy how you spun that though. But do you hear the sentiments?
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's alarming. It's alarming.
Man, now let's say people understand the Roe versus Wade the way they understand it, right? How essentially women's reproductive rights have been stripped more than just being able to have an abortion, right? You know, Arnold made a great point about government funded Medicaid, if it will or won't pay for an abortion or a contraceptive or Plan Bs and things of that nature. How women are limited to more than just the abortion aspect of it, but several different things, right? Potentially. Mm-hmm. And that man has daughters. And so he's kind of steered or geared towards what's going to most likely benefit said daughters based on how he understands the rollback of Roe versus Wade and what different government policies are going to mean. Is he effeminate at that point?
No. And that's what I'm saying. I don't think. No. I mean, I would question with religion taken out of it, because that was a grenade pulling up Exodus like that. That was a bombshell. Pulling that out of it, no, I don't think he's effeminate at all. And that's kind of what I'm saying. I think he's being reasonable in his requests. I think really the issue is the fact that there's so many other policies attached to one policy that completely screws it up. Because I'm kind of torn on the whole Roe v. Wade thing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pro the procedure. I'm just not pro the choice to use the procedure. You know what I mean? Like, if there's the most egregious occasions, great, right? Familial relations, these things, absolutely. There should be a medical procedure in place that's available to make these corrections. I'm all for that. If it compromises the life of the mother or child, or there's some major defect in that whole process, then yes, right? But just to use it as a contraceptive, no. And I think what Arnold's doing is just highlighting the fact that the whole kit and caboodle is flawed, because there's things in there that need to be detached from simply choosing to use it as a contraceptive.
No, 100%. But a father with daughters automatically leaning towards all these reproductive rights need to be available. What is he leaning into? Feeling, emotion? Is he leaning into what his daughter can and cannot do, etc.?
And see, I have a daughter, and I'm trying to. What is he? He says he wants her to be able to do what exactly?
Being able to have an abortion
by choice.
Yep.
Yeah. Then I think, maybe he's being.
Is he being effeminate?
Soft. Or maybe. I see, effeminate means you. I can't. That's tough.
Aaron, you better talk. It's a broadcast.
That's really tough. Very rare am I put in a state of conflict. I can't call it effeminate, because to me that's like you're beginning to adopt and replace your masculinity with femininity, and I don't see that happening. I just see him being dissuaded by fatherhood.
But people get them over emotional about their children. My wife tried to say, Big Took ain't bad. Yes, he is.
Yeah, that's just silly.
He go around hitting people.
Yeah,
he go around hitting people for no reason. He bad. You know, but parents can't see the forest through the trees with their kids.
Is it a feminine trait to like be blinded from reality?
It's illogical. And if logic is if we lean in logic and then we get blinded by what's in front of us, I think by proxy it would be feminine, because that's more emotional.
Right, which is why I have an issue trying to figure out where Arnold is, because I believe he believes what he's saying is rooted in logic.
I know. I sent him the link.
So does that make him,
Yeah, well, I want to talk to him if he hit the link. Arnold, hit the link. Somebody call Arnold. Granny, call Arnold. Now, what about this part? The majority of us are raised by our mothers. Even though we say black people have conservative values, which is right now under scrutiny, considering abortion rates, considering the fact that we don't have our kids in wedlock by proxy, that can't be conservative, right? And so if we're raised, and I'm just asking based on the talking points, if we're raised by our moms, and women vote 90% liberally, right? Why wouldn't the men be liberal?
They are.
Why? Right? Like, is it almost make sense?
Yes.
Essentially.
I think what's being said when they say the black community is conservative, we're traditionally a conservative community, or we have traditions rooted in being conservative. But there has been an exodus away from the conservative way of being into the liberal. And that's, I think we're firmly entrenched in, as a community in the liberal side of the aisle through and through. So much so to where, like you said, 90% voter turnout is what it is, and blah, blah, blah.
Liberal man, a feminine man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me drop this link because this is interesting. All three, but specifically the last two. I need to understand what Callie meant. I need to understand, voting for things that almost, even like the ideologies, don't particularly benefit men, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, we understand it, my body, my choice, all these things, but by and large, that don't benefit the man. God forbid he want his baby, and I would argue a lot of men be on board with them abortions, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're kind of with something that doesn't help you. Now it could just be because you think that's only women's. It makes sense because it is her body, right? So I can see that can be the case, but just looking at a lot of it and looking at Mr. Let Go's clip, I don't know, man. So let's talk about it. Let me read this. My eyes was popping. Then a member, oh shoot, my bad. With the $2 says, women haven't lost any rights. You can have an abortion. Yeah. And Almond Eyes, when I was asking the question, I made sure to use the qualifier with a possessive pronoun. His understanding of Roe versus Wade. See, that was very important because when you hear people talk about it, they speak in hyperbole, right? And that's what they lead with, which is why I said his understanding, particularly. Kasim, salute, been a member for 11 months. Feminism has had a positive impact on the lives of white, black, and Hispanic women. Men want to please women, so they champion a cause to gain favor. Damn. That's a Meshar Israel Shalom, been a member for 5 months. Being persuaded by love or society to go against principles is feminine. Eve was persuaded by the serpent as the weaker vessel.
Wow.
She has a point.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with that lady.
Dre on the grind, salute, gifted one. This might be risky membership. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. So the Lauren Mack in the building, get the 5. This might be risky memberships. Whoever got blessed with one, please maintain it. All right. I know y'all all for work. All right. We kept our breakdown short. We only been on here for 45 minutes. We got 400 people in the building. Let's see who want to talk about it. Callie, what's popping?
Oh, nothing much. I was summoned.
They called you?
I was compelled. He said my name.
What you think, man? Which one you come up here for?
Basically all of it. It's whatever.
Go ahead. You got the
Just the
floor.
last one that you spoke on, as far as me not voting my religious beliefs and everything.
That's the
I
second
feel
one,
like,
Callie.
well, that's the last one you mentioned when you said my name.
Oh, okay.
What
Well,
you-
hold on now. You did say some. You said that in the chat.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Well, whatchamacallit, I don't however I choose or whatever like that to follow God and everything like that. I don't feel like that should be legislated onto somebody else. So I mind my business.
What you mean? That's not what in contention. The
Yeah,
contention
it is.
is you don't vote based on your religious belief.
Yeah, I don't.
But how
So,
do you
like,
reconcile that though?
because it ain't none of my business.
What? What do you mean? That part, that's the part I need to understand. What do you mean when you say that?
Meaning, okay, I don't believe in abortion, right?
Okay.
You may believe in abortion. That ain't got nothing to do with me. So therefore, I'm not going to vote for any laws or anything like that to prevent you from doing what you do. That's you.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
And then especially if they are being retarded with it. Like, oh, they're gonna do we gotta ban abortion or whatever like that, because they're doing late term abortions, when we all know that there's way more context into that, and nobody is getting elective abortions at like 7, 8, 9 months and shit like that.
That's not fine, but that's inconsequential to the conversation. So people are voting for things that directly contradict what their faith says. You're saying they're doing that so they don't infringe on other people's rights?
Yes.
Their faith is in the toilet.
You got Tourette's, Aaron. What's going on? Why you jumping?
No, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
And are you're not trolling, right?
I'm half trolling, but I'm for real. I'm half playing.
All right, so what's the part on which you're not playing? Clarify that for me.
The jokes is me playing, but I'm dead ass though, for real. That's what I believe.
So let me ask you a question. If you saw me in dire straits, right? You saw me doing bad, but I'm choosing to do bad, right? I'm choosing to hurt myself with the things in which I'm doing. Are you going to say, well, fuck it, that's his life?
Am I telling you telling you different? Is this like a one-on-one thing? Or are we talking about just society in general? Because if we having a one-on-one thing or whatever, yeah, I'm gonna talk to you.
Well,
I'm not just gonna say, "Oh, forget you."
Well, that's that. So it's under the guise of, even though I don't believe, if they don't believe, I'm not gonna hurt their right to do the things that I don't believe in. So now you make it tangible. I'm fucking up. I'm fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm choosing to do these things that are putting me where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
Is your premise to say, all right, well, fuck it then. That's what that nigga choosing to do.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. So damn. So in this hypothetical, you don't actually love me.
I don't love everybody.
I know. But in this hypothetical, you don't actually love me, I'm saying.
No, if it's that person, then I'm gonna deal with that person.
I know.
So yeah, I'll probably love them, but as far as As far as like for everybody, no, I'm not gonna legislate that.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Cal, so why do you think someone would vote against their religious sensibilities just to not get in the way of someone else's right?
Because this ain't no theocracy.
So you answered the question. So then, I mean, doesn't that cause one to question their religious sensibility? Like, what's the point in having these religious convictions if you don't?
Because it's my life. It's not theirs.
That's what I'm talking. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Like, if it's your life, you're the one with these religious convictions, and you don't vote against them, or you don't vote in a way that satisfies your religious convictions because you don't want them to influence someone else's life that may not share your religious convictions. And how strong are your religious convictions if you're worried about them getting in the way of someone else's life?
Because one has to do with my personal life, and the other one has to do with the government.
In other words, not very strong at all. Okay.
So that's not what I said. You can say that all you want to, but I do me. I'm not doing them.
That is crazy, Callie. You're saying if somebody's so you would let the people you love fall to damnation because that's their life?
No, the people I love, I would consult with them. That ain't got nothing to do with the government.
No, but what it is if you're voting for something that goes against your convictions, you're not. What Aaron's saying is you're not convicted at all in what you believe.
No, I am, because of the way I live my life.
But when you're voting, is that not a part of it?
No.
Well, how not?
Because what I believe has effects on other people.
And so do you vote in the interest of other people and yourself, or you vote in the interest of everybody else?
I vote in the interest of me and other people.
But you put people over you, essentially, in this aspect.
You can say that.
Well, no, I'm asking. So if you're saying I don't believe in X, but you think that the majority of the people around you believe in X, and you think they think it benefits them, so therefore you vote for X. You're voting in the interest of other people over yourself, even though you know, based on your belief system, you're enabling something that's going to hurt them, based on the belief system that you have.
Okay, sure.
Then right, that kind of asks the question that you asked a moment ago, Ham. You're going to let these people go off a cliff? If you care enough about them to suspend your convictions so that they can be free to do what they will, then why not care enough about them to keep them from going off the cliff when you see them going right at the edge of it?
Because this ain't no theocracy. I'm not gonna legislate my religious beliefs on everybody else.
But you still. Hold on, my bad.
But I'm not.
Whoa. Callie, you are being obtuse as hell while answering this question.
I'm not. You're trying to box me, and I refuse.
No, it's not even it's literally wide open. We're saying you believe in X. They want to do Y. You don't see benefits in Y, but because of the majority sees benefits in Y, you're voting for Y, even though you believe in X. And X and Y contradict each other. That's not a box. That's the scenario that you presented. And so why?
Because that ain't got nothing to do with me.
UT, what's poppin'? Mumu, what up? CJ, what up? UT, what you got?
What up, everybody? What up?
Hey,
Don't
Mumu.
even.
Hold on. Mumu, if you could reach your mute button from there, you a legend.
Hey, I'm on mute. I'm on mute.
Okay.
Hey, Ham, do I have to keep my camera on the whole time? Because I'm kind of like, I'm building something right now. If so, it's cool. But if not, I'm going to kind of be moving around a lot.
Yeah, we always came up. But you good, though. You don't got no background noise or nothing, so you good. And we can help you with the instructions, too. If it's something from IKEA, it's going to kick your ass. I know. Damn, man. Oh, yeah. You're going to be here all day. You might as well go.
Nah, it's a new train set. The other one, they kind of messed up a part, so I'm building this new train set for my kids.
Okay. But yeah, you good. You on camera. It don't look like nothing. You good. Yeah, you good. UT, what's popping?
What's going on, everybody? I'm not even gonna speak on what Kelly was just talking about because I'm so confused.
I'm hurt.
But yeah, I think what the topic was earlier when you were saying does it make them the men feminine for going along with the being liberal, right?
Yes.
And that's what it was
Is
about.
a liberal man or a feminine man?
Yes, because I think the liberal going on, they going by their feelings most of the time. It's not really logical, and for even more, they going by the woman's feeling most of the time. They ain't even going by theirs at the end of the day. So I think that's what I would say. Yes, they would be feminine right now.
Mm-hmm. Damn. What if they genuinely believe in that shit, or do you think Kasim was more correct in saying they want favor of women, therefore they vote based on how the women see it?
Yeah, I believe in that last part that what Kasim said. Yeah.
Damn. Now, when Arnold was making an argument regarding reproductive rights, his argument was that, well, because the argument is often Roe versus Wade gave the power back to the states, right? So therefore, the constituents of the state, the policy that's put in place should reflect the constituents of the state, right? Essentially. But Arnold made a great argument about, however, Medicaid specifically is funded by the feds. And so when they're saying who's the president, makes a difference, because what if they change Medicaid and not be able to fund different things that are involved with reproductive rights?
I mean, it is what it is at that point because of what I think with that conversation, because I was there for like the beginning of it. They try to act like the main focal point of what Kamala's focus on that was not abortion. She was not talking about, every time she talked about it, she talked about abortion. But she'll add that in at the back end and everything else. But abortion was their main focal point. So you can't try to take that out when we started talking about it on the other end. You get what I'm saying? So I think that was the thing that got me. Like, that can't be your main focal point to get everybody's eyes and ears to you, and then knock it off when we say it. When the other party says it.
And by the person are you referring to Vice President Kamala?
Yes.
So are you saying that from what you heard, the platform she ran on was abortion, not necessarily reproductive rights?
Right.
Go ahead, Callie, you unmuted.
Right, but if the other side is framing abortions incorrectly, then why wouldn't the focus be on abortions?
What do you mean? How are they framing it incorrectly?
They're framing it incorrectly as far as after birth, elective after birth abortions, elective partial birth abortions. You know what I'm saying? Whatchamacallit, not saying that when you do have a miscarriage and everything like that, when you go to the doctor to get cleaned up, that is an abortion. A miscarriage is an abortion. As far as Yeah, just late term abortions are elective overall, and that
But
is framing the argument incorrectly.
now what I've heard by my own ears about Trump, and he said, like, I heard him say this, that the special circumstances, he's not against those, like say grape, that type, the health thing, he's not against that. It just was the one with the they using as birth control. That's what I heard him say that. Now, if it was AI, it might have been AI, but I've seen his face, and he was saying it.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
So
and the backdrop of that is that even those are elective, the late term ones and the afterbirth ones, that those are elective. That's the backdrop. And I'm not just going off of what he's saying personally, I'm going off of what the party is saying. They can say medical necessity all day, sure, but if those laws in practice in these states are hurting people, then yeah, I'm going to say something about it. Not to mention the fact that the party in and of itself was celebrating, talking about next thing is we're going to ban it on a federal level.
So does it matter? If it hurts? Does it matter if it hurts the man in the situation?
How would it hurt the man?
Because
it don't matter, UT.
No, how would it hurt? No, how would it hurt the man if he has to choose between his wife or his child, or basically just the wife, period? So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm cool with letting my wife die because she's carrying around this dead fetus in her stomach. Or she might die if she carries to term.
Not the dying part. Okay. We just talking about in general, the abortions in general, because the abortions that a lot of people was talking about is the being able to just choose, not that that you're gonna die or anything like that. Because we gotta keep it there. Because if we try to go to the extreme, yes, everybody gonna go with the extreme to say, yeah, we don't want that. But it's being able to just do it just because I got pregnant, I don't want the baby, but the actual father wants the baby. Does that not hurt him?
Okay, so we're switching it over to elective abortions. That's what we're doing right now. I just want to be clear.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, how is it hurting the dad if majority of them are paying for him?
The ones that are not paying for him. Okay, I'll give you that one. The ones that are not paying for him. The ones that say, I want my child.
Then it's all about which one you care about the most. Do you care about the majority of the ones or whatever like that are them having the right to go on ahead and, pay for these abortions and ain't nobody getting hurt? Or are you weighing more heavily on the people, on the minority who have a problem with it? That's how you would do your vote.
So I'm gonna ask again. So does it matter if it hurts the man or not? Because that ain't what you didn't answer that.
Me personally, sure, it matters.
Well, then but that's what I'm saying. Like, I think even with your answer earlier, when you was talking about even with you saying it's against your religion and you not for it, but you still that's going against everything that you stand for.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Me personally, it matters. Me personally, yeah, the dad matters.
But it doesn't.
But the majority of the time.
But Callie, the reason why it's insignificant what you think is because you're going to vote based on popularity of the subject matter. Remember? Mm-hmm. You put how everybody else feel over how you feel. So why are you mentioning you personally to make the argument?
Because he asked me. But if it's a minority, but if it's a minority of people or whatever like that have a problem with it, then yeah, I'm gonna go the other way because it's not harming as many people.
Hey, can we just jump in at any time, or are we waiting to be called on?
I'm gonna go in order of move. So I want to get CJ, then you, and then we'll just have a round robin. All right. CJ, what's popping?
What's good?
Good.
So, question is a liberal man a feminine man? And I think Aaron said it best, feel me? All liberal men aren't feminine, but all feminine men are liberal. And it's like, I don't know. Men I respect, when they argue this shit, it seems like they lose logic, start arguing from feelings. Arnold was arguing from feelings the other day. Do you know the same people are from the Confederate people are the same people now in the Republican Army? Like, first of all, they're not the exact same people, so that's a stupid argument. Maybe they're descendants, but you don't know what their descendants believe in now. Just stupid arguments, emotional arguments. My brother does this shit. Like, when he argued for the team that he liked, like Lakers, he'll kind of disregard the facts and argue about what he liked or his feelings. And I think and he's not a feminine man, so that's kind of weird that he does it too when he argued for this Trump versus Kamala shit. He like, Trump said grab him by the pussy, excuse my language. Or I'm like, first of all, he didn't say just grab random women. He said they let you do it when you're famous, but they ignored all the other shit around it just to say he said this one thing. It's like, it's ridiculous. And it's I don't know. And y'all see women, like, they logic is really hard. I don't know how black women don't use logic like this. It's so hard to understand why their brain don't let them follow a train of logic. Like, Callie don't understand that she's voting against her own, what she believe in, but she thinks it's okay.
She didn't. Like, she knows what she's doing. She's doing it consciously. Now, why just women? Your brother does it too.
I think it's more of a feminine trait though, but he does do it too. I agree with that.
He feminine?
It depends on certain topics. I mean, I hate to depend on.
Now you talk.
I know. All right, my bad.
Now you talk a few different topics.
He's I don't know, man, because it's hard to put it. Because he's very, like, he's a masculine man, a big strong dude. Feel me? But his brain just go haywire when it starts talking about shit that he like, and I don't understand. I don't understand it. I be like, why the fuck? So I guess I agree with.
So
go ahead,
Aaron.
No, he just said his brain goes haywire. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
His brain, it doesn't follow the train of logic that I believe that it should be following. Like, and using arguments that aren't really relevant, emotional arguments, move arguments, just like shit that doesn't matter. Like, and I'll be confused, but
I follow you now.
Yeah, but it's not just the women though, right?
It's not. Kenny did that shit. John Henry did that shit the other day. And I was like, why are they arguing like this?
John Henry in the chat, you better relax.
I don't care, feel me. Let him come up and argue this nonsense.
Damn.
And I respect those men though. I respect John Henry and I respect Kenny. So I'm like, why do they brain do this shit when they talk about politics or?
So are those? Is that feminine? Arguing from emotion.
I believe it is.
Yes, it is.
So here's my thing. Unless they can come up with some kind of bill, right, that is not so vague and restrictive when it comes to banning abortion, then I'd vote for the bill, or I'd vote for the representative, because whenever they put it up for a vote, it always gets struck down, because even conservative women get abortions before 12 weeks. Okay, let's just keep it a bean all the way, and the men be with it too. But
so you agree?
What?
That a liberal man is a feminine man?
No.
What you think?
I don't think they're feminine men. That's pretty daggone vague.
Well, you went
ain't
back to
described no
abort.
characteristics or anything like that. Just liberal men
Well,
or effeminate men.
well, we're trying to get you in the conversation because you went back to abortion, and we was actually talking about men arguing from an emotional stance,
Well, I
which would
was
make them
responding
feminine.
to CJ. I was
Okay.
responding to CJ.
Because also he named a couple brothers who were Kamala supporters as well. So when he named Kenny and he named John Henry, he was saying their stances lack logic and were slightly emotional based on the topic at hand. Do you disagree?
Based on the topic at hand, no, I don't agree.
And then with Kenny and John Henry, that would contradict their whole sentiments on this show all the time because they don't believe women should be the leaders of us anyway. So why would they even vote that way in the first place? That would even be the same thing by them giving to what Kasim said in his paragraph where he said they just going for the favor of women. Because why would you vote for something that you every day come on here and say women shouldn't be leaders over men?
Oh, okay, you said leaders. Oh.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So does the statement actually apply?
You asking me or Callie?
Well, just generally. Kenny ain't feminine.
No. He was pro Kamala?
Yeah.
From what they said, I don't know. I didn't see it, but
John Henry? Well, we're presuming them to be pro. Okay.
Yeah.
But is it pro woman or is it pro the policies? And she just happened to be representative of that ticket.
It don't work like
Great
that.
question.
But it doesn't work like that, right? So, because people don't compartmentalize that well. People don't say, "Damn the person." Let's only look at the policies. Nobody does that ever, right? All of their history is brought up, right? Because their character matters, right? Because if you ever read the book Mein Kampf and you look at the strategy and things of that nature, then you would say, "Wow, this is a great mind." Until you know who wrote Mein Kampf, and then people are like, "Nah, fuck that." Right? So we can't do it now because we never have done it ever. So her being a woman, her policy, etc., all of it matters. You gotta echo that.
Because I'm losing it. So just because it's a woman, that means that they have to be a feminist?
No.
Like that I mean, that's how people are looking at it.
No, not a feminist. Feminine.
Well, you said pro woman, so that's why I said feminist.
Who said pro woman?
For women, pro women.
Huh? No, I thought you asked the question, can you separate the two? I'm just saying nobody ever separates. That's all.
Yeah, so that's why I was asking. So that's how people are looking at it. Like, if you vote for a woman, that means you're pro woman. Damn, whatever it is that you're supposedly voting for.
Yeah.
Well, I think I was. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I would say yes, right? In the back, if you vote for her to be president of the United States of America, you have to be for her, right?
Her, but woman. That's the point of contention here.
Go ahead. You
For a
too.
woman, meaning that all of a sudden you're supposed to believe that a woman should be a leader over a man. Like it encompasses everything, all of your ideologies.
Yeah, it would. From what Kenny and John Henry say, like when we're on here, they're specifically talking about women should not be leaders over men. But you gonna put the top spot, you would vote for a woman. That would make no sense. That's totally contradicting your stance. So you would be doing what we saying you doing right now. You just going against your interests of what you actually believe. That's what they would be doing at that point.
So at that point, if they have a woman supervisor or a woman CEO of whatever company they work for, they should quit?
Logically, I mean, if that's what they believe.
Well, I don't know if that works, because that person may be put there against their will, but they're actively participating in putting a woman in leadership, which means they're making a decision to do this. Which my question would be, what would make you betray your sensibilities? That if they originally were that women shouldn't be in a leadership position, what would make you betray that sensibility and go actively seek to put her there? But having a woman hired as a CEO in a company you work for doesn't necessarily speak to any decisions you're making. You're just being forced to live with a new reality.
It would be if you stayed, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would be what? The
I
same?
said
No.
you'd be voluntarily having a woman over you if you stayed.
It's election. He's talking about the election of something as opposed to you working at a company. People understand their livelihood. We got just like when people say this, right, Callie? Just move. Is that realistic for people to just move?
No, but it is realistic to go ahead and be putting in applications to find another place of employment.
It's not the same thing, right? Is it realistic to just quit your job?
I didn't say just quit. I said you find another job before you quit one, right? So
Well,
if
so
you're not
you're
actively
saying
seeking other employment, then
nothing, right? It's literally a nothing burger. You're conflating the ideas totally, right? So if I work at a place and above me they hire somebody who I don't like, how many CEOs have a good approval rating? Right? That's much different than if I actively say, hey, I want you to be over me, and I'm gonna vote to make sure that this happens. Those are not even the same idea at all. Come on, Callie.
You know another thing is
hold on, house. I know y'all not used to. I think y'all raised by wolves, but like we like to say hello to each other. I spoke to House at 6:30 this morning. The least he could do is say hi again.
Shit, what's up?
No, it's too late. Moo, what's popping?
Yo, what up, man? How y'all doing?
And then we'll open it up. What's good?
All right, ain't too much, man. Chilling. Good day. Hope everybody good. A few things. Number one, Bruce Jenner is a Republican. Bruce Jenner voted for Trump. He's a conservative. So heard a guy make a statement, said that all feminine men are not liberal, but all liberal men are feminists. So, plus the countless other religious men who sleep with children, sleep with other men who are conservative. So if those dudes are not feminine, then we're gonna have to kind of readdress what feminine is. Next thing is it's some things we kind of don't understand when it comes to having a worldview and just seeing people as humans. So a man will never have to fight the fight of being restricted from having any type of control over his body that doesn't have to do with anyone else. So when it comes to abortion, I feel like, in my opinion, it's not even something that should be discussed. It should be an automatic right that women have control over their bodies, regardless of how men feel about it. And with that, if there was a law that was passed that said, hey, men, y'all have to get a vasectomy and you have to let the government decide when you are able to attempt to create children, would y'all men be on board for that?
No, but that's not the same argument either.
Yeah, I got you. But hold on, let me finish because I'm gonna let y'all can argue it.
I'm gonna argue like a woman.
Say what? What'd you say?
You argue like a woman, brother.
Hey, when your next fight, Sam?
April.
You don't want to fight me, big dog.
No, I do. I do, big dog.
I
So,
don't know
hey,
who you think you
Ham.
talking to.
Right. So, Ham, just set it up. We ain't got to talk about it, bro. We ain't got to talk about it. Just set it up.
You ain't gotta fuck with Mumu like that, like for real.
No, but it's all good. We ain't got to talk about it. Just set it up.
Leave Mumu.
We don't got to talk
You want
about
to
it.
box DJ?
Yeah, I do.
Set it up, Ham.
Set it up.
Lock it in.
Easy peasy lemon fucking squeeze. What the fuck is he talking about, bro? I'm about to beat the shit out of Moo.
I got you, bro. I got you. You got that.
Nigga
So,
name. This nigga name is Moo Moo. Nigga name
Right.
is
We
Moo.
ain't the subject matter right now. We'll get to that.
Yeah, y'all ain't got to talk about it. It's set up. It's done. That's it.
All right.
Go ahead,
So,
Mumu. Finish your point.
If they ain't dropping deposits, I don't believe them. How?
Next thing is when we talk about the question is, are liberal men feminine? So a lot of us go by what conservatives frame as liberalism. Liberalism is really a break from the norm. So if you were against slavery after slavery was going on for 400 years, then that would make you a liberal because you're breaking away from tradition. So to be liberal, a lot of warriors, like a lot of warriors that fought against oppression, that killed their enemies for oppressing them, would be considered liberal because they're going against the traditions of whatever nation or country that they're in. So to be liberal does not mean all of the other stuff. Now, sometimes they can include that stuff like with the trans and all that other bullshit, but every man that's for progressiveness is not for the LGBT shit.
Yeah.
So
now, Mumu, one question real quick. Is it progressive to not enslave people? Do you think that are you saying technically they would be considered liberal?
They would be considered liberal based on the country because look up the definition of conservatism. It's to continue on the values and traditions. It's to continue values and traditions of whatever that culture is. So if the culture of that nation is slavery, then the people who go against that culture would be considered liberals.
Okay, so when you're trying to change things outside of the status quo by proxy of that, you'd be liberal. Is that is that
right? If you
okay,
right,
okay, well, go ahead. My bad. You was about to make.
So it's so to make it a feminine thing is just ignorance. So the next thing is when it comes to voting, like Callie was saying, the vote is about how you see the country, right, and how you feel like it's supposed to be ran or what's supposed to be legal or illegal and stuff like that. So women should have the right to control their bodies, bro. That should not be up for discussion for other people to have to try to decide to vote on.
Okay.
And that's go ahead.
Nah, go ahead, my bad.
Nah, I'm gonna kill it right there because I got really honestly.
A question?
No, it's all good. So Mumu, well, stay off mute so you can reply. Cause I know you got a couple questions. We can hear you well. So,
all right.
Now, I lost my damn train of thought. And you're okay. So you're saying when it was federally regulated, it gave more women the option, as opposed to it being state mandated now or regulated now.
I'm saying that like the world progresses past ideas that are archaic and are wrong. And so some ideas, like say, I don't even look at it like, oh, they were giving it the rights on a federal level or a state level. The fact is, it came along and women were given the right to choose whether they wanted to carry on a pregnancy or not. And the right decision is to say they should be able to choose whether they want to remain pregnant or not, regardless of who passed the law, when it passed. That's just a human right, in my opinion. It's a human right to control your own body.
Okay, I see your argument.
Just like it's a human right to not be a slave.
No, I got you. I see where your argument lies. I just wanted to clarify. UT, you said you had a question for him, and then I'm gonna go to Pimp J, House of Hypocrites, Key, Gunny. We'll open it up a little bit so everybody can chime in. I got a couple people in the back too. I got Angry Man, Kenny P in the back. I'm gonna rotate people as well, including myself. UT, you said you had a question for him?
Yeah, since you saying that the woman should be able to choose, should the man be able to choose not to take care of the kid?
The man has that choice.
He does.
Yeah, you can sign
Hold on.
you can
Let me make
sign
sure
your rights
let me
away.
make sure
You
before
can sign
go.
your rights away.
No, that literally don't happen like that. But
okay,
so is it okay? Should it be voted in that men should not have to pay no child support or have to do anything with the kid, no matter what the woman does?
No, it should be that if you don't want a woman to possibly get pregnant by you, don't put your sperm in her.
Okay, okay, fine. So now we go back to the woman now. So So shouldn't the woman not let the man put the sperm in her?
Right, but does the woman carry the baby? Is the baby growing in her body or is it growing in the man's body?
Okay, I'm asking. I'm asking. Answer
So
my question.
So which one of you? Let me not get disrespectful. All right, bet. So which body is the baby growing in?
The woman.
The woman.
Okay, bet.
Okay, so what is?
Now let me reset. 'Cause we understand both of you guys' ideology. Does what Mumu's saying? Does the statement hold true?
Not necessarily.
No.
I'm talking about the statement above. Does this sound like a feminine argument?
Oh, fuck yeah. Feminine as fuck. This dude is a fucking girl in a man's body.
Well, hold on. Now let's hold off on the insult and the disrespect. Let's finish the conversation.
Hey man, I don't really pay bitches. I don't really pay pussy ass bitches no attention like that. So he good. He can say what he want.
So let's hold it down.
Let us go get him a pad, man. He can bleed all over the internet.
I've been here for an hour and a half. I promise y'all, it's not gonna go like this. All right.
My bad.
So see, it's all good.
My bad.
CJ, let's hold off on that, right? Y'all said y'all gonna duke it out. I wouldn't even be talking no more at that point.
I'm sorry.
So I'm just asking in terms of the question that's at hand. You think his ideology is feminine by nature or by what he's saying? So CJ say yes. Key is shaking his head. House saying yes. Gunny, what do you say?
I say yes. Those talking points are feminine talking points. Yes.
Okay. House. Pimp J, what do you think? Sorry. Please be paying attention. You on mute?
There we go. Regarding if liberal men are feminine.
What Mumu was saying.
Oh, it's sound. What he was saying was sound.
Okay, you don't see his argument as feminine.
No, I don't associate political ideology to being effeminate.
Oh, you're saying that you can't do it, or you saying you? What are you saying? You saying it's impossible?
I feel like it's insulting to call a man effeminate, so I'm not going to do that. No,
I know. I'm saying that the ideology can be a feminine one.
It's not effeminate.
Like a certain ideology can be a masculine one, right? By societal standards.
Liberals are for individuals' freedoms. That's what he's stating in his argument. That's not effeminate. That's just a liberal ideology.
Okay, no, I was just clarifying because it almost sounded like you can't even do it. But you're saying what he's saying is sound and logical based on human rights, based on the things that happen, and then how he qualified what being liberal is and using historical evidence to back that up.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying his qualification of liberal was correct, but if that is how it's defined, then I understand it. You know.
Yeah, liberals are for the individual's freedoms. Like that's why they advocate for bigger government, like more government control, so that people don't have to experience their rights being restricted by the states. Because if it's left up to the states are going to do what they want to do.
Okay.
So
bigger government allows for more overall control, and you can protect
what they believe to be correct. Yeah. They believe.
And protect more people's freedoms at once, essentially.
Yes.
Okay, I understand that ideology. House, what's popping? Why do you think? Because so we had 3 different topics, right? But the one we're on right now is a liberal man, a feminine one. What did he say that you admit you would qualify it as such?
He's saying it. He's saying everything a woman would say. I don't think that's coming from a man position. You trying to give the power to the woman over her body. But just like the woman would rationalize a demonic act as, you know what I'm saying, self-deleting your child, he taking the same position. That's it's demonic. So you want to give the woman the choice as it to be legal to get rid of her, you know what I'm saying, her fetus or whatever. But you ignoring that this is something living, growing inside you, and you not giving that could be a young woman inside her. But you ain't giving that baby a chance to have the right to do what's best for its body, because it can't defend itself. It can't, you know what I'm saying? It can't even fight for itself yet. But you have the mother and any other demonic shit to support this, to say, hey, if I don't want this child, if it's not threatening my life, right? All states have emergency abortions, all of them. Roe v. Wade is just for women that can escape accountability when they went out there and gave their body to a nigga that they might not should have gave to. That's all they fighting for, bro. They fighting to escape the responsibility of raising a child potentially on their own. So he taking the same talking points as women, bro.
Now, could he be holding that position independently of what women think?
He holding that position because he didn't pay for a few abortions, in my opinion.
Say that again, House. My bad.
I said he holding that position because I believe he didn't pay for abortions, because it benefited him in the end. So he it's a feminine talking point, but in reality, it might just be something he done already indulged in. So he had to stand behind it.
I'd like to respond.
I have a question. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Does it say anywhere in the, because I understand it talks about people killing their children, and abortion basically is sinful. I concede to that. That's per the book. Is there anywhere in the book that says taking care of your children is also required? Like not taking care of your children is against the faith?
No.
Well, what it does say.
Thank you.
You said what?
What it does say.
I really don't care who you was asking.
Well, hold on, angry man. Hold on.
If you gonna catch an attitude just because I answered,
Well, we have a stop talking. Stop. We have a rule where we at least speak to each other first, and then y'all can get in. But in terms of answering the question, Deuteronomy 28 and 53, it makes a point to say that the weak men among you, his eye will be evil towards his brother, and the remnant of his children, which he shall leave. So the men that do that, they're cursed per the Bible. Just to try to understand your point and liken a verse to it, to where those men were looked down upon for doing it. And that's Deuteronomy 28 and 53 for y'all who don't know where that is. So does that give it credence?
I think if we're talking about voting for your biblical, like voting per your religious belief, neither argument is correct.
So this was this question here.
Arguing for the right to get rid of the child, or arguing for the right to not take care of that child.
yo, to everybody in the chat, because I answered the question, yo, fuck all you biased hoe ass niggas in the chat. Real talk. Y'all the only children in here. He asked the question and I answered. Excuse the hell out of me if I didn't speak to everybody when I came up here.
Yeah, those are just the rules that we follow. But it wasn't by you saying no, that's not a bad thing. Right? It wasn't nothing crazy for you to say no to answer her question.
Yo, this is why she lost. This is why Kamala lost right here. Because our society has turned into some weak ass shit, bro. Real talk, where everybody's so sensitive about somebody having a difference of opinion or saying certain things. This is crazy, yo. This is wild. And what that Negro just said when he came up here, Momo, whatever his name is, that was even wilder.
Yeah.
That was crazy. What said.
So what? Go ahead, Gunny. What was the crazy part? If you agree with Angry Man's sentiment?
Yeah, I agree. And greetings, DJ Ham. Is the mic good, Ham? The mic good?
Yeah, you good. You good.
All right, good. Yeah, I agree with Angry Man. The Mumu guy that was up here, his talking points were absolutely, it was insane to me. And because he's supporting something that is against his own best interests. By taking the stance that he took, he's supporting something that's against his own self-interest. The black community wears 13%. Why are we not growing? Why are we no longer the majority minority in this country? One of the reasons why is because our people have been absolutely fooled into thinking that abortion is something that is empowering when it's not empowering. It's living up to a plan that Margaret Sanger envisioned for this country and for black people, that we somehow think that our women think that is somehow empowering to delete their offspring. And we got men that support that, knowing at the end, it's not even going to be in the best interest of black people in general. So it's complete insanity. I agree with the other brother when he's saying the whole practice is demonic. It's demonic. It is demonic. And we got people that try to justify it by talking about the less than 1% of women who are assaulted or have issues at pregnancy. We justify the 99% being irresponsible and having unprotected sex by the 1%. That's how they justify it. And we got men that are co-signing this. This is insanity.
Do you think it's feminine?
Yes, it's feminine. It's absolutely 100% feminine. Because if women want to, if they want to use all these special code words, body autonomy and the freedom to choose and all these smokescreen words, instead of saying the truth, I just want to open my legs and have unprotected sex willy-nilly with whoever I want to. And if I don't want the baby, I'm going to go to an assassin and the assassin is going to take care of it. But we can't have that real conversation because women don't want it. Women don't want to be honest about what they really want. That's what they want. And they use the less than 1% to justify their poor decisions. We can't co-sign that. As men, we can't.
And y'all use the less than 1% to justify banning it. So I don't see the difference.
What are you talking about?
So here's the thing. Nobody.
The argument is always.
Well, Callie, what does that mean? Yeah, break it down. Your mic is not great. Expound on that. I don't know what you mean by that.
Because whenever it's used to justify banning it, it's always they talk about late term. They always talk about late term abortions.
Okay, so you're saying
they're just as wrong.
1 second, Gunny, because I want to understand it, right? Just in case people are not. Okay. I'm just trying to comprehend it, maybe for myself, right? So essentially, you're saying the argument is made where you're saying women that are getting raped and incest and things of that nature need to have access, and Gunny's saying that's less than 1%. You're saying people also use the hyperbolic argument where these women want to abort these kids after 6 months, which is by far outlier as well.
And they're just as wrong. They're extremists on both sides. You're talking about somebody that wants to have a late-term abortion at the 8th or 9th month. Does that happen in the United States? It is rare. That is rare too. But it's also rare to talk about the less than 1% who are assaulted or have issues when they're giving birth. It's unfair. Instead of talking about the 99% and the real reason why women want to do it, we can't have the conversation because it's just one big lie that we're talking about.
Okay.
I respect a woman that says, I want to open my legs and if I get pregnant, I want to go and I want to terminate the I respect a woman that says that. Because at least she's honest about it.
Well, here's the thing. What Mumu came up here and said, a woman should have a right over her body. Every one of you adults that keep saying that, you need to stop saying it because you sound fucking stupid. You sound
Good
stupid.
afternoon to the room. What you will not do today is bully the mic. You understand? I heard my name called. That's why I'm up here. Hamp. Good afternoon to every person in this room. Peace and positivity.
Yeah, I got you, Kenny.
This bullying of the mic, that bully pulpit, that's gonna stop today. You understand?
Kenny,
Because
I got you. I want to get your opinion in because we were referencing a couple episodes before, so I want to make sure you get in. That's why I sent you the link. All right, Anchor Man, you good?
Look at this level of look, and everybody in chat's like, yeah, fam, yeah. Why didn't this nigga get told to shut up?
Anchor Man, fuck the chat.
Come
What
on,
you saying?
fam. Why this nigga didn't get told to shut up for interrupting me just now, bro? It was literally my turn. I was literally talking.
I did tell him to go ahead. Stop doing that. I did tell him to hold us down and finish your thought. That's it.
Yo,
Come
this
on,
is
man.
wild, bro.
Come on.
Yo, check this out, Kenny P. The only nigga came up here on some bully pulpit shit was yo ass, nigga. Real talk.
Kenny gonna stay on mute till you finish. Go ahead, finish your thought.
Yo, anybody sitting up here talking about some a woman's right, a woman's right, a woman's right. Nobody has taken any right from a woman because Trump got elected. Stop saying stupid shit that don't add up. No woman has lost a right. Emergency abortion is legal in every state. If you have a miscarriage or anything wild like that where that fetus has to be taken out of you, there is no state that's going to refuse you medical care. There's no state that's going to refuse that procedure. Trump didn't even change the freaking law with that. Roe v. Wade was overturned. It was put back in the hands of the state, period. Which is literally the hand of the people because you the ones that vote on what they do at the local level. All they've done is told you over and over that women are going to lose their rights in order to scare the hell out of you to try to get a vote from you.
Yep.
That's all they've done. That is literally all they've done. So to sit up here and say, oh, we're going to lose our rights or whatever, blah, 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 you sound crazy right now. And by the way, Callie, I went and researched that thing and I found out it was bullshit. Why would Jack Smith drop that case if it's a legitimate case?
Which one you talking about? You talking about that chick in Texas?
What chick in Texas? I'm not talking about no chicks in Texas. I'm not talking about no specific instance. What I'm talking about is in every state, emergency abortion is legal. And Trump has made it very clear. He said it numerous times, which means you can hold him to it. He said he is not asking for no national ban on that.
Real quick, Ham, can I say?
Well, I want to get Key in because he got skipped over. Key, I apologize. What were your sentiments?
Good. It's crazy that actually, first of all, what's going on, chat? How y'all doing? What's going on, Ham?
Salute.
So appreciate having me up here for sure. It's crazy that we argue about the my body, my choice. If you really use logic, it doesn't make sense because we don't have full choice of our body, because if I'm not mistaken, is suicide illegal?
Yeah.
Is suicide illegal? That is your body, your choice to do whatever you want with your body. But someone's telling you that it's illegal to do something wrong with your own body. I don't see you fighting for that, saying everybody let them do that for that. Doesn't make sense.
Well,
we have to stop making illogical sense about things that we shouldn't be fighting for. It's crazy too, Hamp, man. I ain't gonna lie. I was with this chick the other night, man, and she's a Kamala Harris fan. Went down and we was arguing over some crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And she brought up school shootings, and I was like, there's not that many school shootings in this world compared to abortions, right? So we looked it up. Last year, there was 61 fatal shootings of children. Horrible situation, should never been done. Then we looked up abortions, over 1 million abortions. And she's going to tell me it was okay for abortions, but it was wrong for the children to be killed. I'm like, what logic are we using with this common sense? Like, I know you're a percentage man, like majority or minority.
What is that? Who is? I don't know who that is. Take it down.
I don't know.
It's Margaret Sanger.
That's you know how the Jews they have Adolf Hitler. That's our Adolf Hitler right there. That's Margaret Sanger.
Margaret Sanger. Okay, yeah.
That's Margaret Sanger. That's our Adolf Hitler right there.
All right, don't say Adolf Hitler too much more.
My bad.
Ah,
Or
damn,
it's
man. Yo, calm down a little bit. Now, Key, do you think a man who votes liberally is feminine?
I was yes, and I hate to say it too because I know some relatives that I.
What the fuck?
I was like, what the hell happened?
Go ahead, finish your point.
Yeah. On the stance that they're having, I made me look at them differently. Like made them kind of side eye. Like really, like we can't stand on that. I can't stand on that. And I think you asked me a question before about do I believe in abortions, and I believe I said it was a choice of the woman to a point, and I had to really sit on that and really to think about my morals and how I feel about that. And I had to change like that's wrong. That's wrong because I even have life. I have life. So how can I speak on somebody and saying they have a chance to have life? That's wild. It's wild.
Okay. Aaron, you about to say something?
No, I just wanted to fortify his point. When they said it's my body, my choice thing, and I wanted to catch this when Mumu was in here. We don't have the right to recreationally use heroin or smoke crack cocaine. I'm not suggesting this is a good idea. It's not what I'm doing. But what I am doing is saying the government can absolutely give away and take rights on how we treat our own bodies and the things we do to our own body. Those things are illegal. They don't impact anyone else other than the user. And to say that, well, it keeps you from harming the public. Well, we have laws around marijuana and alcohol that keeps us from harming the public. Don't drink and drive, but you can still drink. It's legal. You should still be able to shoot up smack. You should still be able to smoke the Kriggles. If it's really about your body, your choice, because your body's the only one being impacted by it, but you don't have that right. So do we really have the right to our body and our choice? No, we don't.
I understand your point. All right, let me read.
And the thing is, my bad.
Yeah, let me read these real quick, and I want to get Kenny's sentiment. Unless Jay, did you have commentary for that? No. Aaron with the $2 says, "So you go ahead, Callie."
The point of contention is whether or not you consider a non-viable fetus a person. The whole issue was centered around personhood, and that's the problem, and that's the point of contention.
That's exactly how they justified slavery, by the way.
That's sick. Yeah. That's sick.
They pretended that black people weren't people in order to justify antebellum slavery. Y'all are now doing the same thing.
What about our great grandmothers that can't do nothing for themselves? Should we do that? That makes no sense when we say that.
No,
they can't help themselves. They don't help society. So should we do that?
Your grandmother is a conscious person.
Say more time.
I said your grandmother is a conscious person.
So if you have a brain, that means you're conscious, correct?
Yeah, but before 12 weeks, your brain's not even all the way developed. So no, you do not have a conscience at 12 weeks.
Can we say
that argument is that's the one I really can't accept. I guess your brain isn't fully developed at 24 either.
That's what I was going to say.
No, meaning it's not even all the way there.
That's
it's not even all the way there. It's not even fully formed.
Yeah, but what happens is
you don't even have half of it.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Man.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
That's a lie. Women have told themselves and convinced themselves to believe That's a lie that women have convinced themselves to believe because they want to endorse a demonic practice. They know that you put a cake batter in the oven, eventually it's going to come out. It's going to be a nice piece of cake. They understand that. So you call it a fetus, you call it embryo, you call it a group of cells. You know, after 9 months, it's going to be a human being. You already know that. So regardless of what you call it, it doesn't matter. At the end, it's going to be a person.
But we're not at the end.
That doesn't have the choice whether they live or die or not.
I don't think men, but the only thing is, I don't think the men that we're focused on today are even making that argument per se. But if you want to channel it back to the women, then we can do it, I guess.
I think the men are making the argument like what Mumu said, that men ultimately don't have a say in what women do with their bodies.
I agree. I'm just saying the argument that Callie just presented, I don't think the liberal men are saying that. They're saying it's women's bodies. They should have autonomy. You see what I'm saying? Okay. I don't want to so much focus on that. Let me just read these real quick. Aaron with the $2. So you're voting to help the people you don't love? Marcus Evans with the $5. Hello, gentlemen. Question for the brothers. How does y'all head feel about this conversation with Callie? Feels fine. Dre and the Grind. Salute, my brother. Appreciate you. Dre gifted 1 membership. Whoever got blessed, please maintain. Jonathan with the 20 ball says, John, what's poppin'? Says, for the stress, Hamp, I'm good. She doesn't make sense. We are lost. Female logic. Salute to my brother John for the first 20 ball of the day. Didn't fit. Ari with the $5 says, ladies, I say if you don't want anyone to control your body, you control your body! Exclamation point. Quit laying down with men who may leave you. Choose wisely. Tezzy with the $5 says, wait, why would it hurt man if that man want the baby? Why he pick a woman that could do such things? Hakeem B with the $10 says, so Kenny, you want to read this one? Can you see it?
Kenny feminine as hell. That's what he tried to say. Move the apostrophe. Don't forget he said he wanted to kiss Angry Man in the mouth because he was light skinned.
Oh.
Yeah.
And with the $2. So men wasn't forced to go to war, no choice. It's saying 1 with the $2 is Mumu. That's traditionalism, not conservatism. Jay Hayward with the $2 is CJ about to beat the milk out of Mumu. Lauren Mack with the $10 is speaking of fights. Shout out to the Pitbull plug who is branching out to Dobermans next season for the next meetup. Shout out to CJ for the inspiration. He looked like a Doberman. Like Mike with the $10 says, it's been a minute, but I'm glad I'm here for this one. Hamp, great topic. Salute, Mike. Hope all is well, my G. Riri with the $5 says, y'all keep being disrespectful to Hamp. I'm catching a plane from the SIP to take care of it. No, I'm good. They just got to get acclimated. That's all. Stan with the $5 says, DJ Hamp, panel, and chat. Salute, Stan. Hope all is well, my G. I ain't see you in a minute. Ari with the $5 says, all low-level niggas do is spread propaganda and fear-mongering. Stop it. Quentin with the $5 says, just got to call some dude getting loud and physical at my girl's job before I crash out. Any words of wisdom? No. No.
Don't record.
Yeah, fact. Ilkan with the 20 ball says, we got to stop attributing everything negative as masculine and feminine. When we don't like something, it's called illogical. For example, when a woman is loud, it's masculine. And when a man's loud, it's feminine. We can all be loud. Pete Keezy with the 2000s. Men don't even get bodily autonomy. Minaj with the 2000s. Just don't get pregnant if you're not sure. This easy. Aaron with the 2000s. Imagine your mother say, I wish I had that option. Will with the $5 says, at Cali, if someone harms a pregnant woman, should he be charged for harming said unborn fetus?
If the fetus is viable, yes.
Damn.
What does that mean, viable?
I guess it can survive outside the mother.
Yes.
You know what's insulting about that whole conversation? Y'all don't even create the life. If you really want to be technical, you don't even create the life. Your egg is dead. The life is the sperm that goes into you. That's what's so funny about it. Y'all want the right to terminate something you don't even really create. You just incubate.
You know what else is crazy? They complain about birth control all the time, but fighting for the right for this fucking for this kid deletion. Shit is retarded. They complain about birth control, all the fucking side effects. It's so harming to our body, but they want the right to kill their own fucking or do what we talking about.
Because they don't see the play. They don't see the play that's being ran on them. Cardi B, Glorilla, Meg Thee Stallion on the stage promoting promiscuity. It's all a play. It's all a plan. They don't talk about resources for women when if they can't afford the child. They don't talk about education. They don't talk about anything. They don't talk about anything that's going to benefit the Black community if they do decide to have children. They promote a lifestyle that's going to get our women to continue to think it's a good thing to delete their children.
Well, actually,
and keep our population down. It's population control. They don't see the play. And they're working for the enemy, and they don't even understand it. They don't even see it.
Women do talk about limiting what y'all would call welfare and government handouts and shit like that. Actually,
I didn't say they didn't. I didn't say they didn't. But if Black people make up 13% of the population, and you take half of that, which is 7, but only 4 to 5% are of childbearing age, but Black women commit 45% of the abortions. We don't see anything wrong with that.
Let me read the rest. We go down the same path. So Kenny, what's popping? So this what I was talking about, Kenny.
Peace.
A few questions I had. Is a liberal man a feminine man?
No.
Right. And then another question was, does the world respect Trump? Based on a few things I saw in the last 7 days. Okay. And then finally, I was focused on mainly Abrahamic religions because that's the majority of our country. If someone of an Abrahamic faith votes for Kamala based on these policies that we've been discussing ad nauseum, does that contradict their faith?
Yes.
And if so, do they need to reassess?
Yes.
Now, go ahead. You can expound on any of the three.
Okay. Let me go across the table.
What?
Gentlemen, despite my views, I still view you as brothers, and I would lock arms in arms. And if it is sensible, I would like to have the conversations with you. I don't want to be yelling and all this good stuff. I want to be addressing the points made. So on Popular Truth, you're a good brother, but you just got caught in what they call telephone. At what point in time did you ever hear me profess that I didn't want women to be leaders?
Well, all the time that we had spoke, you always say something about us being leaders, the men being leaders, right? You never said that before?
Yes, I did. But when did I say women could not be leaders, but yet they could still fall under the covenant of God, man, woman, child? I
always thought you said they would be leaders. My bad. Go ahead, bro. I ain't mean to do that. Go ahead.
Oh, no. My main point is unruly women being out of turn and them not understanding what we have to put on the line, the social contract, which is our lives, for them being that way. And that was my main thing that I used to get beat up on here for, because they said he speaks so aggressively. Also, I have no issues with women being leaders. You ever heard of Angela Merkel, Isabel Perón? Ladies of that stature that ran countries that were regarded as godly. I have no problem with that. I have a problem with unruly women. Me being liberal, willing to accept behavior, opinions different than my own. That's the definition. What part about that makes me feminine? That makes me think out the box rather than be in the box. You understand? Maybe my tone, maybe be being heavy-handed, maybe certain things I say to people that speak disrespectful to me, that I will match their energy, but he old school. He know what that means. You a little young. I'm heterosexual, so I'm not gonna play that game. I would provoke you like you trying to provoke me. You understand?
You just
So-
said something feminine though.
Huh?
You just said something feminine though.
I can't hear you.
You just said something feminine though.
Okay, what was that? To provoke you like you came up there on that
No.
panel calling me out of my name, and I asked you to
No,
draw it back so we
no,
can have a
you-
civil discourse.
No, that's not what I was talking about. You just started virtue signaling about women leaders.
Okay,
Why do
so
you need
I
to-
see
why
what
do you
you're
need to do
doing.
that? Why do you need
Have
to do
the
that?
decorum to hit your mute mic, because I see what you're doing.
Why do you need
let
to
me
do
let
that?
me get mine off.
Let me
'Cause,
hold on.
yeah,
Let me just
it's
finish my
pointless.
sentence. Let me finish my sentence. Why do you need to do that to substantiate the argument that you're making?
You said I'm virtue signaling. I am speaking truth. You are dealing with someone with the mental capacity to match whatever traps and hooks that you put or snafus on the table.
That's not what I'm
I would
talking
prefer. Okay, so let me finish and get mine off. So now, Gunny, Aaron, if I mention a man's name, Human Khan, would you know who that is?
Say this again. If you mention a man's name,
Humankind.
Humankind?
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Humankind.
No.
That's
No.
a person.
Okay. If I mention a name, Jamal Khashoggi, you know who that is?
No.
No. Who are these people?
Okay. Humankind is the Gold Star captain in the army that Trump disrespected, and his family, saying that he made more sacrifices to this country than he did. That man gave his life for this country. He had his mom crying on TV. As for my stances, and this goes under the umbrella of why I'm a liberal and I look at things at face value. Jamal Khashoggi was a journalist for the Washington Post. He was butchered by Mohammed bin Salman. I'd mentioned that, but it got glossed over when I was going over. I had a head-to-head with Mr. Fantastic, and he was just blabbing away. That's something under my liberal thinking that made me put this in the Rolodex as for how I see the president-elect. You understand? That's the deal when he brought in Jared Kushner, and he went over there and made the deal that they got $2 billion from that Saudi. But because a certain reporter for a U.S.-based periodical and note pointed out the stuff that he was doing, they tricked him into an embassy. They gave him a choice, either leave it alone or die, and he stood with boots up. They killed him and cut him up.
Can I say something, bro?
When Trump was addressed, knowing that the deal was on the table, he said the man said he didn't do anything and had no knowledge of it. But our intelligence agency showed that the call was made by his number one. And
can you draw the correlation though?
Okay, I'm going under the liberal. I don't want to go too far down. I get you. A bridge.
Ain't one.
Okay, so now as for Kamala, she made a poor showing. She didn't affect enough people with their concerns, because most people at face level, they don't know how to invest right. They don't know if they're invested properly. You know,
Well, brother, you gotta let me respond to your.
What the hell is
you have to let me respond to the first thing that you the two isolated incidences, and forgive me for my volume, because I do get a little passionate. It's not anger.
Hey,
you just brought up two.
I want to say something small. I want to say this real quick. All the examples he gave was emotional, as if it's going to pull on our heartstrings, and it's a bunch of men on here. That's how you feminine as a liberal.
And I was going in that direction. You gave two isolated incidents. You asked us the names of two people that we didn't know. But I mean, how does that further your argument I mean, I could give you tons of examples of during the Biden and Harris administration.
So Gunny, in all fairness to
where
the discussion,
hold on, brother, hold on. I can give you plenty of examples where service members were mistreated, and that's what's the point in doing it? I don't understand.
Okay,
that.
you know what? To stay on, I'm not gonna do that because that's unfair to the conversation. Let me stay in the parameters of what we were speaking about real quick. So as for the abortion topic, I'm not with it. I'm not with transgenders or the alphabet community having the ability to have us live their illusions with them and that being pushed. So let's put that on the table. I'm not for men going in bathrooms with your young daughters. That's an amendment. I'm not with now Roe versus Wade being bastardized without amendments. I'm not with, okay, there are women that are bad actors that use this as plan B and do very heinous things. But there are also women that are great. There are also women that have stillborn babies in them. There are also women that are told by the doctor, either if you go through with this whole thing, the chances are that you won't live through it. I see there's good and bad parts. I never heard them say, you know what? This thing is not perfect. We can make amendments rather than tear it down completely.
Miscarriage is not an abortion. It doesn't fall under that. Y'all need to do your research.
Okay, so just to be polarizing and sensationalized, you would say that. I'm giving different caveats of it.
I'm not being polarized. I'm stating facts.
Okay, so that miscarriage is what?
A miscarriage is not an abortion, bro.
Okay, so now, if you want to go further with that, there are babies that are brain dead that are still alive in women. That would be considered miscarriageable. If you really want to go down to medical terms, just because you wanted to open your mouth and not listen to the parts where I said it is good and bad with every policy.
Well, Kenny, the thing we trying to so you're saying there's all the reasons. So are you saying that the other side was going to ban away with abortion, period?
They had no agenda to say that this thing is not something progressive that we want. But you didn't hear anyone forward and say, you know what, this Roe versus Wade thing, it doesn't work the way it is. These are the amendments that we're going to make. And show women that you weren't just tearing away everything, because it's still messed up in certain states. You're going to show them amendments where it works for the whole. Good, bad, or indifferent. The thing is not a perfect thing.
Do y'all realize there are numerous medical issues that women deal with on a regular basis that y'all never talk about? You
okay,
only
stay
talk
with
about
this.
abortion.
Like you saw Gunny, I had to reel it back in. Let's stay in the abortion arena. Don't do that, because you ain't gonna do it to me.
Can we go to
Okay, so then, Kenny, how do you feel about the 99%? If we're gonna stay on this topic,
I already expressed it. That means you weren't listening with intent.
So you're saying
I
you
am not
voted
with the woman using this as Plan B, the
Okay,
way it
so
was.
why did you align?
brother.
Why did you align? Why? So okay, we understand that. Why did you align where you align with, or how you what you align with? What was the
I
reasoning?
aligned as for it. Now, give me more context so I can be specific, so I don't.
Well, because what you're running down, I think if people had a conservative view, they would agree, right? And from what the brothers told me, Trump said that he's for abortion in those extreme circumstances. So
Okay,
where
that's what
is
they
your?
told.
Where do you? Go ahead.
Okay, see, the thing that kills me with most of them, they speak hyperbolically, but they can't cite sources. There's many a times when I said something, and guess what? It ended up in your inbox, yes or no? Or I broached it, I showed where it could be ascertained so it could be discussed. A lot of them speak hyperbolically, and they just try to rile the crowd up. When the majority of these dudes, in closing, they only did this because they saw $1 over their dignity. Because I know why I would not vote for that man. You understand? Because I know why I would not vote for that man. The couple names that I pointed out there and a couple other atrocities shows the character of somebody. She ran a poor campaign. That's why she lost.
But you think she's a better person than him?
She's a better politician, person, one that can be pretty much drawn back to put in position for what the country needs progressively.
Okay.
Not a tyrant that's trying to beat felony charges and trying to make sure that he gets big business.
So why didn't she win?
Reason why she doesn't have any felony charges because they ain't brought no felony charges. That's the only
what?
reason. Who
it's me, angry man.
Whose cocaine did they find in the White House that's now in the federal freaking evidence locker for the next 7 years?
Not hers.
Oh, really?
Not hers. Cite your
then why
sources.
ain't nobody been charged
This
yet?
This is how you destroy
Hasn't
somebody
anyone
like
been
angry
charged
man.
yet? They
Cite
actually,
your source.
the FBI actually came out and said they have partial DNA. Why hasn't nobody been charged yet?
Okay, so
What about the soldiers? What about the soldiers that died in Afghanistan? What about the soldiers that died? Yo, you've been talking for a minute now, my nigga. You've been talking for a minute now, and you've been
to your point. Stop being polarized.
And you've been rambling. I would have if you hadn't just interrupted me. Yo, you literally got soldiers that died in the Afghanistan pullout. Biden nor Kamala Harris ain't even apologized to those families, won't even go see none of those Gold Star families, and you up here talking about a reporter.
Cite your sources. Who said they didn't apologize? Where do you have that as fact?
They
haven't.
Show me the source.
No, you don't. Stop it. Do not get in this argument because I have the
families did come out.
Do you guys see Kenny's arguing viewpoint from Trump's character? Because again, I need to work it back to the topic, even though, right?
Okay, if you don't point out the
where
lie.
are we? Where are we in the 3 up there? Is Kenny? Are you guys likening Kenny's argument as the reasons why to a liberal man is a feminine man, or are you just saying he's not feminine, but y'all don't fuck with his argument?
My argument that I'm making is everything he's doing. See, here's the thing: that the liberal of today is not the same as the liberal back in the day. Okay,
He asked you about me.
The original. Yo, dude, I'm talking right now.
So
You get up here and you act like.
Does that make you tough?
You get up here and you act like you intelligent, but then you do stuff like that. I'm not trying to be tough.
Angry man, you talk over everybody. You think because you the pod father that you could diminish men's minds?
Nothing. I've been sitting here most of the time saying nothing because I got barked on.
Break down,
here, bro. And y'all niggas think I don't know what y'all be doing with that. Stop trying to socially train me not to talk on this damn panel, bro. You've been sitting here talking at length about nothing, my nigga.
And nothing to you. And nothing to you because you put $1.
Go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish the difference. The difference between the liberals will actually also speak to Mumu's earlier point as well. So what's the differences, and then what's the sentiment?
Difference is the liberals of today are a bunch of pussies. That's what they are. A bunch of whiny crybaby pussies that have been trained to be that way by this damn society. You got these niggas talking about, we gonna vote for Kamala Harris. My nigga, you think she black, right? They're not gonna put a black woman in the White House. Black women only run the black house, nigga.
You never heard him point out policy.
Black women run some shit. It's black people's houses,
This is
nigga.
disgusting.
And the reason why niggas like you voted for her, even though she is massively unqualified.
Massively?
You can't even tell me none of her policies. Give me one of her policies.
I don't have to. You said I don't have the qualification, but if I was to rattle off 5, would you shut up for 30 minutes?
Sure.
You unlikely to do it. You don't have it. You already, when I pointed them out before, you said the tax credits will put us further in debt. You said the First Step acts for helping young people with housing. That would also, where's the money coming from? You had your little puppet, Juicy Smollett up here when I was trying to espouse certain things, but you didn't want to hear it. This is exactly what you did. You cut me off and went on the bully pulpit. So my voice is not valued by you, and I understand that. Gunny, I did address the alphabet community thing. I am not with it because that's where we left off.
Yeah,
Benny.
deflect.
I said if they could make amendments, that would be fine. What you say and stand on, I stand on too. I'm in a job.
So what I gather is that you're I would say maybe a Jimmy Carter. I would even push it a little bit later, a Bill Clinton liberal or Democrat.
Okay,
as
no,
opposed to
I'm a Kenny P liberal. I read you the definition. You know,
what
I'm
is
willing
that,
to
bro?
accept behaviors and opinions that don't agree with mine. If we could sit down, roll up our sleeves, and mine it out, you understand the things that you pointed out. I told you I didn't disagree with it. Right. That glossed over with all the machismo in the room.
Kenny, can I ask you something? What is it that you then back? Not going with Trump, nothing towards him. What did you back her for? Because you say you're not backing the things that you said as transgender, abortion, and the things. So what did you back of her?
Okay.
To that, because that's all I know of her. That's so I would like to know what you back of her.
Are you financially invested properly? Like, do you have mutual funds and things of that matter? It leads to a point. Stop doing the neck roll. That means you're not trying to have a fair conversation.
You asking about
because
my
this leads into my
Kenny P.
The country
Hey,
progressively.
everybody pause
the
for a
country,
second. Listen, just talk. Just whatever.
Okay, I
he gonna
got you.
do
I
what he
got you,
gonna do,
Ham.
Kenny.
The country progressively in the last 2 to 4 years, if you're invested properly, no matter who's in office, you're doing well. The S&P 500 is over 20%. What that means to you, if you had $1, you're making 20 cents on your dollar. If you invest it properly, if you're taking care of stuff at grassroots level, which most aren't. The majority of y'all that come up here, y'all don't even know who your councilman is. Y'all don't know who in New York. If you was in New York, you would know who your Brooklyn Borough president is.
Bro.
You don't attend those meetings
I got it.
most people don't attend those. You understand?
Okay, Kenny. Once again, Kenny. Okay,
This shit about
Kenny.
to piss me off.
Okay, bro, I got you. Once again, Kenny, what did you vote for her for? Not I don't count me out of this. I know why I voted for Trump for. Why did you vote for Kamala for? Your personal reasons, at least 3 of them.
Okay. So I looked at the resume of the man that she was going against, and I weighed it up against the things that they said as for the country was not doing. And I said, I listened to her, and she said she will make amendments on certain things. And the country as it is, she will keep it going the way it needs to go.
Bro, you don't know what the fuck you talking about, bro.
Okay, so
they keep asking you questions.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Kenny, come on, bro. Enough is enough, bro.
They
Enough is
keep
enough.
asking you questions. You can't answer a direct
Okay, so no, you just want. Wait.
No, Kenny. Okay, forget it.
Yeah.
So this is when I ask you something. This is what I mean. When you ask me what I voted for Trump, this is the reasons why. They gonna say he'll cut taxes on overtime. Well, that works for me because I do at least 20 hours a week of overtime guaranteed, where the government is taxing that, where I barely see that. Second thing, he's going to close the border, where it helps me it helps my family to a point where they say black jobs. My father owns a gardening business where he does very well, but they are people, Latinos, are cutting him off at the bottom line. So that would help my father. Third thing is, I'm telling you when I say when you vote for somebody, there's terms and there are policies. So I'm asking, what is the policies that she is saying? I'm asking for a policy, 2, 3 policies at least, of saying what she says she's going to do for the American people.
Okay, so Kai, that's your name?
Key.
So I can speak to you respectfully. If you have the mass immigration that he wants, do you think those menial jobs that most blacks won't do will get done, as for fruit picking and those low labor jobs that you have, those same ones that have been in the country the last decade, would blacks do those jobs?
Yes, sir. So you are talking about the construction jobs, where actually the very black men are going into them trades, but they can't get them jobs because there are Latino men on the Home Depot.
I know what I
Hold on, wait,
said.
sir. You asked me, sir. You asked me for I'm gonna let you.
I don't have to yell.
Let me answer. You just hold on, sir. Are you gonna let me talk, or are we just gonna go back like, what's up? Let me speak. So That's one. Then we'll go with gardening. Like I just said, my father has a black gardening job and business where, you know what? He put me, my sister, my other little brother, and my other brother through college with that job. So understand, those low minor jobs, so do big things. So understand, when you understand mechanics, then you can be black mechanics everywhere. But now I can't find a black mechanic nowhere to speak the English to understand they ain't gonna fuck me over when I kind of do my damn shit. So you can lose me on the shit that the black man won't do. You are
Okay,
very low mind if you think the black man can't do the
I
things
have a
that
low mind.
you say that's low value. That's actually those should be high value of us. Actually, we run the block for knowing these things and doing these crafts. Now we don't run the block because we don't do them crafts.
Okay, so now agricultural, you're not being fair and you're being dishonest. The large part of the agricultural market is those people that make low money that are not from here. Those are jobs that most are unwilling to do.
Just got through telling you that undercuts his father's business. Were you paying attention?
So here's the thing. They've been here the last decade.
It don't matter how long they've fucking been here. They've been here.
So that means you've been through at least 2 to 3 decades or more.
Well, let me do this. Let me do this real quick. I tried to see if y'all was gonna work it, but I think I'll work it. So Kenny, I understand what you're saying about Trump looking to do mass deportation. The question was, what were her policies that you were championing to vote for her?
Here's the thing. I was going to vote for her anyway because I saw what the work was done in the last 2 to 4 years as for the market and the turnaround of the country. She said there will be minor amendments. Those are not for me. Those are for younger people. But if you look at it financially, which they should, jobs were at a low, job loss was at low, was at 4%. So I figured, why am I messing? I'm not reinventing the wheel there. The S&P 500.
Okay. Let me.
This is a great example, Ham. This is a great example.
Wait. So, okay, so you're saying that the trajectory was up while Biden was in office, and you assume that she's going to maintain the status quo, progressing and going the positive trajectory.
And that is what she mentioned. There were a couple things that she failed when she mentioned them as for the LGBTQ whatever agenda. And the biggest part that really sunk her is when she had the idea of taxing unrealized gains. And all the money people, that was a doom for her at that point in time once I heard that.
And what does that do to the, well, I'm just asking, what does that do to the 20% that you mentioned if she was going to tax them at that rate?
Okay, so now we know this country is big power players, and when people hear tax, they're not listening for the top 15% or what have you. They're hearing that, like most of these guys are hearing, and they don't want to see the points that I agree with them on. They just want to jump on me for what they believe I don't agree them on. You understand? It's like a dog whistle. So the majority of people that I spoke to, oh, she wants to tax unrealized gains. I said, do you know who she was doing that to? They're like, nah, but that would have trickled down to me. So I'm in discussions like that. I wasn't with that either. You understand? Because that actually messes with the economy. So the points that I did point out that I agree with them on, guess what? They're closed ears, but they want to jump on me for the things that I don't see eye to eye with them. But I'm feminine because I have a liberal point, because I disagree with you. And I have my points where I could be cited. You're speaking hyperbolically. There's only one or two men up on this panel that actually like knock the research, but they think, you know, numbers can be skewed to fit any argument, right? Angry man, real good. So,
well, first of all, nigga, I asked you for 5 policies. You have yet to give them. I can give you policies for Trump.
Okay, but one thing you could give me is like calling me like 6 to 7 different names rather than calling me Kenny P. I've yet to call you pussy. I've yet to call you nigga. I've yet to try to stoke you in any rude type of way. I'm willing to have a conversation with you, but if you keep disrespecting me, I'm going to disrespect you back. I've not disrespected Gunny. I've not disrespected Kai. I've not disrespected House of Hypocrites. Why do you feel it's okay?
Y'all, listen. I don't know what this feud is, but this shit is corny now.
I have no feud. I have a problem.
You do. So I'm telling you do, because I can see it. Y'all keep on escalating. I don't understand why. Right?
Okay, so I'm gonna lower my voice.
now.
But no, it's not about the escalation of the voice. It's about the picking. I don't even understand it. Let him make his point, Kenny, and then you can rebuttal his actual point, nigga or not. Angry man, go ahead, make your point, and Kenny, you rebuttal the point.
So I asked you, matter of fact, you brought it up. You said, yo, if I give you 5 policies right now, will you shut up for 30 minutes? I said, yes. You didn't give me 5 policies. I can give you 5 things right now that I know that Trump has said out of his own mouth that he's going to do that I think will be massively beneficial if he can actually do it. He's talking about creating a digital bill of rights so that when you're on the internet, you actually have freaking rights on the damn internet. So this new space, this new digital space that we're in, instead of it being the wild, wild west, we actually got due process up here, which is fantastic for anybody that's a content creator, because you can't just be silenced and shut down and no explanation and any of that crazy stuff. That right there off the rip. You feel what I'm saying? The idea that he wants to not to take away tax on overtime, like my man said down here, take away tax on tips. You feel what I'm saying? Because guess what? Some of the money that you get here online can be classified as tips. You feel what I'm saying? Not to mention the fact that he's talking about fixing the school system so that these children are not being indoctrinated in certain types of thought processes. You feel me?
So those are Trump's policies, correct? Now, Kenny, was it her policy, or was it that she was going to maintain the status quo and she had better character than Trump?
That is what I was running on, because I had a resume of things that made me draw that line as for he's not the best thing for the country. The other countries are going to play ball with us, because no matter what it is, we're still the sovereign of the world. We still have bases and embassies and tariffs and agreements with the majority of the global world. And
please, brother.
No.
Please, brother. I'm not trying to pile on Kenny. But this is a great example of what they're really tired of this. Kenny, I'm not sure if you're going to run for public office. You're an attorney. I don't know what it is.
I want you to get your point out, Delaney.
Okay, you've been asked several times. Hamps asked you, Keys asked you, and the Angry Man have asked you in all different ways.
Gunny,
please, brother, let's have the conversation. Can you give?
But Gunny, his answer is not about the examples. The answer is saying that he's saying that the country was on an upward trajectory. So putting her in office, she would maintain what was happening. He made a point about the 20% in terms of 20 cents off of every dollar, right? That's what was happening while Biden was in, right? And then he's saying, simply put, if you put his character versus her character, he wouldn't vote for a man with that type of character. Those are the things that he said. Hold on, regardless of like the policy 1-to-1-to-1. So, do you accept those portions?
No,
I can't.
No, because Angry Man pointed it out. He challenged Angry Man. Shout out to everybody, by the way. He challenged Angry Man and said he could name 5 policies. He put himself in that fucking hole, so he needs to name them. He can't fucking back out and say, "Oh, I don't want to talk about the policies now. It's about the character." So no, bro. Name the 5 policies. He said that. So he needs to give the 5 policies to make his point.
Okay, Mr. Fantastic. I don't have to name 5 policies because I was shooting shit with him. I already told you how the country is going. You could do all the stats and try to hold me to it. When I held you to standards regarding the character of the president and what you wanted in office, you couldn't answer. So you should not be up here. You couldn't point out 5 things when I did pose it.
Well, but this is the problem. Character is subjective. Subjective.
You mean objective?
Subjective. No, it's subjective, not objective. It's subjective.
It is objective as well.
No, it's not. If you ask 10 different people what good character is, you get 10 different answers. Objective is something where it's defined, no matter who said it, it's always going to be the same answer 99% of the time, majority of the time. So I'm just coming in, but brother, like, you know what I mean? And I mean, I guess you volunteered, shout out you for stepping into the lion's den, I guess. But you were literally showing the issue and problem with the liberal man of today.
Okay,
The
what?
fact of the matter, she
Point
said,
it out.
well,
For
no problem.
starters, Kenny, you're incorrect on a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, so incorrect. You give me a minute.
Hey, what's up, Mandrell?
What's up, everybody? How you doing?
What's up,
What's
Mandrell?
going
Point
on,
it
man? Hey,
out.
Mandrell, thank you
Get
for
to
your
it.
service, by the way, Mandrell.
Thank you
Yeah,
for your
no
service,
problem.
Mandrell.
Appreciate your service.
Yeah, and my service is one of the reasons why, one of the biggest reasons why the Democratic Party has pretty much lost all military personnel, except the liberal generals who are pushing the agenda of not equality, but the whole thing with the gender shit and the gays and the trans whatevers in the military. You know what I'm saying? All of them pushing this shit need to be fired.
Well, Kenny was
Because-
against that also, Mandrell.
Yeah, fair enough. But I mean,
You said you were going to point out where I was wrong. I'm waiting for that.
well, you said militarily, the world wouldn't respect Trump. Turns out they do. Trump.
Okay, did I
Well,
say that?
my example. Yeah, you did. Here's my example. Because you
I
did.
No, I didn't.
You most certainly did. I'm not going to make shit up.
No, I said
let me just
as
clarify.
a global power. I said as
Yeah,
a global
okay,
power.
global
Yeah, I
power.
said-
fair enough.
my question was, does the world respect Trump? Kenny said no. He didn't give full context.
Okay, fair enough.
Mandrell
You know the thing is,
just
Kenny,
went off
that election went on, and for less than 48 hours, okay, everybody who had a chess move to make, they made it under the Democrat, the Biden administration. Less than 48 hours after Trump gets elected, everybody stopped. Full bore, stop. Everybody stopped. Hamas, of all people, are calling for peace. Hamas, calling for peace with Israel. That's something that's thought to be impossible. They initiated it. Number two,
Okay,
China.
cite your source on
Hold
that.
on.
Play the video. He won't believe it. Play the video.
That's all over the place. You just hadn't paid attention to the news. That's on news. That's how I know you haven't even tried to find out.
Okay, Mandrell.
Hold on. They call it the Trump effect. Now, another one, China immediately came out and said they want a long-lasting, peaceful relationship with America. They came out and said that. Okay.
Okay.
Now, this whole thing.
Okay, so Mandrell.
And then hold on,
you came up
Iran.
here- Hold on. real
Iran
quick.
and the Ukraine war, the whole Ukraine war. What Russia has come out and said, and what they're doing. So you can expect that whole Ukraine-Russia war to be done within a couple of months of Trump's inauguration. The way things are moving and how fast they're moving.
Let me show y'all this. Let me show you to this before you respond, Kenny.
It hasn't even been a full week since Donald J. Trump got elected to be the president. Have you seen what's been happening around the world? Europe is on board. They're ready to purchase oil from the U.S. Mexico didn't want any smoke. They've been telling their own people to stop crossing the border because Trump threatened them with that 25% tariffs. Golly. The Taliban just called. They don't want to be on the U.S. terrorist list anymore. Whew. Russia. Putin said we not an enemy. And they decided to change their mind about ditching that blue Benjamin Franklin, baby. They gonna stick with the U.S. dollar in Russia. Oh, and the misogynist, sexist just appointed Susie Wiles the first woman chief of staff. She gladly accepted it. My son RFK Jr. is on the FDA neck, talking about why we got 18 ingredients inside our kids' Fruit Loops. They about to get up out of here. China called, they want peace. We know about y'all buying all that farmland around our military bases. Y'all ain't low. Bitcoin, all-time high. Stock market, all-time highs. Mayor Adams said no more lunch money for the migrants. It's a wrap, even though it's a year program anyway. Probably was just coming to an end naturally, but still. Palestinian president ready to chop it up. Shit, Hamas want to end the war now. And for those who don't know about India, they run technology. They want to have a sit down. They covered Kamala's mural in Atlanta. Now, I know we're supposed to be focusing on women's abortion rights, but if you have a problem that the federal government is no longer involved, it's up to your state now. Why don't you just move to another state? I'm gone.
Right, and my thing is, like, I'm not coming after you or anything like that, Kenny. I'm
You
just saying
said you came up with 5 points that you would like to chop me down where I was wrong.
I didn't say
The
5
first
points,
one
I
that
just
you
said
presented was incorrect. I'm waiting for the rest.
You were,
hey, bro, you
just
can't
named
talk to him about bringing
everything
up
that guy just said in the video. Like, are you not paying attention?
That's what he
Okay,
was
so
citing.
Mandrell, in all fairness, you and I just watched the video. Did we cite the sources? So I'm supposed to believe
I
it?
just told you.
They were in the back, man.
Maybe I can get straight to Mandrell. So
Gotcha.
I can make a video. Wait, I can make a video and say certain things. So that makes it credible.
Okay,
Kenny,
here's a few sources. Okay, you can go to CNN, Fox News, NBC, ABC, any big news network, or you can go to independent news, secular
Okay,
talk, Jimmy
may I
Dore.
respond?
You
Okay,
know,
wait.
you can go to any place, and this information is out there and readily available for you to find.
So is it fair to the conversation saying that you can't cite a source, but you just
I
came
just
up
cited a bunch of them.
The sources were behind him, Kenny. He literally by point by point by
Okay,
point.
so-
Even though,
And I
wait,
told
real
you where to
quick.
get them.
Just because you think it's a Twitter thing, the Twitter actually has links in those. So if you go to those posts,
Okay,
you can see those posts, and they have the actual links and source
so
directly fucking what's
fantastic.
into them.
I'm trying to understand.
Fantastic. I give you respect when you pull up sites, but when I'm having a discussion and the man says he can point out and I'm asking him, and then you piggyback on, like, I don't know how to hit hyperlinks and read stuff. You know, I was in college when you were still kicking rocks, and that's no disrespect to you. Thank you for your service.
He didn't
to this
teach you
country.
shit.
So that means,
Right.
so that means I'm able to ascertain information, put it here, parse through it, and see if it makes sense. What is wrong with me saying that Mandrell just pointed out something I did not see it? That's
Right.
word of mouth until I research it.
Okay, then I just told you where to go get it. I did. I told you where to go get it. You go research, and I encourage that. Research for yourself. Read it for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. Just look at it for yourself.
I never said I wouldn't.
Fair. I'm not saying you didn't. I'm not saying you didn't. But what I'm saying is like I understand totally why people follow Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. right out the door to the Republican Party. I totally get it. Totally understand. I understand totally why our military and the department, pretty much the entire Department of Defense, no longer on the side of the liberals at all.
And, hey, let's tag me back in, man, Gerald. So, hey, that's definitely a part that I need to talk about. I can tell you this firsthand.
Yeah, I can talk about DOD shit all day long.
Yeah, we did not fuck with Biden and Harris or whatever. For one, because of the mandatory fucking mandates, they will kick people out. Shit was illegal. It was just some of the worst shit that's ever been done to not just American citizens, but armed forces members. It's where you threaten people pretty much with like their careers and their livelihood, or to put this fucking whatever in their body, and all these things that went up. You can literally look at now. This is something, Kenny. I definitely challenge you, brother, to go and look up the research of heart issues, miscarriages, and all those things of military service members, active duty members, after they were forced to, take a certain thing in their body. Next, Trump had already did the right thing militarily. He literally revamped and rehashed the VA system. Some of the most people that suffer the most in this country are former service members. Everything from mental health to poverty, homelessness, all those different things. Trump literally went through the VA system, and I think this is a big thing that people don't understand. Regulation is trash. Anytime the government's involved in some shit, all it does is create a bunch of red tape, and it literally holds up process. So when he talks about, then this is a jump to the Board of Education, right? You're going to take the regulation away and get the government's hands out of everything that way. So the states and the people that are actually closest to it know what they need, and they can operate it under their guise versus the government trying to have this blanket statement across all 50 states, different regions, different cultures, different ideologies, different political beliefs, different religious beliefs, all those different things. And of course, it's not just, fuck them kids. No, it's that I'm actually taking class right now to tell you about once upon a time, the airline industry had the same issue. The biggest issue why it went gross because you had the regulations and all these rules that the fucking government put in place, and it was literally just destroying the growth of the airline industry. As soon as they take that away, then it booms, and we have today. So
fantastic. Tell them about the regulations, how the liberals changed the rules of engagement and got a bunch of us killed. I'm big on that because I was in the middle of that, and it got to a point where we knew that there were members of Al Qaeda and ISIS, which is the most evil shit ever, in my opinion. Yeah. Okay, that's actually genuine evil. I feel good about killing those dudes.
Okay,
actually,
so let me ask you a question, Mandrell. Who trained them?
We were gearing up to come and attack us, but we couldn't
who trained them
until they shot at us.
Wait, Mandrell, who trained them?
Huh?
Who trained ISIS?
Here we go.
Oh, not us. Can't blame us for that one.
Here we
Because
go.
Iran came down and trained them. Because ISIS is not even Iraqi. ISIS is a bunch of people from different countries. Some of them might have been Iraqi or Afghani. Most of them are not. A lot of them come from Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Iran, Egypt. ISIS came from everywhere. ISIS really is an ideology. That's what made them so hard to beat.
Man,
But
Joe, there's one thing I want you to do. Be fair to this conversation.
I'm being fair. Let me make my point. Obama comes in office, changes the rules of engagement, which made things hard. Trump comes in office, and keep in mind, I was not a Trump supporter. Okay? Trump comes in office and asks the General, what do you need to get this shit done? In a perfect world, his exact words, in a perfect world, what do you need? Joint Chiefs told him, we need these things here. You got it. No shit, less than 48 hours, they had all that. 2 weeks later, ISIS is done. They're not coming back. Now, fast forward to present day under the Biden administration. Okay? We're not allowed to do our jobs anymore, like Trump allowed us to do, and we annihilated ISIS. Now, Trump comes in office, okay? I mean, Biden comes back in office. We're giving the Taliban, we've given them $240 million. $240 million. And I keep in mind, 9/11 only cost
weaponry.
Yeah.
In weaponry, man, girl. In weaponry.
Flat out money, fantastic. Flat out dollars, money. We accidentally gave them $240 million. Now keep in mind, 9/11 only cost $500 million. And now $500,000. $500,000 all 9/11 costs. Now
9/11 costs. Wait. Slow down. 9/11 costs what?
$500,000.
What do you mean? Please explain. What do you mean that costs?
The amount of money it costs to get those guys over here, get them their training, their clothing, their food, the whole nine, costs $500,000.
He's talking about the perpetrators, not the damage, Kenny. He's talking about the perpetrators that did the damage, not the damage itself.
He gave clarification.
Because of our borders are wide open, I forget his name, but he's the grandfather, because I'm having a brain fart right now, because I really do have to go. The grandfather of all suicide bombers, the guy who started suicide bombing, all of it. He is now in parliament, in government, in Afghanistan, right? And he's giving people legal passports to fly over the fuck over here. But what they're doing is they're flying down there to Mexico and Central America and migrating up through our southern border since it's wide open. We caught hundreds of them so far. There are thousands of them here already.
Okay, so Mandrell.
So what they're doing is they've been training people up, shipping them over. Training people up, shipping them over.
Mandrell, women rights.
Mandrell.
Okay, where were your my body, my choice when the fucking COVID thing happened and you had to take that?
I guess you don't want to have a fair conversation. You want to have an ongoing monologue rather than me address certain things that you did say. You understand?
Oh, I think. Well, just to be honest, what Mandrell was saying, I don't know why y'all just glossed over it, but he said, "I was glad when we killed them." If that's a perspective that y'all think y'all just gonna be like, oh, like nobody else can say that shit. Nobody else was there. Like that is, and maybe it means nothing to y'all, but that experience and actually being there, understanding it, gotta mean something.
No, it means a lot.
And I don't want to discredit it. And this is a perfect time for him to piggyback on it to make his point more stronger rather than let me have the discussion with Mandrell, because Mandrell glossed over a lot of stuff because a lot of the terrorists that we face, we trained. You understand? Because I can remember back in 87. I can remember back in 87 when Oliver North was on trial. You do remember that, Mandrell, right?
Oh, here's the thing with this.
And what was, and watch what he's trying to do as for diminish
you said,
my voice.
So Kenny,
for me addressing the situation.
Yo, nigga, you
like this and so. Well, just real quick. So in real time, you're saying when he said ISIS, he said no, the Afghans trained them. Are you disagreeing with that?
In part,
or are you saying we train the Afghans, so that makes us complicit?
In part, some of them being that they came from many different sects, some of them we trained, and they doubled back and did that. Just as for Osama bin Laden, he was an ally of ours. And if you go back to Ali North's trial in 87, he said, "I'm not your biggest worry, Osama bin Laden is." And Mandrell, if he knows, he has to co-sign. If he doesn't, he could do the research. And I'm citing my source. We train them, and then we double back when We did something crooked and no longer needed them, and then they became our enemies.
Gotcha. Here's the thing with that, though, if I may, Angry Man, because I'll probably have to come back because I do have to jump out. But the thing with that is, a lot of that, your perspective there, and people
Real
who have
quick,
us on
I'm
trial.
pro-America.
I got it. But a lot of that comes from people who don't know what it is to fight a war, be it special operations or conventional or covert, like you do for the agency. Okay, when you tell me to go fight a war, okay, cool. What do you need done? This, that, and the other. Okay, cool. Don't tell me how to do it because you don't know how to do it. The people have us on trial, and look how many people got railroaded. Soldiers got railroaded. Those guys from Blackwater, railroaded. They were as innocent as angels.
They weren't innocent.
Totally justified. But the thing is, that whole thing with Oliver North. The whole thing with Oliver North.
They have a skill set. They're not innocent. They're in there to do that
work.
work.
That whole thing was justified. I'd have done it 10 times.
Yeah, but Mandrell, I'm not knocking.
They should have.
I'm not knocking that. You understand? These concerns, y'all military men. I'm not gonna stand up here and blow no dog whistle and say you ain't. My dad gave his life. He gave his time to his country. You understand? So I understand from the stories he told me. So when you say you are military and I offer you that respect, I'm respecting the conversation, but I'm not gonna gloss over the things that we have here. If military men said they're not getting certain things, those are to be amended.
Gotcha. Please say something. I do have to go. Angry Man, I'm going to say this and I'm going to shut the fuck up because I got to go. The whole thing with those trials, take that with a grain of salt because America does have us go over there and do things, but then our politicians throw us under the bus. Just like that weak ass pull out of Afghanistan. That nonsense, they threw a lot of people, our interpreters, and if the shit of it is, we have to go back to Afghanistan. We have no choice. It's only a matter of time. And do you think that the people we left over there who are still being hunted and killed, who helped us, you think they're going to be so eager to help us again? No, that's political. The whole thing with Oliver North was political bullshit. Just like the trial of the guys in Blackwater. Just saying, because that's a fact.
Okay, man.
I'm speaking from first-hand experiences.
I'm not disputing that.
I spent my whole military career in special operations.
I read stories of your Delta operators saying that once they put boots on the ground, they know once they had to leave that place, it was gonna go bad.
We knew. Yeah, as soon as you get over there, you knew it was gonna be bad.
All right, let's go ahead and table it. Let's table. Hey, Mandrell, good shit, man. It's good to see you, man. Be safe.
Thanks for having me. Good seeing all y'all.
Yeah. Hey, I need to talk to you too. I got this workout thing I'm trying to do. I'll inbox you.
Yeah, no problem.
I got you.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Ingman.
Yo, I just want to say the fact that we got a couple of military guys up here and this nigga's hitting us with this red fish, blue fish, two fish bullshit. Nigga, you not in the military. You was never in the military. Let the dudes that was in the military say what it was and stop challenging it. You don't know what you talking about, bro. Literally. You don't have a clue.
You was in the military?
You hitting us with that same conspiracy.
You was in the military?
You hitting us with
I'm telling you in the military?
Military dudes.
So, Angry Man, were you in the military?
I'm telling you to listen to the military dudes.
Okay, Angry Man, I was listening to them. Were you in the military?
No, you wasn't.
Okay, were you in the military?
Oh, nigga, the question is, was your
did you have a father that deleted people from this country?
That's what I asked you, nigga.
Was your pops a Green Beret?
What I asked you, nigga.
Okay, was your pops the one that you had to care for because the VA wasn't taken care of, so his son has to put parts of his paycheck to take care of his dad? Yes. Okay, your dad was an army vet that you had to take care of because the vet wasn't. So you know my story. So wait, Big Mouth, you know my story? As for how I had to take care of my dad until he died.
What does it do with Trump?
Okay, so Kai, this is one time you need to
now he trying to talk to me.
So now,
you put your foot in your mouth. So you trying to
what do you know? Okay, what do you know about what I know about the military and the after effects of taking care of a dad that gave his service? You're just a loud mouth on the net. That's all you are.
My father is a fucking military vet who does have
that's what I asked you.
Who does have you? If you shut up, you hear me.
You can yell. It don't matter.
I can yell all I want to, bitch ass nigga. If you shut the fuck
away
up,
from the conversation.
You weak ass nigga.
Y'all taking away from the conversation. I'm gonna be honest with you.
No, that niggas taken away from the
Yeah,
conversation.
you and him.
Time. It ain't you and him, Ham. Fuck that
I'm
shit. This
telling
nigga
y'all
been
the
doing this
truth.
shit the
I'm
whole
telling y'all the
conversation.
truth. I don't even understand it at this point. Y'all
Yo,
want to
this shit
box
is
the next
wild,
event? The next event in March.
This shit is wild, bro. This shit is
Why
wild.
don't y'all box it out?
This
Because
shit
this
is
shit is
wild.
ridiculous.
This shit is wild, bro.
Ridiculous.
This shit is
Man.
wild, bro.
Well,
But I think that the key is this though. That when the military man literally said he was there, I mean, I give that a whole lot of credence. I mean, just generally speaking.
And Ham, I listened. I did not trounce his testimony.
Fuck up, nigga.
You understand?
Bitch ass nigga, you lying, nigga. You ain't do none of that shit, nigga. Stop acting like your ass having civil conversations over here. Whole ass nigga.
Okay, so
You don't like it, don't give a fuck. The whole damn crowd don't like it.
all right, so
Taking over the whole mic this whole goddamn time, saying
to
nothing.
respond, okay, to respond
The
to you.
points aren't great, to be honest, Kenny. Like they're like they're belabored, right? When you rebutting, and then there's a lot of time when you're talking about the conversation as opposed to just addressing what's being said. I think that's the part that's killing it. So I think that you made a good point where you're saying when you argued the fact that who trained ISIS, right? I think that was a decent point to go back and forth about. But I just want to try to get back to what we were talking about. Now, are you saying that are you saying that your experience with your father gives you the credibility necessary to rebut the men that were in the military themselves?
No. When Fantastic tells me about his testimony as for what he went through, and Mandrell tells me about what he went through, the majority of that I was listening. But you came up here initially, which Mandrell was to give certain points and knock down my arguments, which he did not. He spoke to a personal testimony as for what I didn't understand, and he stayed within the military realm. Things that he was passionate about and spoke highly of, because I was not there. I did not know what they had to go through on the ground, politically, day to day, and so on and so forth. And that was spoken on. At that point in time, I offered no challenge. When he said the ISIS thing, that's when I gave pushback, because I know we were responsible for training a lot of these people that spun the block that we are no longer in good favor for, because they were a necessary tool at one point in time.
Okay. And now let me add. Yes, sir.
The problem with what he's doing is he's speaking propaganda. He don't know who trained who. And it's ridiculous for him. He's saying that he listened to the military guys, but he was listening, but he was then challenging what they were saying. If they're telling you what it is, that's
so
just
to respond to that, Ham, you can easily, that's Googleable too.
Yeah, bro, he can't
So
finish.
as for the
It is-
Osama bin
but
Laden,
acting like a female, bro. Shut up.
Hey, I'm gonna say this, dog.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, this is. So, Angerman, what were you saying?
What I'm saying is to challenge what the military guys who are in the military and know what it is, to challenge what they're saying is crazy, because it's not like there's some high-ranking government official that's going to get on the news to try to spin a story. No, these are the dudes that's down there at the level where they see what's going on. They know what's going on. So to sit there and say, nah, that ain't what it is, like that, he's bugging. Like, stop that, bro.
okay, in my defense, Hamp, the only thing I challenge is when you brought up that video.
When you brought up that video, let him just reply, and then you could House. Once he House, do me a favor. Once he replied, then you could jump in.
Okay, the only thing that there's two things that I challenged: the ISIS thing and the video that was put up. Being that I couldn't see it, the sites, the sources, I was willing to look it over. The rest of it was his testimony, which I stepped back. So the only 2 points that I voiced in on is the initial video that you put up and the ISIS.
Yeah, and to be fair, I put that video up. It had the sources in the back, and I didn't actually know what BRICS was, but from what I gathered, it's pretty credible in terms of due diligence.
So when you hear somebody try to get the crowd to favor that, oh, I was not listening when Mr. Fantastic or Mandrell was giving their testimony regarding what they had to deal with day in, day out in the military, that would be a false equivalent. That would be a false equivalent.
Well, here's the thing, Kenny P. I'm not trying to get
Well,
the
Angry Man,
crowd.
That's all I had to say.
let House he been waiting.
Quick,
Go ahead,
Angry
House.
Man. I think I jumped in here at like the hour 30-minute mark. We had 3 hours. I swear for God, Kenny P had about 55 to 60 minutes worth of talking time on his bitch. Then he's always hold on, and dude, you ain't really been saying nothing, bro. And it's hard to listen to you when somebody try to engage in a conversation with you and actually get something out of you. You go down a motherfucking rabbit hole of some nonsense. So, and then you must have a problem with Angry Man, bro. Because every time the nigga started talking, you started jumping in this nigga and speaking over this nigga. Don't matter who he talking to. I don't know. I think
so to respond to you, hypocrites, I have an issue when I'm calling you your name and you choose to call me as something under your shoe. And if you were listening the past hour and a half, I got called many things that does not designate my name. And if you want to have a fair conversation with me, I don't know where you from. I'm not calling nobody nothing. I'm not willing to defend with my life. So I try my best to stay out of arguments where I am calling you out of your name unless I'm ready to go there with you.
No,
so that means if you're speaking to me, hypocrite. Hold on. If I'm speaking with you, I'm gonna call you house of hypocrites. I'm not gonna call you a pussy. I ain't gonna call you bitch ass. I ain't gonna call you a hoe. If I disagree with you, I'm gonna take the liberal approach, and that's not feminine.
Liberal approach.
You want me to read the definition to you?
Bro, to be honest with you, Kenny, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit, dog. You've been dominating this whole thing for the entire time, bro. And then when somebody start talking to you, go down this feminine ass way of trying to respond to somebody. I don't give a damn about no grown ass men calling you out your name. Defend that shit yourself, nigga. I'm not no peacemaker with you on no savior shit because a nigga calling you out your name, nigga.
So, house of hypocrites, you think I need another man to defend me? You really think I need another man to defend me?
Somebody doing this, you trying to be diplomatic.
You in a man house and you walking in with
to be fair.
You in a man house and you walking in with mud on your shoes, and he asks for a certain decorum and you're unwilling to give it.
To be fair, nobody don't gotta acknowledge this. We can look at the tape later. I was talking mid-sentence. This nigga jumped up on the panel. What we not gonna do is bully the mic and all that old bullshit. That's why I've been coming at you the way I've been coming at you, big head ass nigga.
Okay, so at that point in time, Ham said Kenny next. You came in the room, he had to offer the correction that you do not come in my house the way you want to come in my house. Because
really
the next person on the mic was supposed to be Kenny.
Like a woman.
So the next person on the mic, so Ham, I can give a fuck about what you saying about it. I'm gonna come in your room and I'm gonna dictate it the way I feel. Even though you said Kenny's the next one on the mic, I'm gonna do what I feel like doing in your house.
Now you really acting like a woman.
All right.
Well, I mean, I think we just move past the individual. So, shout to the brother. Hamp did a great job. He just highlighted an important comment, right? And I'll do two things. So again, I was literally some of the first military members to be involved with the whole Russia U-country shit that's going on. Okay, literally. Okay, we were on the way back home, bro. A 6-month deployment, they turned to 7 months, and they turned our ass around and said, "Hey, you gotta stay here until you're relieved." 6 months turned to fucking 9 months, bro. Okay, I'm grown men crying, dog. Like grown men and women, mental health and everything in shambles because we did some shit that we shouldn't have been in the first place. Now, if you understand the impact that Trump had militarily, the reason why Russia didn't do anything while Trump was in, because Trump ensured Russia that, hey, we're not going to violate, we're not even going to entertain the idea of bringing Ukraine into NATO, which would be a violation of a previous treaty. And what did Biden do? He deliberately did that because the whole Russia-Trump thing has always been propaganda for the Democratic Party. All right. And then, again, like I said, Trump for 4 years, no wars. He was in the process of pulling us out of Afghanistan properly, right? And most importantly, you had peace in the Middle East for the first time ever. Israel and Middle East. I'm sorry, somebody said no. My bad.
No.
So Israel and places in the Middle East, hey, ceasefire, peace, right? So literally, Biden did not have the respect that Trump had with these other countries. People would not sit down with him. People would not want to do a lot of things that they would be willing to do for Trump. And the reason why China and Russia both did what they did is because they did not respect Biden. And it was still some leftover beef from what they had with Barack Obama, you know what I'm saying, those previous years. All right, so now I'll move to the BRICS aspect of it. BRICS was literally because Biden took over and what Biden did to Russia, okay? They stole money from Russia. Not only did they fuck up the currency, they literally like stole money from them. So everybody said, oh shit, if America gonna pull this shit, well, fuck it, we're gonna stop fucking with them and we'll do our own shit. Brazil, India, I'm sorry, Brazil, Russia, India, China, Saudi Arabia, right? I think, pretty sure, right? Yeah. And they were you were going to get off the American dollar, and that shit right there, you think inflation bad. If US dollar stops no longer reserve currency, bro, we're gonna be in some shit that you couldn't even imagine. Okay? Trump ran the country like a corporation, and if you know Kenny, you mentioned certain things, so you know what the corporation means, you're talking about the country. All right. Already people are getting in line because Trump is back here. The only bad thing about it is, you know, you can't get more than 2 terms. So in 4 years, we're going to have, I guess, the best of it, what you can possibly get. And it's really going to be 2 because it'll take them 2 years to get a foothold and get established. Then the following 2 years, things will probably running smoothly. But then we're going back through the whole thing again of whatever it may be because we don't know who's going to be the next president. Because for sure, it's not going to be Trump. So just politically, man, and I don't know why people, Trump already ran the country, okay? When Trump ran the country, there wasn't no slave catchers. There wasn't no, you know what I'm saying, all this poverty. And, you know, even despite, and just imagine if the economy had been doing bad and, you know, the lockdowns happened, we would have been in dire straits then too. But because the country's doing so good, you were able to survive to the point of what we did. Then he had to re-stimulate the, you know, the economy with money that he did from the, and Congress pushed back on that. Because remember, he asked for a certain amount of money at first, and Congress didn't give it to him because they wanted to put a whole bunch of bullshit in it for other means that they wanted. So again, man, it's just there's liberal policies ran the country to the ground in 4 years, and then that's not even to mention all of the other stuff, Hunter Biden, and you know, them pretty much having evidence that Joe Biden was doing things he should have been doing as the vice president, and even in the process for running for office with a country that he ended up going to war with.
Your mic kind of it was good though. It got that little crackling sound. It's fantastic. The 20 ball says the fact women see a man walking away from a child as a bum, but deleting the kid is as a right is liberation of evil. Hakeem with the 10 says, Callie, I have a question. How does a loving wife and mother like you justify that mindset? No, I'm not trying to come at you disrespectfully. I just want to understand your stance better. You want to answer this?
It's science. The reason why there's a heartbeat is it's an automatic function that happens in that portion of the brain that's already developed. And also, it's not viable.
Devin with the $2 says, y'all just easy bake ovens. Ali with the 20 ball says, Angry Man and Gunny right on this point. You let women do what they want with their bodies. They either trap a man with a baby or use deleting a baby for birth control instead of accountability and marrying before they carry.
Brother.
Stan with the $2 says, Happy Veterans Day. Salute, Stan. Hope all is well. Stan, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Aaron with the $5 says, Kenny voted Kamala because he don't like Trump. That sounds feminine to me. And one with the $2 says, the answer to the stream title is yes. Salute, and one salute, my G. CJ with the $2 says, Kenny, you arguing from emotions. Minaj with the $5 says, I'm sick of y'all. 99% of grape victims have the baby. Any disputing of that fetus that isn't natural is an abomination. I don't know what you mean. AB abomination. Y'all on some bullshit. Folks just talking. Dat with the $2 says, Kenny always word salading us and derailing the combo. Mike Brown with the $10 says, spontaneous abortion. An interruption of pregnancy for some reason other than human choice, i.e. miscarriage or stillbirth. Spontaneous abortion, less than 20 weeks gestation, North Carolina. Aaron with the $2 says, liberals vote like it's for the prom, not policies. Nas, what up, Nas? But the 20 ball says, liberal rights has an individual focus and broad appeal. Liberalism is easier to market universally than complex cultural systems that requires a level of depth for just anyone to participate in or exploit. P. Keezy with the 2000 AM be bugging and correct at the same damn time. CJ with the $2 says, Kenny, what the fuck you talking about, bro? Li with the 20 ball says, I watched all of President Trump interviews and Kamala when she finally did one, and Kenny B studied at Kamala University. All A's, front row bullshit degree. Salute panel because bro babble on a whole new level.
Brother.
HQ with the $5 says, you need a more balanced panel that actually knows policy and not run by their feelings. Now drop the link. P. Keezy with the $5 says, Kenny, you were supposed to say 1, climate legislation, 2, Voting Rights Act, 3, court nominees, 4, gun control, 5, child tax credit. Damn it, man. My bad. Viz Wiley was popping with the $5 says, Kenny named 10 things he don't agree with, but still voted for her. That with the $2 says, can someone shut Kenny up? Well, with the $10 says, at Kenny, if she taxes unrealized gains, she will force high net worth individuals to liquidate shares, which would impact your investments. Okay, let me if you want to respond.
I said I was against that.
Yeah. HQ with the $2 says, do you understand why Hamas stopped? HQ with the $5 says, people on the panel who don't know policy discussing policy. Make it make sense. Ali with the $5 says, black men still fight over which slave master to follow. Hakeem with the $10 says, Kenny, you talking out of term when it comes to the military. I have too many people I'll never see again because of the bullshit under Obama and Biden. HQ with the $2 says, off topic, y'all killing me. There he is. Salute. Oh shit.
Shit like that.
Damn, this for when you turn the bounties on to speak uninterrupted. No doubt. HQ with the $2 says, Kenny asked for help. Ali, get in there.
Please.
Aaron with the $2 says, why did y'all bring? No, they not beefing. They all right. Salute the T.O. been a member for 11 months. Ali with the 20 ball says, AM and Kenny, just have the conversation start over. By the way, you don't have to be in the military to talk about the military. The military fights for our rights to talk about the military. It's freedom of speech, aka America. Jonathan with the $5 says, Kenny acts just because he speaks softly as if he's not being passive aggressive. John with the 20 ball. 20 to bump Izzy. Nothing personal. Just need a minute. I don't see you, John. Vet Life was popping. Vet Life with the 20 ball says, Kenny P, do you need to do research instead of having diarrhea of the mouth? U.S. trained Al Qaeda, not ISIS, Kenny. Do some research. Exclamation point.
So he would want to know
why you asked to assist the Saudis against Russia and Afghanistan. Go ahead. What were you saying to this?
Okay. You want to do the research and find that all Al Qaedas didn't just stay there. Some of them conformed to ISIS. They found a group to sector to get to, and then they fought us.
Aaron with the $5 says, to be fair, AM ain't say nothing to Kenny. He came in talking about you ain't gonna hog the mic today. So technically, AM has all rights to talk crazy. Nas with the $10 says, conservatives, quote unquote, said, are just as culpable as libs for making men weak. They have a passive aggressive tolerance of the shit they complain about for the sake of money and moral high ground. HQ with the $5 says, again, Mr. Fantastic on a panel spitting propaganda. People, please read.
HQ. The fact that you don't even know, the fact that you think a state can prosecute a president, you just need to stop talking. Like,
and what propaganda was she saying that I said? I didn't say everything I said is factual. Because literally, I talked about bricks, and I talked about my fucking personal experience firsthand, being the first motherfucking people to be dealing with the war with Russia and the U country. What the fuck are you talking about, HQ?
Another thing is, AM mentioned policies. We ain't discussed policies. I don't know. Whoever that is tripping. Y'all talking about policies. We weren't arguing fucking policies. He just said mention some.
Because anything that goes contrary to what they've been trained to believe makes them go freaking crazy. Like, just the fact that she was arguing with me the other day, really, I shouldn't even had the argument the other day, because y'all are arguing about states prosecuting a president. Y'all don't even understand that's unconstitutional. A state cannot prosecute a president. Y'all don't even know that shit.
Yeah.
It's called supremacy. It's called the supremacy clause. Look it up.
Let me do this real quick.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute. Whoa, my money here. Get the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out of here. Put him in the bedroom.
Niggas want me dead. So still, put prices on my head. The cock my shit and I pop my
So the one question that I had that we didn't really, Izzy was popping, that we didn't really broach. I want to get y'all. This may be more opinion based. Maybe. Well, maybe. Is the middle question, or excuse me, the middle one that I asked. What about the people of the Abrahamic faith specifically, right? And the reason why I'm using those two is because the majority of us are Christian or Muslim, right? Is them voting for the liberal policies, right? Like even Kenny pushed back on a decent amount of them in terms of like transgenderism and things of that nature. But I was looking at that and I was just wondering, does that contradict their faith, voting for those policies? Or can people actually compartmentalize and separate the two? So I spoke, Aaron spoke on it, Callie spoke on it. Anybody else? What y'all think?
I got something about that, Hamp. I think you can't. I have a kind of a anecdote kind of thing. My grandmother, very inside the church, right? Very inside the church, and she was very with Kamala Harris at a point. Just being off the rap of they're saying she's going to be the first black woman and everything like that. But until I sat down with her and talked to her about the things that she believed in, and I asked her, like, how would you vote for someone that kind of contradicts of what you believe in, and she was like, that's right. Like, she really had to step away from it. And then actually she didn't vote either for Trump or Kamala. She ended up doing a third party because she says, I couldn't vote, sway her on Trump as much, but to the point of she understood that the point of it went her against her religious values, especially how the Democratic is pushing on them things like that. She couldn't do it. So I mean, I think the older version of people probably could hold up, but in the younger, as myself, my age or younger, they don't hold a religion as strong as we can. You even know the church, the black people not even in church as we used to be. I mean, we are supposed to be, but we're not in the church as we used to be as that.
No, we ain't supposed to be in no church, brother, but they got first husband, brother. Y'all be not in the church. So we know what the church is supposed to be.
Well,
so it's not
the church is wrong. The church,
today's exactly.
Church is wrong. I give you that.
Yeah, that's why black men have left it. To T. Gates and brother fuckers in the pulpit. But
I
just
give you
real
that
quick.
for sure.
So yeah. So not only that, the crazy thing to me is, and I said this the other night, and people said I was just, that's not a good argument. How are mothers of live children? How are you literally being hypocritical in your own personal life decisions and fighting for something you clearly do not believe in? That's my thing. Like you said, the religious aspect of it is a huge part of it, but hey, principles and things and so on and so forth. You may have other things that you can say, okay, this is bad, but it's not as bad as that. But how can mothers of children fight so fucking hard, bro, for a woman's right to get a baby up out of it? It just don't make sense. Especially like I said, when we keep running away from the fact of it's not about the most baby deletions are out of convenience. Whenever y'all bring up all these things, man, they're less
This
than
religion
1%
aspect.
situation. Huh?
So are you going away from the religious aspect?
Well, no, the religious aspect of it too, and I think you didn't you pull up the scripture when we had the conversation? Do not give your children to Molech and Baal. You mentioned that scripture, didn't you?
Before,
Yeah.
not today. Yeah.
Oh my bad. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So how can you be Christian and I love Jesus and the Lord and all this other stuff and blah blah blah? God knows my heart. But again, one of her main three pillars of which was a lie was, baby deletion.
I'm gonna say this too.
Go ahead.
Oh no, you was gonna respond to him.
No, go ahead. I was done.
I think it is in contradiction of the faith, because I think about this, man. We can't even define or give an explanation on how we even get here, right? So I think a child is the closest thing to God. It's like one of the purest thing that is put here. You feel me? How can you, as a motherfucking mother, you feel me, claim that hey, you have this utmost respect, or you trying to live as righteous as possible by, you know what I'm saying, being within your faith in your religion? How can you support a party and actually go cast a party that represents such demonic shit? Like I can't even fathom just you know what I'm saying, like getting rid of my child or backing off. Even I've been online talking shit, but that ain't how I really feel. I'm just kicking shit. How I really feel is, man, that's like one of the most evil things that you can do, and I don't think it backs. I don't think it's in favor of somebody's religion. Let's just say that.
Okay.
It's not. It's not. I don't think it's not in favor of any religion to get rid of your goddamn child.
I mean, just in terms of the question, was it 73% of black men voted for Vice President Kamala as well?
Do we really call them men though?
No.
Huh?
Yeah. On that note, is there? I feel like there's a jump actually for a black man, because if you look at even last election, it was less than that. So I feel like there are more black men opening up to understanding the wrongs of the understanding what's going on. And I almost would say the Black Manosphere kind of probably helping that a little bit out too.
Are you making a case for 27%?
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
It jumped from right at 20 to 27 in a year in the next election cycle.
Well, it was 4%. It was 4% other. So I think the increase was 2% in terms of Republican voting.
Well, no, that's what we're saying, and I'm not, and I think that's what we're starting to understand. Like Keith said, it's not about necessarily being. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a conservative. I'm just not going to be a fucking Democrat. I know the dangers and the detriment that the Democratic Party has done to the black community, black men especially. And I don't give a fuck who. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is that because they tapped into their faith?
No, it's not. What do you mean? The reason. Well, no.
I would almost argue that a little bit, that too. Hamp, to be honest with you, a little bit, because even myself, I'm gonna be honest with myself. I lost my way in the church due to what Fantastic was talking about, how the church is a little bit turned left. So I lost my little faith, but by the things that the Democratic Party is doing, that in me, something saying, man, you can't just as much as you walk away probably from the church, God is in you, and the God you won't support the things that they're doing. And overall, especially with the trans, it's going over to the extreme that it's forgetting man. It's forgetting man at all. It's going. I don't know where God is in the Democratic Party, and it's taken away from man. I feel like it's just going from woman and fetus. Because it's not even child no more. They consider it as a fetus. You feel me?
Key, the reason why you and so many other black men stepped away from the church is because of your faith. Because if the church is on the wrong path and doing things that they shouldn't be doing, as a man of faith, you're not supposed to be part of that. You're supposed to get away from that. You feel what I'm saying? And that's part of the reason why you're starting to see a lot of these black men stepping away from that goofiness, because it is demonic. Don't nobody want to sit here and say it. Don't nobody want to call it out, but that's what it is. And the only reason you see it this prominent now is because we had to step away from the church. Because in the 90s, when most of us went to church and all of that, a candidate like Kamala Harris wouldn't have had a shot in hell. There would have never been this many people voting for her. But the fact that you see this many, it doesn't surprise me that this number, 90-some% of black women voted for her. Black women since the 60s have fell for every booby trap, every freaking goofy thing that they've ever laid out for them. They fell in the middle of it. Face forward. You feel me? Feminism, welfare, and most certainly abortion. Because they don't give a damn about the overall group. They just care about doing what the hell they feel like doing. They don't care about nothing else. You feel what I'm saying? And that's why the Bible talks about wicked women being Satan's tool. You feel what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Because it's like you're not gonna sit here and tell me with my background and my upbringing that you should have a right to delete your baby. Get the fuck out my face with that stupid ass shit. And that ain't got nothing to do with your reproductive health. That ain't got shit to do with that. Right now as we speak, most doctors still don't even understand the female womb. And the way they actually go about that procedure is extremely archaic. You may as well be doing a procedure in the caveman times with that BS, the way they go about doing it, because you still don't even understand. We don't even understand the psychological ramifications of women going through that procedure. We don't even fully understand that. But they running around here doing it. And you even got doctors that are coming out now saying, yo, out of all of the procedures that I've done, maybe one or two people was a sexual assault. One or two people was in a situation where, having that baby could have risked the mother's life. He said the vast majority of those procedures were healthy women with healthy babies.
Convenience.
Is birth control. Like that's the lie. But you know what? I'm glad Trump got elected, because him getting elected has forced all of them to start screaming, he's gonna take my right to be a hoe. So now everybody's having a conversation. Now you got women jumping up there on social media saying, yo, y'all are bugging out. Like real talk.
Yeah. A lot of black women can actually carry out a 4B movement. Get the fuck out of here. Stop it.
Right.
Y'all ain't gonna never stop fucking.
That sounds crazy.
Y'all ain't gonna never stop fucking.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Peace to the panel. Callie, I got a question.
Jesus Christ.
Your religious
I'm
views,
sorry.
Oh, you good? Your religious views, do they shape how you want to see the world, or are they just a personal thing that you and God got going on? Meaning, the way you view your religion, is this how you would like, is this the utopia you would like to see the world in, or is this just kind of, this is what I do, y'all do what y'all do, and I'll fall back with whatever y'all do?
Yeah, I would like a utopia, sure.
Okay, so question. You want a utopia, your religious views fuel the utopia you want to see, but you won't vote for that utopia. Is that my understanding? Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I wanted to ask.
I was gonna say,
I really came up here for that, because because it really didn't make sense in my mind. Like, if you have a religious view, you should want to see that religious view kind of exercised within the world, but you won't vote for that religious view to be exercised in the world.
You got to think
Correct.
about this too. You got to think about this, man. I think I had researched it. I can't remember. Most of the women that's getting these, these abortions, it's a woman that it's like they account for double. So it'd be one woman to go in there and they averaging like 2 abortions, right? So women are advocating for them to have these quote unquote reproductive rights, but a lot of these women haven't even considered getting a goddamn abortion. I think it's hypocritical as fuck. You got how many women you think you got in America? Probably like 170 million. But if women were actually, and you probably have about, let's just say 80 million of age that can actually, you know what I'm saying, consent to, I guess, sex and have children and shit like that. That's going too far out. Out of all the women that's actually having sex and having kids, there's not that many that's actually going out there to get abortions, but they advocating for it as a right for women. So who pushing that shit when most women not even gonna go get one?
Yeah, feminist agenda, bro. Same thing with the LGBT situation. It's an extremist, and that's what we talk about. Liberal today is not the liberal of yesterday. It's liberal extremism. There's no fucking moderate left. There's no right left. It's all far left. Okay, and this is why you have your Tulsi Gabbards and your JFK, not JFK, excuse me, Robert RFK saying they done with the party. You cannot, and again, that's crazy. Like him, great point. What's the girl name? Omar, something Omar. You got a Muslim woman. You know what I'm saying? That wears a hijab to fucking Congress, and she's out here advocating for women's rights.
Bro, she don't count. She humping her brother. Her husband is her brother. Cause her husband is her brother.
Yeah,
she don't count.
Yeah, but she. Oh, go ahead, Callie.
I was just trying to say it's an attempt to keep the Republicans at bay within the states. That's why they want to keep Roe v. Wade in place and or create a bill to protect the status quo that's been the status quo for, however many years, 50, 70 years, what have you. So the thing is that once the individual states do what they do, they typically start taking other steps, like banning Plan B, because if you assign if you assign a fertilized egg to personhood, and then you say that before the thing even attaches to your into your uterine wall and everything like that, essentially Plan B or the abortion pill will be considered banned, right? So
it's 2 different things. So people complain 2 different things. Plan B is not a quote unquote abortion pill. It's actually an abortion pill. That's where once a woman has a child, she can take this pill and now she would have, whatever. Plan B is not that. That's why people were out here again proposing propaganda when they was talking about that and talking about Plan B is not an abortion pill. It is a pregnancy, because that's why you have a 72-hour situation, and it's not the same thing as a abortion pill where you can actually take a pill that a woman knows she's pregnant and it can get rid of a baby. A Plan B cannot get rid of a child. They even tells you that once the child has already started the process, became a fetus.
So let me ask you, does Plan B prevent the sperm from fertilizing the egg, or does it prevent a fertilized egg from attaching to your uterine wall?
I think it doesn't allow the egg to attach to the wall in the beginning.
Hence the problem. Right. Once you have a fertilized egg, it's assigned personhood.
Yo, can I ask a question? Wait.
Yes, that's what the whole personhood shit is that life begins at consent.
Let me just ask, right? Because I'm trying to understand this. And Callie, I love you to death, but I need to understand. What point did we get to when you black women started talking like liberal white women? When did that happen? Like, once you attach it to personhood. Yo, y'all sound like liberal white women. When are y'all gonna stop following them?
The basis of the law, of the restrictions that are in place in these states is personhood. They're assigning personhood to fertilized eggs. That was the whole problem in Alabama with the IVF and why they had to write an amendment to protect IVF because those are frozen fertilized eggs.
Hey, I get that. But what I'm trying to say to you is that type of legislation, that type of language in that law, that is liberal white woman shit. That's that's
conservative shit because of the conservatives were the ones that passed the law.
Yo, y'all
but that only came because they were deleting churn.
Y'all gotta understand something. Not everybody that say they conservative is actually conservative. And not everybody that say they liberal is actually liberal. Y'all gotta stop that.
Well, the Republicans were the ones that passed the law, and the basis of the law is assigning personhood to fertilized eggs.
And that's exactly
Where's
why
that in the law?
a reframing, and that's exactly if what you're saying right now is true, that's why you see a reframing of the Republican Party. Because all of that.
Well, whatever, it worked. A fertilized egg is a person. It worked. You guys got what you wanted based off of that same shit.
I'm not talking about that.
But wasn't it always a person?
No.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to.
But it is though.
About like.
Oh my gosh.
That's
a fertilized egg is a person.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
That's how they got the laws passed after Roe v. Wade was overturned.
But
you just use your brain without even.
You get what I'm saying though, right? Like how they try to put semantics in legal language.
That's exactly what it is.
It's based off of being a person. That's what they're basing it off of. That's what's being protected is somebody's personhood.
They started sounding like liberal women. When they
those conservative men started sounding like white liberal women.
No, I'm just saying, Callie, you arguing that, but I think earlier you was trying to say, when do we define it to be a person? But now you arguing the fact that the conservatives have passed these laws to get Roe v. Wade passed, and they I guess acknowledge that a fertilized egg is personhood. So what are you arguing?
I'm arguing the fact that that's what they based the laws off of and how they got them passed. That was the legalese that was used.
Laws, though? May I ask, when we say this, what laws are we talking about? Because
the abortion laws from the states.
What state are you talking about? Because every state has their different things. Because like I said, even Minnesota, they're allowed to have a baby up to after birth. So when you say these things, you have to say because now in the Roe v. Wade first Wade, they actually had certain trimesters of where you couldn't do it. But now you have all free range to do it per state.
Oh, she said Alabama. Okay,
but listen,
I don't get it though because I don't understand Roe v. Wade because it's women still out here able to get goddamn abortions.
Yeah, so
let's just follow the logic to this. How did you get here? Your dad stuck his penis in a vajayjay, fertilized the egg, and out came each and every last one of us. So birth has always started from the time the sperm met the egg, said what's up, and they went home and got it on. The same way we do. So we didn't need a fucking law to tell us that. Like any person with
the law is not telling you that. The law is based off.
Listen, what I'm saying to you.
I hear what you're saying, and it's nonsensical.
You need a red light to tell you to stop it. So you need people to be.
What you're saying is nonsensical. What you're saying is nonsensical. Just because you don't understand the legalese that they have to use in order to pass certain laws, that's not my problem.
I went to school for paralegal.
So therefore, if you got that, I'm having a hard time how you're unable to distinct between me arguing something and the state using a basis for passing a law.
Well, y'all do realize when y'all get into the legalese of the whole abortion issue, you do realize you make a case against reparations for Black people, right? You do realize that, right? Because when you start talking about, well, the technically the legalese and because of this and because of that, back then it was legal for you to be a slave. It was legal. That's why when y'all be saying, oh, but this law and that law, laws change all the time. That's why to put something that is scientific and something that is scientific, something that has to do with life, and then make a law around that in that way, it's not only ridiculous, it's perverse. Like, to try to determine when life starts based on a law is ridiculous.
It is. That's what he was saying.
Go talk.
That's exactly
your
what my
conservative
point was.
counterparts.
Hey,
then go talk to them.
Talking about that's
Go
in Alabama.
talk to them. They the ones that passing these heartbeat laws and shit like that. Go talk to them.
Now,
No, Republicans, we only asking for heartbeat laws because girls are choosing this shit as.
So let me ask a question real quick. What was the contention with the what she was saying they used? Because essentially it was like the spark, right? As soon as they have the spark, it's considered a person, right?
Well, no, the problem,
yes,
the problem with the argument is this, like, and I think this is what it is. You correct me if I'm wrong, Callie. Callie is saying that on the Republican conservative side, they use certain language to where the fertilized egg is considered personhood, right, Callie?
Yeah.
So, the argument that I'm making is I think she feels like I'm making an argument against the side that I'm on. But what I'm trying to say is that to me, it's ridiculous to put certain language in a law dealing around the conception of a child, because to me it's being used for the purposes of, well, it should be at this month when you can do it, or no, you can't do it at this month. And it, to me, it's ridiculous. It's like it's like trying your best to justify doing something that's a heinous act, in my opinion. You feel me?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Which is why they have to use this just jargon and this legal rhetoric just to make it so you get pregnant, you had a baby, right? Essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, because we can't, and that goes back to my other argument that I raised the other day. We can't use there's no legal jargon for me to escape the responsibility of taking care of said child. So I can't sit here and say, well, technically because she, technically because I hit it doggy style, I shouldn't have to take care of the kid. I can only take care of the kid if it was missionary or some goofy shit like that. You feel what I'm saying?
I pulled out. I swear I
Well,
pulled out.
well, actually, the legalese around the personhood thing is that back child support at time of conception. Once you are proved the father of said child.
A-State did that dumbass shit, and I hope they go against that.
Kentucky.
Bro,
men
ain't got no rights, bro.
So which one is it? Is it a person or not?
Hold on. What you say? I believe
once
it's
you
a
have a
person,
heartbeat,
but do I believe that I should pay for something that we don't even know if it's mine or not, and it's not born yet? That makes no sense.
That's why it's called back. That's why it's called back child support.
Why is it back child support?
They can get retroactive.
It came out and had no reason for payments yet.
But she still had medical bills.
Yeah. What it's saying is this though: if it's a child and it's proven to be yours, you would owe arrears because she still had to feed and carry that motherfucker until it was born.
All right. So, quick question, right?
So she couldn't feed herself. So that's when we start going a little bit outraged and stuff.
I'm just telling you what the thought process.
That was that legalese that's used.
Let me say something. Callie and Pip J was nodding their head. No. You don't
tried it.
You don't get to advocate for deleting that little motherfucker and then nod your head when we talk about paying for that little motherfucker.
Oh, we didn't come up with that. I'm sorry, we didn't come up with that. That was those conservative males.
But so
excuse me. Hello. We did not come up with that. Women did not say, "Oh, well, we want child support for that." That's not what happened, sir.
That is more now on the future ballots. Oh, go ahead. So Jay, you haven't said nothing all day.
Go ahead, Jay.
I think I made it
and
very
then we'll get
clear.
John Henry after.
I made it very clear in the beginning. Neither side is correct. I made that clear when I first started talking. I'm not for abortion, and I'm not for men walking away from a child that they contributed to its creation.
No.
Both sides is wrong.
Are you okay with child
Well,
support?
I wasn't here for that, so my bad. I actually agree with that.
I was
you
gonna
okay
say
with child
this
support?
too. I was gonna say this to put
Agree with
all
her
this shit
too.
in perspective too. Think
So
about this,
the
bro.
reason why
It is-
I was
it
shaking
is-
my head actually is it's sad that we have a man who basically said that there's a problem with a woman after doing everything you requested her to do, requesting child support from you. She proved the child was yours. She did everything you requested, but you still don't want to pay.
Hold on.
You still don't want to pay.
Hold on.
I don't
got
get
something to say
that.
to that.
Is that particular
Hold on.
woman? Hold on. Does that
That's a
particular woman
valid
believe in
point.
abortion?
Like,
Because if she
No.
believed
like,
in
what are we
abortion,
doing?
No,
then
At
she
that
should
point,
have
you
no.
stand on nothing.
No, hold on. One second. When we say child support, first of all, no man, I feel like no man should have to do child support if you are actually taking care of your child. So let's get that first of all. That's where I stand out because I don't think when I'm thinking of my seed is in my son's mother, I'm helping to do that thing. That means I'm helping her on her clothing because if you think about it, a mother actually is off work for a good amount of the time.
Wait,
So if she's
well,
not
hang on,
bringing
hang
in
on.
income,
If you're there and you're taking care of the child, why would she put you on child support?
They
that's what
have
I'm
done
asking.
it.
So why?
There
So
are
why is that
Come
wrong?
on now.
That's what I'm asking. Why is that
there-
wrong? That's what I'm pushing for.
Hold
There
on,
are
wait.
instances where if the mother isn't able to take care of herself fully, if she applies for any type of social welfare, they will put you on child support for her to get the money back from them taking care of her and your child.
Yeah,
Why would
but
she
they
only
also,
work here?
also,
Hold on. No.
wait a
Yeah,
second.
yeah.
No,
Yes,
no.
yes,
First
yes,
of all,
yes,
first
yes.
of all,
Wait a
first of all,
second. Wait a
excuse
second.
me.
Wait a
Hold on. Can we stop this nonsense? First of all, when you go
These
on
are
It's
maternity
absolutely
leave,
true.
that has nothing to
Check
do.
out
When you go,
check out the
when you go on
laws in
maternity
Georgia.
leave,
It's true.
first
Okay,
of all, I live in California, so first of all, maternity leave is a given right to the mother.
It's a
It is
different
not.
argument,
Okay,
but you're
wait.
not addressing what they just said.
Wait.
So, what they're saying is that if they are
They're saying if she gets like let's say Section
Food
8
stamps.
WIC, things of that
Food
nature,
stamps.
food
Yeah.
stamps, then what
Even
happens is
Medicaid.
that's not
they'll
true
ask
though.
they'll
That
ask,
is
well,
true.
no, so they'll ask that the dad pay a percentage of it.
You know, all due respect to him, my son mother had WIC. I was there.
Sorry,
It doesn't include WIC. It doesn't.
I mentioned WIC. I was wrong in saying WIC.
Okay.
It's more
Okay.
like actual
Okay.
federal aid, like Medicaid as an example, food stamps. That was my fault.
So then we're talking about the low percentage of people that don't have a job and things in that nature, correct?
Huh? No.
We're talking about people that don't
If
have
she,
a job.
if she,
because
if
when you
she's
have it,
is, if
You
her
gotta think
income
about it.
isn't
when you have a job, your
Well,
benefit
Key,
to
just
the
slow
job-
down because you asked the question, right?
Okay,
So your
my bad.
question was, does it include people have jobs? Yes, right? So depending on how many children you have, what you can afford goes up or down based on how much money you make. So you can qualify for food stamps. A lot of times people come home from prison, men, and qualify for food stamps because they don't have a job or a way to get money at that certain time. So
That
yeah,
has
it's more
no
tied
job.
to that though.
Can I speak on this because I actually have experience in it?
Support, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the women are partially right. You're partially right. It depends on what state you live in,
Okay.
and it depends on what type of assistance you get. Because there are some states where the mother can get food stamps, they're not going to bother the father. But if she gets, the one thing that they will definitely go after the father for is if they're giving her any type of like cash money. So like if she gets a TANF check, they're gonna go and the father's gonna have to pay that back, right?
Mhm,
I think some states they can only get that for a year, and then it converts over into child support. But you're gonna have to pay back that year that they got that money, and then you pay whatever child support or whatever. So you end up with arrears or whatever. Some states, if it's food stamps, they will go after the father. But there's certain stuff like there's states where you could have food stamps, like in VA. A chick could get food stamps and WIC. They're not going after the father. But if she get TANF check, they going after his ass. You feel what I'm saying? But the other issue is y'all don't realize there are dudes out here that take care of their children even though they don't live in the house and they're on child support. In other words, they get money taken out of their check for child support that the mother uses for whatever, and they still buy their kids sneakers. They still buy their kids clothes. They still spending, like when the mom hit them up, yeah, I need money for the prom. They're gonna send the money for that. So they're paying both ways. So that happens too. You feel what I'm
Most men
saying?
take care of their kids.
I believe there should be reform.
Most men
but
take care of their kids. And if a nigga find out the kid ain't his and he been supporting it, that woman needs to reimburse his ass. The thing about it is so crazy that it is unconstitutional for you not to financially take care of your children. But it's somehow been constitutional that you can abort them motherfuckers. So they need some reform. They need some reform on. If you a woman and you believe in abortion, and I know you believe in abortion, but you mad I ain't taking care of my kids, bitch. You got
I don't
believe
believe
this equal rights for equal lives.
I don't believe in abortion. But if we look at the family structure, if you have a single mother, y'all don't usually agree with another man taking care of another man's baby. You don't think she can do a good enough job on her own. The adoption system is shit. Most kids that end up in the adoption system don't even get picked. So I don't agree with abortion, but what other option is there? If you don't want to be involved, you want her to take care of the child on her own. You think single mothers can't do a good job? What the fuck is she supposed to do?
I tell you what she's supposed to do. You know what she's supposed to do.
Like what?
You know what? Hold on. I'll tell you what's supposed to do. I'll tell you what's
If
supposed to do.
if abortion disappeared today or tomorrow,
Hold on.
if abortion disappeared today or tomorrow, you think these men are going to start marrying these women in droves? No.
I can tell you what's supposed to happen.
They're just going to keep fucking. Like, I don't know what y'all think abortion is going to do. Getting rid of it.
Here's the issue. Here's the issue, though. Here's the issue. The same exact system that is socializing men to not want to get married is the same exact system that is socializing women to be sexually promiscuous and engage in all of this goofy shit. If you really want to solve this problem, you have to get back to traditionalism, point blank, period. If you really want to solve this problem, you have to get back to a society that is teaching children the importance of growing up, getting married, and having a family. That's the only way you're going to fix it. You can't have a sexually free society and not expect to have these problems. That's where that comes from. This whole idea of we can just all screw and it don't matter who we screwing and it don't matter what we do. That's the problem.
You mean like the same ones who
that's on both ends of the spectrum, male and female.
Right.
I just said that.
I'm not saying I disagree with you. I didn't say I disagree. I'm saying that
crazy.
I agree. That was it.
I didn't know because Callie was getting ready to go there. She was trying to go from the angle of I'm just saying women. I'm not just talking about women. I'm talking about women and men. Like until we get back to traditionalism or decency, until we get back to that, to where the family is important, it's gonna keep being like this.
Do you think the first point of action is getting rid of abortion though? When the family structure?
Hell yeah.
I think the first part. No, let me answer that.
Before y'all say hell yeah, think about it for a second. If men and women don't believe in marriage in droves, black people, if we're not getting married, we're all just fucking, do you think getting rid of abortion is going to solve that first?
Yes.
I was trying to answer the question.
Women to stop being thought bots.
Who do you want to answer, Jalen?
I don't agree
with
that.
You and Angry Man was having a back and forth.
I don't think that getting rid of abortion is going to be the solution to that. I don't think that. What I think is it boils down to the mentality of the people. It boils down to our culture. It boils down to the type of music that we're cool with having. It boils down to the type of TV shows we're cool with watching. The way we raise our children in our households. That's the only thing that's gonna fix it. We have to completely do a 180 in our culture, and that ain't got shit to do with who got voted for president. That don't got nothing to do with the local elections. That don't got nothing to do with nothing except black people getting back to giving a damn about black people. That's what's got to happen.
I can
Okay, I
agree.
want y'all to watch this. When the conversation simmered down, they spun the block and they agreed on 3 major points that I made when I came up here to defend myself.
What's the 3 points?
Okay, getting back to traditionalism, what Angry Man stated. That's one of the biggest things I push, the hierarchy. There's God, there's man, there's woman, there's child. There has to be public decency with the women now because there's a subsect of them that are unruly, which is the minority. And that's what I've been pushing since I came on Ham's panel. You watch House of Hypocrites say that there has to be some kind of reform. When asked by Ham, did I agree on Roe versus Wade and taking away women's rights and abortions as such? I gave what I disagreed with. And I said there had to be an amendment. Isn't that reform?
But in all fairness, you said that you were a liberal, and liberalism is not traditionalism. So
okay.
if you say, and that goes back to what I was saying to Callie, everybody that say they're this doesn't necessarily mean they're that.
Angry Man, I defined what type of liberal I was by the definition.
Yeah, this nigga's funny as hell, yo.
What the hell is that?
Yo, this shit funny as hell, yo.
Hey, yo, Ham, go ahead and bring Kenny back, man. I got him covered, remember.
Just say that, though.
I like you. I want you.
Yeah.
That was best.
Never mind.
So
keeps the conversation exciting.
When it simmered down and the room got quiet, Jay made solid points and they chose to okay, they had nowhere to go when she said, okay, what are women supposed to do? Because now you're excluding men for the responsibility of laying down with these women, even though these women need to make better choices, use better contraception. But once the deed is done, right, you prefer mass production of babies that no one's going to take care of. And the government now has the financial responsibility, if things are the way they are, to make sure these babies are fed and kept if the fathers are no longer there. We have a trend of a lot of pookies and rares and fathers that don't want to do the deed, but not be the one to stand up ones and be the fathers. So now that directly affects the taxpayers, which are the people up on this panel. So now, if you let them run rampant and just breed at will, even though women are making bad decisions, those men are also making bad decisions. The outcome is now a liability that we have to eat the cost of. Is that wrong to say?
But Kenny P, you're arguing an outdated talking point.
How is that outdated?
Because number one, our birth rate is in the crapper. Okay, we don't have, as black people, our birth rate is down. The only birth rates are down across the board. The only birth rate up right now is the Latino community, right? So that's number one. Number two, the deadbeat dad argument amongst black men, that's a null and void argument. Black men are not deadbeats. Like 8% of black men are deadbeats.
Okay, so may I respond to that? What you just said right there. Now,
can y'all Kenny? Before you respond, can y'all clarify what is character qualified as a deadbeat?
It's a dude that does not take care of a child financially, and he's not in that child's life as far as spending time with that child and engaging with that child.
So it's not. Is it subjective? Kind of, or I guess no, because the money aspect, right?
Well, no, they did a study, like the CDC did a study, and what they did is they put it in categories. They put like how many fathers were, how many fathers were,
So they did it. They already did. All right, cool. All right, go ahead, Kenny. My fault.
Now to add to that, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
as soon as Kenny done, John, you could. Okay, you gonna. All right.
No, I can see.
Okay.
I was going to say, to add on to what Angry Man was saying, there was also clarification to that. So even if the father was not in the home, he was not considered a deadbeat. He lived in a different house, but he was still a father. So therefore, we need to clarify, just in case anyone mistakes deadbeat, meaning that the father did not live at home. They clarified that the father is still active, just not in the home. So
I got you.
That the guy lived by
So
himself.
that would fall. So John, fair enough. That will fall into co-parenting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, it basically the study that they did, it basically showed that out of all of the racial groups, black men were actually leading when it came to co-parenting, or if they were in the house regardless. You know what I'm saying? So that myth is kind of gone. You feel me?
Kenny, so here's the stat, right? This was the breakdown of the stat. I think I'm recalling it. I might be a little bit off in percentage points, but essentially 70% of our kids are born out of wedlock, right? Out of that 70%, 47% have involved fathers, right?
Something like that.
But when they
And I
say
think that's where you
involved
get the
fathers,
disparity. No, I'm thinking of something different. I'm thinking of something different.
When they say involved fathers, is that 47% their biological father, or is that does stepfathers
biological
count too? You know what I'm saying? Does stepfathers count too? Because they don't.
This was blood, I believe.
Okay,
I think it's biological.
Yeah.
And you can amp up that percentage if you start adding stepfathers in the home. You can amp that bitch up. It's rare that black women going without a nigga in the house.
So it's not. So here's another thing that most people don't realize, right? Because there's
How did we get on deadbeats though?
There's the
I don't know how we get back to abortion.
See, Callie always throwing shit in the mix. So there's a discrepancy where we always think, okay, part of the reason that children grow up to be delinquent or whatever, blah blah blah, is because there's not a father in the house, and that may contribute to it a little bit. But you know what they starting to find out? They starting to find out that a child is determined to be, like, whether a child is going to be successful or not is usually dependent upon the mother's state of mind. So if a child has a mother that is happy, content, and all that, they tend to do better than children who have mothers that are upset, angry, going through a bunch of problems, all that type of shit, right? So in my opinion, it's not just a matter of fathers actually playing a role in their children's lives. We got to get back to the point where we have happy, intact families. You feel what I'm saying? Where the mother is not stressing and upset and angry all the time because of whatever circumstance or whatever. That actually plays a huge role in the child's development.
Okay, to pile on to what you said, Angry Man, a lot of these 3 or 4s, unresponsible women that tend to get pregnant and use that as plan B and a way to get out of having that responsibility. What's the percentages of them that could be fit mothers that are doing that from the behavior that they're showing? If they conceive the child, how many of them do you believe can be fit mothers?
A lot of them.
Okay, fit mothers that use that, if you get what I'm saying, as lack of responsibility. I know I'm pregnant. I'm going to use this 4, 5, 6 times. Give them the conception. Let them conceive. Those are women that fit in the category aspirationally of what you just spoke about. Would you say yes or no, Angry Man?
Wait a minute. You gotta rewind. You said fit mothers. What do you mean by fit mothers as far as being capable of raising children by themselves?
Healthy. You made a case for it being healthy, yes?
Yeah, mentally
healthy mindset. Yeah. All right. So now let's look at the women that are deleting.
Yeah.
That we have an issue with, that they use as a response for making a poor decision. Now let's have all of them. Let's remove the ability for them to have that, right? They conceive children. Are those the ones that would fit that category? The ones that have 3, 4, 5 abortions and use it like that? Do they fit the behavioral track of someone that is responsible enough to raise a child?
No.
Mm-mm. There you go.
No, but you're not.
I kind of go against that. I kind of go against that a little bit.
We're not disagreeing in that aspect.
Angry Man, can I go against that a little bit? I think I can push back a little bit.
What's the percentage of women?
Hold on. If you say if they had no responsibility, so of course you can probably say they not ready to be a mother. But if they actually have to be forced to take a responsibility, I think that would change, because a lot of mothers, as well, a lot of fathers not ready to have a kid. Let's be honest. Majority of us was born and still or had kids that we were not ready to have. But until that baby was said we're gonna have that baby, changed our mind and show responsibility. So if you have
that's the
you
problem.
You are handing out an overcorrection to a bunch of people that like to find loopholes for things.
Yeah, that's
You're not gonna do what they want you to do.
That's problematic because you can't. That's like some on the job training type shit. Like you can't. It's dangerous to have that mindset because if you when you, I think you should plan to have children.
True.
I don't think you should have unwanted children because when you have a situation where you have a child and you wasn't expecting that child, is more prone to be a problematic situation.
But overall, I'm not saying just have kids just willy nilly, but I'm talking about even when you plan a child, you still not ready to don't even know what you're doing. Even your first child, even let's say your first child, you still don't know what you're doing. So when you say that, they won't get responsible, I think that's naive because even the person that has a first.
But there's a difference between you having a child accidentally and not really wanting a child and then raising a child as opposed to I want to have a child and you're never truly prepared, but you have the mindset that you want to have the child. Okay. You want to do right by the child. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I give you that. Yeah, I give you that.
The disposition is totally different.
Yeah,
totally
if you want to be in the game and you ain't gonna play it, you're gonna play half-ass in the game if you don't really want to play the game. I give you that.
So in closing, so now, sorry, Jay. In closing, so now we take that away, right? And now we hold them responsible that you have to come to terms with these children. Is that the best course of action?
And so if you're asking me directly, I would say over deletion, yes.
It's
because that would be hold on, Soda. Because Kenny, in my mind, those are the options, right? So essentially you're saying delete or bear the child in not the best environment. And so even though I feel what you're saying and it makes a whole lot of sense, I just can't go with it because the alternative is worse.
Okay. You see the ramifications financially that we have to eat
on us too.
Yeah.
100%.
But
the prescription's got to change in total. Go ahead, Aaron. Sorry.
That's what I mean. That kind of is the punishment, though, is that society will self-correct. The best way to eliminate or to rid an unwanted behavior is not to enable it. Yeah. It is to create an unhospitable environment for it to thrive in. And the best way to do that, now, of course, that's going to cause a lot of people some pain. But whatever pain I have to feel as a result of that is going to galvanize me to go be more instrumental in making the change.
I think we need to define children will suffer, not people. Yeah. Children will be the main suffer. No, I think you need to be very clear that the correction you're giving is an overcorrection that will basically put children at a detriment that didn't ask to be here.
Okay,
one
question.
I just want to answer. Are children suffering now?
Yes.
Yes, children are suffering now.
And I think
you're requesting to have more unwanted children to be birthed, and you're hoping that these people would take that as a mistake and
hold on, Angry Man. I just got one. So I mean, I think I understand. I made a short, and I think, matter of fact, Angry Man was there when we talked through it. Angry Man, that might be it. Callie was there because she was in the room. Men are largely complicit in these abortions. I don't give a damn what nobody say. I know how the conversation go when my man called me when Shorty got pregnant, but she ugly, so he don't want her to have a baby. You know what I'm saying? So I'm almost thinking with the overcorrection, will men be like, all right, now I don't got no options.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I'm just hoping, like, would men be like, all right, let me change my behavior?
Because you know what the response for a lot of women that consider themselves extreme feminists were 4B. So you think men are just going to be sensible in the droves?
No, yeah,
and be this kid.
Yeah, you're right. All 9 of the women that were participating in 4B, you're right. Yeah, all 9.5 of them.
Be serious.
Just saying, it was 17 women that participated.
Are you following my thought process though? Like,
my bad. I started thinking of my joke before I didn't finish listening. Sorry, what you saying? Go ahead, Angry Man. You heard it. Go ahead.
But the American 4B movement for women requires y'all to walk around bald headed, and I know y'all black women ain't gonna do that. So let's just go ahead and get that out of the way.
Let's be real.
Y'all not gonna do that. Okay, y'all ain't about to shave y'all's heads and walk around bald headed like the Dora Milaje. We know it ain't gonna happen.
And y'all not about to go abstinent.
Yeah, exactly.
I got a quick question.
So do you think that
y'all niggas not about to go abstinent neither, bro?
And then on top of it, I can't assume that
Hey, 10-15. Good morning, 10-15.
Oh, what's good, big baby? I'm enjoying this Veterans Day.
Anytime now, Hal.
Day off.
Oh shit, hold on, y'all. Sorry, John still gotta go. My bad, John. I was listening, man, because everybody was talking so good. I just been just here, man. Go ahead, John. My fault. Salute to John. He also a 20-year veteran of the Air Force, man.
Thank you for your service, John.
Thank you.
Oh, appreciate it.
And then 10-15 did 2 years and got kicked. Well, go ahead. Sorry, John. Go ahead.
You're 5 minutes. 5 minutes in the military. Anyway, yeah. So obviously, this has changed to a way different conversation than I left off with, man. Because when I left, I recalled you asking the original premise of the show: is a liberal man a feminine man? And I recall Aaron saying that no, he didn't look at a liberal man being feminine, but he said the most feminine man he met was liberal. Touche. I like that wordplay on you, man. Good on you there, bald head kingpin. So coming back from that though, when I look at that, I mean, I have to be honest. When I think about the statement, I know conservative cats. I hang out with them. I've told everyone before, I'm liberal, I'm Democrat, I'm an atheist, all that, and no one is surprised. Hamp, you've known since day one, but you know we keep it civil about the conversations. I know when I do not need to impart because that's not where I operate with. But I can say out of the conservative dudes that I do know, I'm not going to say that all those cats are hypocrites, but I can say the majority of the hypocrites I know are conservative. And I can say that, and even I can back it up. Like I told you before, Hamp, I don't come up here and say shit if I can't prove it.
Yeah.
So I mean, for example, there's a couple of things that I wrote down that, you know, from it's just a few things, some shit here that I thought of here that I want to put out here. So we talk about valuing a strong government, right? And obviously we want to have a strong government, but Trump was found guilty of insurrection on the 15th of November 2023. Now, people, before I say anything else, I want folks to know that you will hear people who are going to be upset call me a liar, although I will not obfuscate, nor will I complain. I will substantiate everything that I say. So I don't want anyone to get tripped out on this, but I'm just again putting it out there. Just like I said, just a couple of things. So again, we've got value for law support, right? Because you guys want a strong government, you value that, right? But yet you voted for a convicted felon.
He's not a convicted felon.
He was guilty.
He's not
of insurrection.
He
was found guilty of insurrection.
He was found guilty.
Not a convicted felon.
He is a felon.
He's a felon. What are you talking about?
He is not a
never
felon.
Mind.
Bro, let them have it. They gonna lie, bro. Let them have it. We know he's a felon.
Well, so real quick, let's keep the conversation going, John. So technically, John, you know, the technicality is until sentencing, technically he's not a felon yet. That's all.
All right. So so we'll take the semantic out of it. He was convicted.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So we'll put that. So, but still, even the conviction, we'll leave it at that.
Guilty.
So continuing with that again, we value strong law enforcement, right? But as I said here, the value for law enforcement, you guys still voted for a person convicted of stealing national secrets. All right, so let's look at that.
Oh my God, he can't steal national secrets. He's a president.
He can because he was not authorized. He was not the president when he left.
Okay, number one. Okay, number one. First and foremost, you tripping right now because they were never supposed to. States are not supposed to prosecute presidents, bro.
It's unconstitutional. About prosecuting right now.
Unconstitutional. So therefore,
go ahead.
Okay,
I tell you what.
I tell you what though. Watch. All I'm gonna say is this to you, John, because we had this conversation the other day. All I'm gonna say,
and you were wrong then.
You know I wasn't. All I'm gonna say to you is
this.
Oh yeah, that's why Jack Smith dropped his case, right? Okay.
No,
cool.
I'll tell you why Jack Smith dropped his case.
Cool. Oh, it's gonna be some other reason, right?
Oh no. Okay, so let me get this out for a second here, Ham. All right, so regarding Jack Smith. Jack Smith didn't drop his case. Jack Smith's case was thrown out. But here's the problem. Remember that Jock's head was dismissed. You guys kill me.
What was
dismissed by Alan Cannon?
Let me just ask this, John. What was the case? What was Jack Smith's case? Just what was his case? Just what was the
case? What the case what Jack Smith was trying was Trump and all his classified material. That's what the case was on.
There was another one.
There
was another one.
So,
Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, so like I said here, we'll go ahead. So we keep going here. So Jack Smith had his case thrown out by Judge Eileen Cannon back in July. That was stated because it was stated that he was supposedly illegally appointed. But at the same time, you had Robert Hur, who was investigating Biden because of classified mishandling as well. The difference here is that Robert Hur was not allowed to finish his case. Was allowed to finish his case. He finished his case to put out a report that stated that Biden was not intentionally guilty of trying to mishandle classified, but he was more or less considered to be a feeble old man who meant well. Now, the thing that most people don't seem to...
There's two things wrong with that. There's two things wrong with that.
Okay, go ahead.
There's two things wrong with that.
Go ahead.
First thing
you
wrong
can't
with
contain yourself. Go ahead.
First thing wrong with that. No, we're not gonna do the liberal thing where y'all just
Don't give me this conservative.
No, it's only dictators that want to just scream mandates. That's the difference between liberals. That's the difference between liberals and
there's nothing between liberals that you can bring up right now, bro.
The difference between liberals and conservatives is we are willing to have the conversation.
Does Anger Man
y'all ain't willing to have the conversation. Y'all ain't willing to have the
conversation about being interrupted.
Yeah. So what?
Yes
so yeah. So go ahead and
All right,
finish the thought out, and then let's get a clean response. Okay.
All right, so as I was saying, the problem here that people don't seem to understand is that we're not talking about prosecution because Trump was not a president at the time. So that's what you seem to be forgetting. He was not a sitting president. Therefore, it doesn't apply. But be that as it may, Robert Hur finished his investigation. Jack Smith was thrown out. Now tell me something. How is it that two men appointed by the same damn attorney general can be on the cases, but one of them is told he's illegally appointed, but the same one was appointed by Merrick Garland also?
Oh, I can talk now?
No, I just want to put that out there rhetorically.
I didn't say nothing because I knew you was going to. Let me finish.
No, that's nothing to say.
No, because you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
Keep going, man. Let him keep going.
You don't know what you're talking about. Name the other president. Name the other president. Name the other president prosecuted by a state. Name the other president that was prosecuted by a state.
No one said a president is being prosecuted by a state. That's the narrative you're trying to switch to, Angry Man. I had not once came up anytime or tonight stated that a president was being prosecuted by a state. That's your bullshit you're on. That's your narrative that you continue to keep. Yes. Oh, really? I did not talk about a president being prosecuted by a state.
The 34 felonies, that's not a state case. That's a federal case.
Oh, a state case? If it's a state case, which it is, if it's a state case, it's still allowed to be prosecuted. No one was trying to put him in jail.
No, it's not. It is literally in the Constitution. It is literally in the Constitution. It is literally in the look. I know you leftists don't believe in the Constitution. It is literally in the Constitution that you cannot prosecute a presidential candidate. It is akin to election interference. Go read it.
Not election. I've seen it. And if it was not allowed, then they would not have let the case to go forward.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
I need you to sit back, man.
Bro, you look. It's not true. It's not true.
Going forward, everybody.
It's not true. Any court that you go to, if they get away with something, there's nobody that's gonna come out of the blue and say, "Hey, that's wrong," because ignorance of the law is no defense, right?
Wait, didn't they wait to prosecute him after his presidency was over?
Hold on, Callie. Hold on for a second.
Angry Man.
To sit here and say no. To sit here and say
man, hold up, man. You're on my time right now, Angry Man.
No,
Angry Man, you're on my time. Yes, you are. I was talking. You're on, bro.
Man, let's share. Go ahead, John. Let's use this minute and then let Angry Man get a minute.
All right, yeah. So as I was saying here, continuing looking at the law enforcement, that you guys again hypocrites. All right. So again, he lied about having classified material. All right. So we're talking about value. All right. All right. So again, strong on law enforcement. Kids stolen classified from law enforcement. All right, so we're talking family values. All right, we're talking about the hypocrisy that Aaron started out with, talking about hypocrisy. Or should I say, I'm sorry, Kenny did. But at the same time, we look at family values. So Trump was convicted of sexual abuse. All right, he was found that he was liable of sexual abuse. That was further stated.
Liable, you know what liable is?
Yes, he was.
Right?
No, he wasn't.
Again, like I said, no, he was found additionally liable of sexual abuse. But in August of that year, 2023, Lewis Kaplan stated that no, he actually did commit rape. Now, again, I'll provide this information. It's not a lie.
This is a crocodile.
All right, so again, we talk about family values. Trump called the Vice President Harris stupid, but we're talking about family values, respecting women, right?
No one gives a shit.
The whole thing. There you go. No one gives a shit.
No one gives a shit about her being called stupid.
You dumb.
No,
she is stupid,
let's look at this again.
If you dumb,
One
you
more
dumb.
time. Fellas, allow me. Fellas, allow me. So we'll talk about again about him valuing women, that he's going to protect women. All right. But yet again, we've seen that he's got an abuse charge, but he's going to protect women whether they like it or not.
Oh, come on,
okay,
bro.
Call it what you
Man,
want.
sometimes a man need a bop upside the head.
All right. So, Angry Man. No, we just talk about hypocrisy. Well, your family values.
Well, okay, before you say that, finish that off. What did he say when he said he's going to protect them for no matter what? Please finish the whole thing. Do not say with that, because that is a liberal situation you just said.
No, you know what?
I'm going to protect the... Can you tell me what it said, please? Because I know what it said. He said, I'm going to protect the woman from illegal immigrants no matter what. So understand, I'm protecting no matter what, because from illegal immigrants for killing people. So understand, what is wrong with him saying that? I'm protect. I believe every man up here would say they will protect a woman no matter what, if they feel like they should be protected or not.
Key,
what are you talking about?
Okay,
Key,
so
you know what's wrong with that? Key, just real quick, you know what's wrong with that?
That sounds crazy.
That
bro.
is a man that committed. Hold on, Key. That is a man that committed SA on E. Jean Carroll.
No, stop,
bro.
Stop.
Wait, that's
Whoa.
Angry Man respond to John. Wait. Hold on a second.
My bad.
Angry Man respond to John.
My fault.
Go ahead,
Let him respond to John.
First of all, you Negroes are doing what you always do with Trump. You're taking the quirkiness of the way he talks and the idiosyncrasies of the way he talks, and you're making what you want to make out of it. We can pull the video up right now. And I will show you. I will show you verbatim what he said. And bruh, can you contain yourself? So
I'm just being angry. I'm being your clone, baby.
I can show you specifically. He said, I was talking to my staff. I said, I want to protect the women of this country. They said, sir, we don't think you should say that because they're going to take it the wrong way. He then said, well, I'm going to do it if the women like it or not. He wasn't even talking about protecting women in that moment. He was talking about saying that he was going to protect women in that moment. I'm going to do it whether they like it or not. I want to protect the women of this country from this, and this. So y'all don't even know what you're talking about. You're spinning shit. That's number one. Number two, there is legal precedence already about documents. They tried the same shit with Bill Clinton. And guess what? That legal precedence has set the tone. So Trump is not guilty of that. Biden is, because he wasn't a president, he was a vice president. So that's number two. Okay. Number three, you cannot prosecute a sitting president or a presidential candidate. It is in the Constitution. It is in the Bill of Rights. It is the freaking supremacy clause, bro. You cannot have a state level jurisdiction prosecuting a president. A president is at the federal level. This is the main reason why you have to impeach him when he does shit. You cannot prosecute him at the state level. Not to mention the fact that all
Didn't they prosecute him after?
all of those cases. Okay, then tell me this: what president did you see get prosecuted after he was out of office? I'll wait. And go ahead and tell me all the other 40-some presidents.
Are you gonna let him answer and stop
Go
yelling?
ahead and tell me all the other 40 presidents never did nothing wrong.
Now he's conflating.
Yeah, you brought Angry Man. So once again, everything you heard from Angry Man, throw it out. Act like he didn't talk. All right, y'all, you out of your
You
shit.
sound like a fucking idiot right now. Everything you heard from Angry Man, go look it up in the Constitution. Go look it up in the Bill of Rights. Go look it up in the Federalist Papers.
But they prosecuted him after.
I
just relearned it because I got started doing it.
First of all, you ignorant ass niggas want to make new rules for Donald Trump because you don't like him. The truth of the matter is they have never done this to a sitting president or a former president or a presidential candidate. You only
They never had to because there was one who was not a criminal, Angry Man. They never had to do this.
Let him respond.
They never had to do this because they've never had a criminal behaving president like Trump. That's why they never had to do it. And the last one they had was
Angry Man, you gotta let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Now there's no interruptions. It's just y'all two. All right.
So again.
Now, John, I'm gonna cut. So here. When you start though, I'm gonna cut it off at the minute. All right. Go ahead.
All right. So again, just to answer the questions here. So I did not talk about prosecuting in states. I talked about the trial itself. But Angry Man, we're in this right now because of the fact you have an issue that the only other president who behaved in a criminal fashion but ducked out before accountability came there was Nixon. We can agree on that.
Wrong.
You got 40 seconds.
Avoid it. Now, okay, so if there's another president I'm missing right now, I'll take the bite. But as of right now, in my lifetime, the only other president I could think that avoided accountability was Nixon before the impeachment clause came. So let's do this. Let's do this, Angry Man. I need you to go ahead, respond real fast, and I'll finish what I'm saying because the fact, again, I came up to discuss hypocrisy, and there's nothing that I'm saying that does not fit that. I can see you for the moment.
So number one, in this country that we live in,
1 minute, Ang, I'm gonna start it over because I interrupted you. 1 minute. All right, and then he'll go back and forth. Go ahead.
Number one, in this country that we live in, you can fucking indict a ham sandwich. The same way you can indict a ham sandwich, you can impeach a fucking ham sandwich. The goofy thing that you don't realize is this is lawfare, plain and fucking simple. And they've been doing it since day one, since he got in office, trying their best to find little bullshit ass prosecutions to diminish his fucking reputation amongst the public so that they can get on the news and have a talking point like 34 felonies. You're falling for it because they've never done it to any other president. And the excuse is, oh, well, he's a criminal, not like the other presidents. Every single president, if you follow their entire tenure as president, all of them have things that they could be prosecuted for. And to sit there and act like you don't know that as a black man is amazing to me. So you're going to sit here and honestly tell me that Barack Obama, George Bush Jr. and George Bush Sr. and Bill Clinton ain't did nothing they could be prosecuted for?
If what they did had met the level of needing to be prosecuted, it should have and would have been brought forward. We're not talking woulda, coulda, shoulda. We're talking what has been brought forward. Hey, Hemp, I'm done. Can I finish, Hemp, or are we going to sit here and entertain Angry Man's unrestrained behavior?
Oh, let's entertain your bullshit and your propaganda that you repeat.
John, I thought you were just going.
Dumbass talking heads.
Oh, no, man. I stopped because you wanted me to have this conversation with Angry Man.
They
That's the
can't
only reason I stopped.
I can handle it. I don't got no problem.
No, I was saying that you had the minute going and you should stop. What happened?
You can't handle it. It's too hot.
Oh, okay. Well, I can handle the minute. Yeah, I can handle the minute, man. But I had other points I was going to make.
Oh, outside of Angry Man, are you saying?
Yeah, outside of Angry Man. Yeah, I don't need to waste time with them.
I don't got no cards. I don't need them. It's too hot for you.
No, you don't have any cards because you're not saying
it's too hot for you. It's too hot for you.
Bro,
It's
I'm
too high
cool
for
as
you.
a fan on the sweet side of the
I
pillow,
gave
bro.
you sources. I'm gonna give them to you again.
No.
The Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Federalist Papers. In fact, go look up the Supremacy Clause. Go look it up.
So hell, I'll go ahead and drop inside the back chat what I'm speaking of, because again, as you know, I don't say it if I can't prove it or if it's not fact. Just because Angry Man doesn't like the facts doesn't mean it's not a fact.
Angry Man
so
stated
going forward
the facts.
again.
Angry Man stated the facts.
All right. So as
You
I
will
stated
never,
also,
you will
we talk
never
about
again
it.
see a president be treated this way. You will never see it happen again.
Hopefully
The
not.
whole
What am I looking at, John?
whole reason why they're doing this to
What
him.
am I
See, this is
looking at,
what's
John?
funny. You want to act like it's impossible for his DOJ to be corrupt. You want to act like it's impossible for Biden's DOJ to be corrupt. That's what's so
And they
amazing.
call
about
liberals feminine.
Fuck out of here, bro. With that
And they
goofy
call
ass
liberals
shit.
feminine.
We live in the real world. We ain't
What
children.
are we looking? Hold on a second. What are we looking at here?
Well, there was another one prior to that I put in, but this one right here is talking about the current state of the economy right now. The economy has been in its best state since when? We're going back since October.
Do you want this
October
one?
13th or so in that time frame. Okay,
Which one you
that's
want?
the one I put in earlier. Okay, yeah, that one we can do that right now. It was earlier stated about personhood. I only provided that for the context of what Callie was speaking about earlier, about personhood being something that was being pushed by conservatives. That's the only reason that I provided that as a fact when it was stated that no, she's lying. That's the only reason why that was there. That was nothing to do with anything that I was speaking of. But it is a fact. Again, I'll provide that. All right, so also here you go, back chat another one. All right, so this is one where again.
This is why white people don't let niggas debate with him. He literally running around finding all of the damn confirmation bias that he needs.
Okay, so it's called confirmation bias when it doesn't meet the way of fact that you would like to see it presented. I can deal with that.
Oh, it's called confirmation bias when you find articles that fit your
John
narrative.
John
Like,
Harry,
get out of here, bro. Get out of
John
here,
Harry.
bro. Who you think you talking to, man?
John
Get out of
Harry.
here.
So
I'm
okay,
talking
so
to
are you about
I'm talking to a clown,
I like
Angry Man. That's you.
No,
John
you're
Harry.
not.
Go ahead, Keith.
No, you're
I would
not.
like to hear. I would like to hear you say you about to say that economics is like we're better off right now compared to when.
Compared to the last 3 years or so, they said that we've gotten back to a percentage in the last 3 years where the economy has improved.
Who was
Now,
president the last 3 years, you idiot?
Biden.
Okay, hold on, Angry Man. I got you.
Biden.
Who?
Biden.
Kamala, nigga.
Count it back. Count back to
talking
2021. Okay, so now we know Angry Man can't do math. You go back to 3 years, 2024.
Nigga, you can't do math, and you need glasses better
So,
than those.
If it
Angry Man, hush.
Talking about,
See,
bro.
if we're talking the better in 3 years, if we go back 3 years, in 2021, who was president?
Biden.
All right, so they said that when he came in, it was low. It went up, but it's now back down. So that's all I'm saying. In 3 years, they've said that we've got the best economy in the world.
Okay, stop. Okay, right there. So when you said when Biden was in office, when he got in office, it was low, right? Then then 2022, 2023, it was high, correct?
Yes,
then
we were coming out of
2024,
COVID.
it went
Yes,
back
it was
down.
high.
It went back down to 2021 when he got in
Yes.
office.
No,
So
it went back down to 3. Well, go ahead, Key. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Key. So what's your point, Key? You look confused.
no, I'm trying to say you said it didn't go down. You just said it went back down. So
really, yeah. So Key, when he got in, it was low. It spiked to about 8.7 or 9%, something of that nature, like inflation as an example, and then inflation currently is 2.7.
okay, so it's not it's not even lower than it was when he first had it. It's a little bit because it was low. It was low to 2.7, wasn't it?
It's
before
low.
he got in
It's
office?
low, but nominally.
So we still saying that it went up during Biden time. So what are we saying? Like it still went up during his time. Just because he got it back down to a time that he just got in office, and we would say that it came from Trump, if you want to say, because you guys like to say that he inherited Obama stuff, so then he inherited Trump stuff. So if he inherited Trump stuff, then it went up. That means Biden messed up, correctly?
No, it went up because of COVID. It was low up until the point
No,
where COVID began.
we know that was after
COVID.
That was
You're right. That's why I'm saying that's why it went up because of the effects of us having to deal with COVID.
No,
Okay,
it was
okay,
because
okay.
no, it was
Okay,
because
next thing.
Biden
Here we
was
go. Okay.
printing. It was because Biden was printing a bunch of
John
money.
Henry, okay, John Henry. Next thing. Okay.
No,
John
Trump
Henry,
did the
next-
PPP and the whatchamacallit and the stimulus
Yes,
checks. How
he
you
did.
gonna say Biden printed a bunch of money when $1,400 came from him and the PPP loan?
The stimulus and the PPP has no comparison to the amount of money Biden has printed. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Okay, inflation is caused by the circulation of money within the system, right? So if you give everybody $1,400, what are they going to do with it?
No. Inflation is caused by printing. Inflation is caused by too much money chasing too few products.
Yeah.
So if you have an issue where you have a freaking, if you have an issue where you're printing a bunch of damn money, and you got a freaking
the stimulus checks ain't printing money.
You got an issue with your freaking with your products being imported, you're gonna end up with high inflation, amongst other things.
Okay.
So
Right, that is a part of it, yes.
Hold on. We literally, Hamp literally pulled up the numbers the other day, and we literally went over it. It's clear that what Biden did, Biden signed so many freaking executive orders reversing certain policies when he first got in office that changed a lot of shit in this country. That is part of the reason that you saw that spike in inflation. Now everybody
and I named another part.
Well, he brought it back down. Okay, yeah, weekend at Bernie's gave us the best economy. Do y'all think y'all are talking to children?
Okay, so now he's gonna be hyperbolic. Cali, it was a bipartisan effort to do the stimulus checks. It was a bipartisan.
Yeah,
So
it was a
Trump,
Constitution.
watch this, Cali. Trump did not want that. His handlers told him, and his ego made him put his name on those checks like he was responsible for it. We had to stimulate the economy. We had to stimulate the economy.
They just came out.
So
Trump was the reason we got those checks, though.
no, it was a bipartisan effort. Please know what you're talking about.
Nancy Pelosi tried to give us $700.
Yeah, he put his name on it. That's all he did. Everyone agreed that it was necessary to stimulate the economy.
Last week.
Okay, Angry Man.
His name was on the checks. I got one.
Angry Man, could you allow me?
His name was on the check.
Well,
Okay,
so
so
this
now-
let me ask a question. So, but so when did we get when did those checks come out? Was that 19 or 20? I can't remember.
20.
20. And then when did the president? And then when did the presidency change hands?
January. January 2021.
21.
And so
this January attack on the Capitol. 2021.
Okay, so and along with other things, right? It does seem logical that the effects of pouring that much money into the economy would hit a year or two after you do so, right? Because to your point, Angry Man, it's an influx of money without product. So product costs more because it's at a deficit and there's too much money flowing. So it seemed like it would make sense that would contribute to inflation a year or two after it's done.
Okay, so
that doesn't seem like too far-fetched.
Okay,
No.
so here's the problem.
May I finish, Angry Man? Can I finish? I'll give it to you. Just let me finish.
Talking to me.
No, I was making a point to him, and then he spoke on it. So allow me to finish. So now, when you influx because the economy is at a standstill, you put that money into play. So there's spending, there's commerce being had. You would take a hit. That's what made the economy, prices go up. But then the regulation had to be done at some point in time, or it would keep skyrocketing up. You had to cut the faucet off at one point and deal with the ramifications at that point. So the market can now stabilize itself. So it went like this, and then it came back down. So you had to take the hard stop.
Let me ask you a question. Out of everybody up here, right? Out of everybody up here, there's content creators. In 2020, 2019, from 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. How many of you had a freaking political channel where you covered it every day?
I didn't.
Did you, John?
Oh no, I did not.
Did you, Kenny P?
Did you
answer in a moment.
I was an essential
Kenny P?
worker in New York. I was an essential worker. I was boots on the ground.
No, you didn't, right? So again, I'm gonna say this again clearly to you Monday morning quarterbacks. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I guess if you didn't have a channel, you couldn't read back then.
Exactly.
You couldn't read if you didn't have a channel.
Exactly.
When it comes to the economy,
Well, I guess
nobody knows it.
The other time you ain't talking about politics.
Well, Angerman, let me ask you
talking about politics.
Angerman, let me ask you a question. So, how do you reconcile that influx of money not attributing to inflation, or what part do you attribute to inflation?
You can clearly go look at the graph, right?
Yeah.
You can go look at the graph. The moment that Joe Biden gets in office, day one, he starts signing executive orders. He signs. This dude has signed more executive orders than most presidents in recent history, which reversed a lot of Trump's policies, right? Now, some of those policies he had to go back to. You can literally look at the time frame and you see a freaking spike, not right when he gets in office. So if you would have saw that spike right when he got in office, I would have been like, okay, that was from the stimulus, right? But you don't see that spike right when he get in office. You still see, no, hold on. You're saying that, oh, y'all want to say, oh, Obama's economy poured over into Trump's term, right? But you'll sit here and admit that when Biden got in office, inflation was still going down.
No, it was going up.
It was going up, bro.
It was going up.
Hold on, y'all. Wasn't it going up though? But see, here's the thing, Angry Man. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying that we needed those stimulus checks, or we would have really been in another depression. So of course it goes up because you had to pour that money in.
We needed I'll put it to you like this. Here's the thing. When Trump wanted to put that money out there, everybody tries to act like they don't remember this. I remember it vividly. Congress was pushing against him when it came to that money. That is not a lie.
It's a bipartisan effort that made it.
The House was against him and all.
Stop repeating that dumb shit they just said.
Hey, let me listen. It doesn't behoove, like, you can get, let me hear this portion of it, and then Kenny, you can give me your rendition of the facts.
Like, I can almost predict what they're gonna say because it's talking points that they just came out with a week ago trying to win the election. Shit that they've never said. They have never said that Trump's economy was Barack Obama's economy until a couple of weeks ago. They have never said none of this shit. And now all of a sudden, and the same niggas are sitting up here repeating this goofy shit. Just like the other day, Nancy Pelosi, fucking Kamala. Oh, it was Congress that was pushing for the stimulus checks. Donald Trump just put his name on it. Lies.
It's not lying.
If you want something more palatable to read,
put it in the back chat for me. But Angerman, let's break down the.
In fact, look, check this out, man. Congress was trying their best to put that as a bad mark against Trump. Oh, he's giving the people all of this money. He's going to mess up the economy. That was the whole argument back then against it. And they didn't even realize if he hadn't done it, we would have ended up in another depression.
Cite your source.
We about to end up in a depression right now. We about to end up in one right now.
Hey, where am I going? Where am I going? Y'all, hey guys, can you, hold on a second. I know y'all know, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm trying to understand it. I mean, I have a notion, but I'm not saying anybody's wrong. I'm trying to see where the logic lies.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to help
right now. The budget.
The actual numbers. So if you scroll down.
Well, I was sorry, Jay. I was looking at the executive orders that were signed as soon as you came in.
This one has it. It's just more. It's easier to read, basically.
All right, go ahead.
Keep
right
scrolling.
Here?
That's something else.
You talking executive orders, Jay?
There we go. Those. That'll give you the number amount that it attributed to the debt.
And these are policies or executive orders that were put in place when approved by President Trump, and so it's both of them. And then how do I know whose is whose? Oh, right here.
Yeah, at the top.
Okay. Angry Man, can you see this?
Nah, it's too tiny.
That's what she said.
We'll get some glasses.
First of all, bitch ass nigga, I have on contacts right now. Shut the fuck up.
Then wipe them out, man. Hey,
don't get mad. Don't get mad. Don't get mad because
hey guys, can we work through? Let's work through this for a second.
Don't tell me to watch my mouth, my nigga.
No, I said we can get rocky if I'm that much of a bitch ass nigga. That's all I'm saying.
No, nigga, here's the thing. We not gonna play them games. I'm not boxing nobody in no ring. I don't box in the ring. I box in the street, my nigga.
Let's do it. Let's focus on this. Let's focus on this, man. Come on, that shit getting old now.
Ain't even got to be no audience, nigga. Just
President,
be you, nigga.
I don't understand this though. Okay, President Biden here. So here's the ones that President Biden signed. It says appropriations of.
In fact, the last nigga I knocked out was a military vet.
All right, y'all want to do this? Y'all want to just what y'all want to do?
Go ahead.
I would love.
All right. No, I'm just asking. Let's do this.
Amp, I would love for them to mute up so that you could read it down because I'm watching it as you.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop everybody down. I think that's probably the best course of action. So these are under President Biden here, 2021 to 2024. It doesn't give me the year, which would really matter.
The year would.
Yeah, so like when he initially got in, right, in 2021, what was signed that was contributed to the rate of inflation climbing by 7 points?
Well, it was a number of things, right? Really, so one issue with the inflation, if you remember when the pandemic happened, you had a issue with the supply chain, right? So in addition to that, you had the sending out of the stimulus checks, all of that crap, right? Which did contribute to it beginning to rise, right? So by the time you get to Joe Biden coming into office, what was some of the executive orders he signed? One thing he did, he shut down the Keystone Pipeline. He started reversing certain policies to where instead of us relying more on our oil reserves, we would start relying more on foreign oil reserves, more than.
Look at this one. So I'm thinking this one might cover maybe the stuff that you're mentioning that's not,
Yeah, those are all the executive actions.
So here's the executive actions. Look like 550 billion. Can you see it? I try to zoom in.
Yeah, I can see it now. I can see it.
So 550 billion. To your point, probably Keystone Pipeline and things of that nature. And then here's other legislation. It doesn't give us enough info, but I guess we can assume these are the things that you're kind of referring to.
That and reducing that shit down there.
Reducing or Inflation Reduction?
Inflation Reduction Act.
The Inflation Reduction Act. That was problematic too. It was
equal more inflation, right?
It was supposed to help, but it didn't. Because there's a. I can't remember. I think it was like 40 some freaking executive orders when he finally got finished. It was something crazy.
So I had the list up. We can count on that list. Now they do. I got you. I'm gonna bring you up here so we can look at it together, John. Now this one here, Angry Man, does look crazy. This looks like it would be the checks or maybe these two.
Yeah. Now look right there where it says new and increased tariffs.
You
see that right there?
It's close to this number. You see that?
Yeah, I see
close.
it.
is close to these two are similar, and if it's legislation, I wonder if this would be characterized as legislation.
Yeah, because some of Trump's tariffs, Biden kept them.
Yeah.
Some of them he kept, right?
Mm-hmm. So it could be. I mean, the disparity is 20 million, I think. Right? Yeah, 20 million. So did he keep? We obviously this is speculation. I'm just looking at comparable numbers.
Yeah, like because when he first got into office, because I was on a whole "I told you so" campaign. That's the only reason why I remember what I was saying back then. You feel me? I wish I could go pull the videos, but guys like John like the flag videos like that, so I couldn't keep them up and shit. But you know what I'm saying? The thing I remember looking at some of the executive orders, pulling them up on the screen and said, why did he do this? Okay. And to me, it was like spite. It was like, I'm going to undo what Trump did because Trump don't know what he's doing or whatever, right? And, and then after a while, you see him reversing his own policies, like trying to go back to some of what Trump did. Like, for instance, towards the end of this election year, you see them kind of cut back on the influx of migrants into the country because he had to go back to some of what Trump was doing.
So let's look at this. So let's look at this real quick, right? So there's a disparity, and obviously I can still hear you, but it's a disparity here of 8.4 trillion, right? So we have, and I'm not. Do we all agree that the spending doesn't just mean bad, right?
No, it doesn't. All of it don't mean bad. Like some of it
has to be done.
Some of it is necessary.
It has to be done, especially COVID. Will we expect?
Okay, so I think that's a fair agreement. So
exactly,
Trump
CJ.
8.4 trillion here, and then 4.3 trillion. That could mean something, or it could be nothing, right? We just want to understand what these numbers are and what for. So, for instance,
when you're done.
Well, as a layman, right? I'm looking at 998, 983, and 756. These seem like this had to be done just based on me reading the label, right?
Yeah.
Now the other stuff, I'm not 100% sure. Now, does this give us clarity here or go down one?
Yeah, this whole website gives you clarity on the budget and the debt and how much each president attributes or tries to take away from the national debt. So scroll down a little.
So look at this now. Now this is bipartisan right here. 4.8 trillion. Sorry. During his 4-year term in office, President Trump approved 8.4 trillion of new 10-year borrowing above prior law, or 4.8 trillion when excluding bipartisan COVID relief bills and COVID-related executive actions. So that means that both sides agreed, right?
The bipartisan, it got passed.
Yeah. Okay. Now where was I going?
So this graph gives a breakdown of the reduction in the debt increase and what the amount went towards.
Okay. So the tariffs is the reduction here.
Yeah, basically the tariffs is the only reduction that he did towards the debt. And then that's all he attributed to it. And then it shows Biden's.
Okay. So what does this mean to us when looking at it?
I just got tired of people arguing the numbers and not showing the numbers. So we could just get past it.
Trump added more debt, I think is what she was saying.
I mean, yeah, if that's your synopsis, Trump added more debt. Yeah, based off of.
But some of it's good, some of it's bad. But if we're looking at totality, that's what we're talking about. But
look what
some is good, some is bad.
So John, can you see it? Look at the graph, right? So Tax Cuts and Jobs Act costs money.
I agree.
COVID relief costs money. Responsible Relief Act, CARES Act costs money. What's the CARES Act? I think I know what it is, but
I'm drawing. Don't get me lying. I'm drawing. Hold on.
What'd you say, Callie?
I'm getting ready.
COVID relief.
Yeah, CARES Act. I know just from whatchamacallit, having to the health insurance companies having to cover a lot of the COVID medical related expenses and
Wow.
everything like that.
So now look at the quote unquote debt, right? And when you look at it, me just being very objective about this stuff, to be honest, tax cut, COVID, response relief, CARES Act seem to benefit the people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Tax Cut and Jobs Act was basically, if you boil it down, was for us to keep a little more of our money.
Our wages went up.
Towards your income.
Even during COVID, now one thing I do remember is the child tax credit was like $6,500 as opposed to what is it, $1,500 or something like that.
Yeah,
Which was
I don't have
crazy.
kids. I couldn't talk to that one.
It was booming.
I got mad kids, John.
It was booming.
Now, see, this is what I mean. This is what I mean right here by the disingenuousness. Now, you see right there where it has Fiscal Responsibility Act and Inflation Reduction Act. They don't even have the tariffs up there. So you mean to tell me that the tariffs actually reduced it under Trump, but under Biden the tariffs aren't even listed up there? And I'll tell you why they're not listed up there, because he probably has that rolled up into the freaking Inflation Reduction Act or the freaking Fiscal Responsibility Act. That's the little goofy games they play to make shit look a certain way.
You saying probably is not making a defined answer or proving anything. That's you speaking hyperbolic.
That does not make me wrong, nigga.
But wait, what we're doing right now is we're speculating a little bit. We're entertaining the conversation. I'm thinking that what we're looking at is what he specifically signed. So I don't know if they're considering what the other person did. Now, what we may see in other legislation in the red is the undoing of tariffs. That could be what we see over here, maybe. But I think it's looking at particularly what he signed, like put the pen and paper to, I guess.
But he still has a lot of those tariffs in place. And we're supposed to believe that right there that those tariffs have not taken anything away from the debt
overall.
You feel what I'm saying? And look, we can sit here and act like politicians don't play games with these acts and with all of these different pieces of legislation. They do it all the time. They'll wrap a bunch of stuff up in certain legislation and they'll name it something, and then you got to literally go through it line by line to see what's in it.
Let me ask y'all a question though. Do you guys think, and this is a yes or no question, right? Do you guys think Trump did a bad job when he was in the first time?
Overall, no.
No.
Considering he's never been in that type of position before, could have did worse.
It was.
He could have did worse than what he did.
Yes.
What you guys think?
People took a chance on him. I don't think.
He was the best man for the job.
He wasn't groomed for the seat. So
What do you think? No, I got you. I understand. What do you think, Kenny? You think he did a bad job?
I think he did.
Go ahead. My bad.
I think he did a half and half job. If he would have stayed away from certain things that I pointed out, which showed that he lacked character, and a lot of help that he got from politicians steered him the right way, despite his tantrums that he was throwing left and right in the Oval Office, that he had to eventually concede to. With them having to take the lumps, I think he did a half job.
So half and half perks my ears, and I hear some. So what grade would you give him?
I would give him a C.
Okay, like a 70, 75?
Oh,
yeah.
C minus?
I would give him a C.
Okay, so that's a 75.
Because in all fairness, he had to deal with a pandemic.
Well, hold on, Angel. I just want to see what everybody else.
And such. Yeah.
Okay. Key, what'd you give him?
I would give him I would say yes, he did he did good, but only thing I think he would have did better if, like they said, if he had knowledge of more policy and more politicians. Like he just to throw it in, he even said himself he had the wrong people around him when because he even think he was gonna win the first time. He even said he had the wrong people to even be around. He believed other
What
politicians.
you give him?
I would give him a B, especially if he didn't know how to do nothing and he stayed at everything level and throw in COVID too. Really, like,
Then you give him an 85.
Around 85 for sure.
Aaron?
Yeah, I give him a B- to a B. All things considered.
Callie?
He get a C-.
70. Soldier?
I give him an A-, man.
A 90.
Yeah, 89, 90. Because he got sabotaged from from most of his cabinet. You took an average Joe businessman who ain't never been a politician in his life. You throw him in the middle of a Shark Tank full of politicians who've been there 50, 60, 70, 80 years and who got ties go fall back is, who knows, is the railroad system. Everything stacked against him and he still didn't create no new walls. He didn't add hella trillions of dollars to the national debt. Like, he didn't infringe upon people. Like,
well, he added some trillions though. He added some trillions for sure, but
yeah,
it may have been good trillions though, based on what I'm looking at. Just if I'm looking at how much help people needed within that time, the amount of people that was out of work was crazy. You know,
considering all the considering all the bullshit that was around him, he get an A- from me, man. A-.
Okay. John Henry?
I give him a C.
A 75?
Yep, because the fact, again, he had no policy, he had no idea what to do with government, was not trained in policy and procedure. So therefore, all the advisors that he had around him kept him from his worst actions that he wanted to take. And that's been documented. But again, I give him a C because of the fact he had people there to keep him straight. Otherwise, had he had a better handle of government, he could have been hired. But I will say, in his defense, one thing that hurt Trump in the end was COVID. Because I told plenty of folks, had it not been for COVID, he probably would have won a second election.
Facts. Big facts.
Angerman?
Now, what I was... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yo, I give him an A. And I would like to say, I see why we were slaves for so long.
You give him an A-95?
No, I give him an A because number one, he's never been a politician. Never. So that's like you never being a lawyer and you pass the bar without studying and then become the top lawyer of the top law firm. And you didn't screw up? If you go look at Donald Trump's economy right before the pandemic, but see, ain't nobody gonna go look at those numbers. And the same niggas that sit here talking about some, well, you know, he did add trillions of dollars. Yo, before Obama got in office, we were only billions in debt. Don't nobody talk about that.
Because he had to bail out 8 years of George Bush, angry man.
Recovering our economy. Thank you, Obama.
I hear about who he had to bail out because he's the golden child. He Jesus' cousin. He shouldn't
So
have
wait.
to do none of that.
Well, Obama is
Everything right.
we're talking about things a little bit more tangible. When I'm looking at this, right? So when people was getting them stimulus checks, contrary to popular belief, the overwhelming majority of niggas was not buying sneakers. Niggas was barely paying rent, barely getting food, barely. If you was out, because we was moving people, doing evictions, all types of shit. It was ugly out there for a lot of people. We was evicting elderly people. We walking in the rooms where you had to, we didn't even know, like, so if you touch this shit, do you get COVID? Niggas didn't even know. And we walking in community, we call it community, but you know, like convalescent homes, and just hoping that I don't get sick. You know what I'm saying? Like, so this shit was people was broke, especially living around the way. It was crazy.
It magically disappeared.
Yeah, nah,
Oh,
we ain't
shit.
get
Here
sick
we
of
go
shit.
with that nonsense.
No, real shit.
Facts, angry man.
After 2 months, we was outside so much moving people. We forgot to even put our masks on. That's how we was out. Like, hold on, this shit ain't. I ain't
Makes
coughed
sense.
yet.
Don't make
You know,
sense.
you thinking all types of shit. But me and my guy just out there, just moving people. You know, all type, just the whole time. But
Yeah.
So the 400,000
I'm
died.
just simply saying those stimulus checks help people much more than we talking about buying sneakers and shit like that.
We went from the world is coming to an end. Everybody need to stay inside. It's horrible to. We just play it.
No, everybody that was mostly affected by it, they died.
Well, guess
That's
what?
what happened.
That's what happens when you take
You don't take care of
That's what
yourself.
happens when you take all of the vulnerable people and you lock them in an enclosed space together. That's what happens. This is what happens when you ignore science.
No,
Wait,
no, sir.
didn't you say earlier?
It spreads. It spreads. It
Well,
spreads
yeah,
when you go
don't
outside.
say
and you bring it home to your little sick
I don't know if it.
Well, guess what? If
I don't know. Before y'all go too far with the COVID thing, I don't know if it's still in the YouTube guidelines, but let's try to stay away from saying it like I just said it. Okay.
So it's convenient for him to be.
Say the word.
No, I'm saying
it's
just
convenient-
for before we even get too far down. That's all.
It's convenient him to jump up on his soapbox and be now like he went to doctorate school and he has degrees in science, but he didn't want to use science as a factor for pushing out anything earlier. The hypocrisy.
Check this out. Check this out, my nigga. The doctor that told you that you need to wear masks is the same one who just sat in front of a damn committee and said they didn't have to close the schools. So get your facts straight.
I got my facts straight.
No,
I
you
listened
ain't
to
got 'em
Fossey.
straight.
I listened to Fossey.
You ain't got
I
'em
listened to
straight.
the powers
Hey,
that be.
so-
I listened to who
Candace
had to
Owens was
recant their
supposed
statements
There were
from.
people that were dying. There were people that were dying for sure. It was a lot of elderly people. A lot of people with
pre-existing conditions.
Pre-existing
Yes.
conditions, right?
Very
So
same people that will the very same people that would also
flu.
have problems if they get the flu.
yeah. So you know, flu kills 30 to 40,000 people a year. And I think what was the death rate for COVID that year? Was it 200,000? I think. And we're not dismissing it. We're just saying. And you remember when the flu first came out, it killed 2 million people. When it Go ahead. Go ahead, John.
Oh, yeah, saying 400,000 people dead by the time Biden took office. But past that, man, because again, we've gotten way off track for the last hour or so. But the last thing I want to say, man, that I sent up to you where Angry Man said Biden signed more executive orders than, he said Biden signed more than Trump. I just put a link down there. Let me put it in again, because it looks like it's moved. Trump signed his presidency 220. Biden signed 130 executive orders.
Okay. What do y'all think about
what I said, John? I said Biden, when he took office,
Missed me with that nonsense, bro.
No, for dramatic pause. Look at him.
no, what I'm doing is I'm stopping talking because you some ignorant ass niggas that don't know how to shut the fuck up.
You talk to your wife and kids like that.
No, I
It was
talk
my
to
mic.
you
Yo,
like
Angry
that,
Man, it was
nigga.
my mic.
I talk to your bitch ass like that, nigga.
You talk to your wife and kids like that.
So what did he actually, John? He said that.
Your mouth,
So,
nigga.
Angry Man, I thought you said that. John, I thought you said that Biden signed the most. Is that not true? What? That's what I thought I heard. What did you say?
I heard it too.
He signed the most I said he signed the most executive orders than any president in recent history. That's what I said.
Okay. And then Trump signed 243. What you think?
If he signed 243, if he signed more than Biden, then I'm wrong.
Oh, actually, it was 220.
My bad. I said 220 to 134, right? 137. Now,
if he I didn't click the link. If he actually signed more than him, then I'm wrong. See, the difference between me and these niggas up here is if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong.
But he won't click the link.
These niggas right here.
No.
These niggas right here. No, first of all, no, fuck all that. Cause nigga.
Hey John, he won't click the link to even like have an objective conversation with you.
Kenny P. First of all, we need to talk about why you feel the need to talk about my wife, my nigga. We need to talk about that, nigga.
Okay, let me address it again.
Mr. Black people, why you bringing up my fucking wife, nigga?
Okay, if it's rewound again, you ain't gonna talk to me like I'm under you. I said save that for your wife and your kids.
Fuck if you under me or not, nigga. Why you bringing up my wife?
And I'll repeat that again because you've called me.
Yo,
you use some nasty. I'm a low voice.
This shit is crazy, man.
I'm saying, man.
Listen, a spade gotta call a spade. There's only one person.
So I'm gonna try it one more time, then I'm gonna get up out of here. So, what do y'all think about Biden? What would you rank him, Angry Man?
Biden is a Jimmy Carter 2.0. He's a C president.
Like a 75?
Something like that.
Yeah. So 75 is passing though.
I mean, the country didn't blow up. We still here. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. Definitely still in this motherfucker. Callie, what you give him?
C plus.
C plus or 76? Might as well get that nigga 75 then. Soldier?
Okay, 78.
Oh man.
Nah, too late. Too late.
I'm confused. Oh, can I go last? Cause I'm confused. I would like to hear everybody's answer first.
Why, you gonna cheat off their answer?
No, cause he get a fucking D in my book. If I could give him a Z, I would, man. Like this guy, the worst.
Could have gave him an F.
Man,
why you give him a D? You could just give him an F instead of a Z.
Man, I was thinking about giving him an F there. I just wanted to see what everybody else was. Cause I'm like, man, how the hell could you not grade him anything below F? Like, okay, this guy, man, he got us in so many walls right now, man. I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow motherfucker sent something over there.
You know he pulled us out of Afghanistan.
Yeah, bro, we're the laughing spectacle of the world because of that shit. Bro, we got interpreters over there still getting killed about that dumbass shit he did, man. We got civilians on the ground who helped us get the info to take the motherfuckers out, getting killed about that. And this is how you treat them? I don't want to be your friend. This is what you
hold it down. So,
October 7th happened because he moved the capital to Israel.
Key. What you think? What you give him, Key?
Honestly, I give him like a D. A fail would be like the United States blowing up. A D. The reasons why he tried to force a jab that we shouldn't have ever tried to get done, and as well, I don't think a lot of people talk about it, and it's kind of crazy. People forget that trade that he did with old WNBA player, and he traded for the worst dude that's from Russia. That's like he's like known for being the worst.
They made a movie about it.
Lord of War.
Yeah. So when you do that, and then Russia has now a crazy war, I kind of put that in hand to hand together almost too. You got one of the craziest man. You let him out because somebody, and you let him out for somebody of a. Yeah.
Didn't the jab come out in 2020?
Hey, can I put some straightening on something real quick?
I really want to get through everybody.
Yes,
I just forced it. So, what do you think, Aaron?
Biden, I would give him a C.
C. Jalen?
D plus.
Kenny?
D.
D.
D. As in David. D.
John?
I give him a B minus, and mainly because of the fact, again, going about who he was trading for, and the situation. Looking at Key's eyes now, it's hysterical that I can't think of anyone up here who can name two Biden policies. I'll put it that way.
What you want me to name something good that he did, or name something bad?
Oh, he signed the Asian.
Oh yeah, that's why I
Act.
remember B minus.
Oh,
the Asian protection thing, Asian something, Asian. So Kenny, can you reconcile that for me? So if you give him a D,
hey, I would.
Why?
Sorry, yeah.
Kenny, John, you got a little bit of a delay. But if you give him a D, Kenny, why would you want to continue D status with Kamala? Because I remember you were saying she would maintain the status quo, but you're saying overall D, or are you saying because of where we at currently?
I gave him a D for his position. You remember, we're three branches. We're not just the presidential. We need the others as well to make a collective.
Yeah.
So for his mistakes, you had people that pretty much put things in order. So on a whole, if you're asking me government itself, that's what I give a B plus. B plus to A because of what the economy is doing. If you're asking me about the position and the person, I say D because he wasn't inspiring to me.
So question. Yeah, I understand that. So I'm edified now. So with all these executive orders though, what does that mean? Like when they just sign an executive order, who vets that? Like how does it go? Like how does that happen?
Okay. An executive order, depending on what it is, it can face pushback or there's certain things that can get passed depending on what is like it's very tricky regarding certain executive orders that get passed. Other ones have to go through the other branches.
It's not really vetted. It's not really vetted at the offset.
Right.
President can sign executive orders. He has a certain amount of power to sign executive orders. However, executive orders that he puts in place can be challenged. And they can challenge it all the way up to the Supreme Court. So
that's what they call checks and balances. Yes.
So just because he signs the executive order, my nigga, I don't need you to assist me until you apologize for talking about my wife, my nigga. Like I'm not even joking.
You can do whatever you want. I'll apologize when you take back all 18 to 20 ways you disrespected me up here, calling me pussy, motherfucker,
okay.
a plethora of niggas. Then I'll take it back.
I hope I never bump into you, nigga.
What is the executive order?
Like real fucking talk.
So I
don't never get up here and say nothing about nobody's family. I don't say nothing about nobody's wives. I don't say nothing about
what I said.
Children. I don't do none of that.
Okay, you heard what I said. You fling a stone, you call me pussy, you call me a plethora of motherfuckers, you call me out my name, and I addressed you as such. So when you see me, okay, that's good. When you see me,
whole life, nigga.
That's fine.
Yo, y'all gonna answer my question?
So an executive order is.
Hold on, Robbie.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm finding you. I was just gonna answer the question for you because everybody else was acting like they didn't hear what you asked. So I can wait.
Yeah.
Hi, Robbie. How you doing, sir?
Hi, everybody.
What up, though?
What's up, bro? How does it come to fruition, and who can combat it? Like, if I'm the president, I sign an executive order. What happens next?
It can be vetoed with a 2/3 vote from the Senate and the House, and then it could be escalated to the Supreme Court. But I just came up here really quickly because Angry Man is right to a degree.
Wait.
Joe Biden signed.
Wait a second. And then what? So let's say it gets vetoed by 2/3. It goes to the Supreme Court, and then they vote on it, or they rule on it. I guess.
Yeah, the Supreme Court will make the final decision. If the Supreme Court decides that the executive order should be upheld, then it will be upheld and entered into legislature. If they decide that it is not a worthy bill or not a worthy law, then it will get declined.
Just strike it down. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you said you want to clarify the executive orders?
Yes, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was the president that actually wrote the most executive orders with
Yeah, I've seen that.
3,522. Now, when
Yeah.
it comes to President Joe Biden wrote the most executive orders since Harry Truman. He wrote 42 executive orders within his first 100 days in office. So Angry Man was right to that degree in that regard. But also in regards,
He said total raw beef.
I'm just saying for the first 100 days. I get it. Y'all are going back and forth, and y'all feel how y'all
Robbie,
feel.
you was
acted,
wrong.
Robbie.
Man, let her
You
speak.
were
Like,
wrong.
goddamn, that was quiet as fuck.
So Raw, I got the graph. I got the
I
graph right
apologize.
here. Hold on, y'all. I got the graph right here, right? Essentially. So take this walk with me. So can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right. Old niggas can't see. Hold on. Hold on.
I
All right.
barely see it.
Not you. Not you. Not you. So,
You meant me an angry man.
Yeah. So Franklin D. Roosevelt, 30. What's that? 3,700. 3,721, right?
Yeah.
And then where is you see him?
Yeah, it's
So
getting
Biden-
smaller and smaller. Look, I don't got my reading glasses on. Stop playing games, man.
I got
Look,
you.
see me?
So,
You see?
so Biden's here with 220 on average,
Mhm.
55 per year, I guess.
Mhm.
That's Trump.
And,
That's Trump.
I mean,
That was
Trump. Sorry. Trump, and
Mhm.
then
Biden's at 130.
so Biden's at
Further down, the
130.
less it is.
Okay.
Yeah. So
But-
it's here at 130.
And I get that part, right? And I totally understand it. But the point is about the first 100 days. So the first 100 days in office is when a president is establishing their presidency. What Biden did, to Angry Man's point, is when he came in, he reversed everything that Donald Trump put into play while Donald Trump was in office. And this is exactly what Biden said that he was going to do when he was running for office. He said he was going to make everything that Trump did completely ineffective. And that's what those 42 executive orders were. Now, overall, during the presidency, Trump did write more executive orders. This is a fact. However, what a lot of people fail to give Donald Trump credit for is when he appointed the Attorney General. The Attorney General that he appointed was also a representative of Epstein. So when we see the convictions for Epstein and Epstein's Island and all the subsequent arrest and the exposure for that whole line and what Donald Trump actually put out into the atmosphere and the ether, that was a monumental moment in United States history. We've never seen celebrities go down to that extent for the illicit activities that they were doing. I get it. Some people don't like Trump. They don't have to. Some people don't like Biden, and they don't have to either. But what I find most intriguing right now in the aftermath of the election is when Biden went into office, their main goal was to impeach Donald Trump. And right now, Biden and Kamala are being impeached.
Look at this, Raw, right?
Mhm.
Right? Take this walk with me, all right?
Okay.
So, y'all edify me on this. Trump wasn't for all the mask mandates and all that, right?
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Okay. So, if I'm thinking about what Raw is saying, feel me? Right? Just walking down the road with her in terms of what their goal was. If we read these, and we may be layman, well, pardon, let me speak for myself. I'm just gonna read the title of the bill itself, and I may be layman to understand it thoroughly, but I can kind of, you know what I mean, put two and two together. So, advancing racial equality and support for underserved communities through the federal government. That's the first one he signed, January 20. Right? Are these policies that were, or excuse me, are these executive orders that I'm gonna read anti-Trump in any way, shape, or form? Y'all see what I'm trying to understand?
I do see what you're trying to understand, and I'm not gonna give you an affirmative position on that.
No, everybody. But you see what I'm saying? We just being speculative, right? Just to
Yeah.
entertain the conversation. So that first one, yes or no? What y'all think?
Advancing racial equality and support.
You see,
We're
it
talking
says
about
revoke.
the crime bill.
But we're just saying the ones he signed. So I'm just interested to go through this real quick, looking at the early ones.
But in order to truly understand this, right? Just for because you said you're a layman, you would have to go and look
Y'all
at
niggas
EO.
is too. I'm just being humble about it. Y'all don't know.
Yeah, I am.
You would have to go and you would have to first read Executive Order 13950.
All right, so Raw can't help me if you're not gonna have fun with it. Raw, I gotta get you out the seat. All right.
Fun with it. Stop it. I'm just saying.
All right. Well, goddamn it, let's go through then. You won't have no fun. Let me know. All right. So, just yes or no, right? Advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. Anti-Trump.
It doesn't seem like it's anti-Trump on the face.
No. Okay. Ensuring a lawful and accurate enumeration and apportionment pursuant to the decennial census. I don't know what.
This shit,
Talking about the Census Bureau or whatever. That's what it is.
Yeah, Callie, I know what the last word meant. What about the other 7 words in it?
Well, decennial. It's every 10 years.
Making sure that the census is accurately.
All right, how about this one? Organizing and mobilizing, equity in the census. Organizing and mobilizing the United States government to provide a unified and effective response to combat COVID-19 and to provide United States leadership on global health and security. Yes.
But you see that ethics commitments by executive branch personnel?
Yeah.
That's a Trump one.
All right, hold on. Well, so is the one I just read a Trump one? Yes.
No.
Or is it just COVID based?
It's just it's pandemic based. Yeah.
Preventing and combating discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation.
That is definitely not Trump.
That's definitely a Biden.
Is that against Trump though? Is it opposite of Trump? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
opposite.
Trump has 71 of his 32% removed off of 220. So.
Gender identity is referring to everybody. Yeah. No, that's not Trump.
It's against Trump. Against opposite, right?
Yeah, opposite. Opposite.
Okay. Ethics commitment.
What you saying against Trump?
So what I'm saying is, all right. Here, all right. You guys aren't listening, okay? So here's what I'm trying to understand. The assertion has been made that Biden was trying to undo the things that Trump did, right? He trying to make a whole revamp, right? The first 100 orders in the orders in the first 100 days, right? Undoing Trump policy, rhetoric, etc. So when we read the executive order, do any of these policies do that?
I think your answer can be found underneath where it says revokes EO 137.
I'm talking about having fun. Okay, Rob, B don't want to have fun. Aaron don't want to have fun.
Hey, Ham, what you trying to find, bro?
Let's go.
They don't want to take this walk with me. So you know what? Let me get them. Let me get Raw.
No, it's not.
And then John trying to walk, but he got a delay, so his laptop got a cane on it. All right, let me get Raw B on here. Let me get Raw B on here. He got a delay. All right, Raw, go back in the crowd. Okay. Ethics commitment by executive branch personnel. No. Ethics commitment? Yes.
No.
Protecting Jay talk too slow. I can't. She got to get out of here too. Let me see. Let me know. Can he talk slow too? I'm out. All right, come on, Key. All right. Protecting public health and the environment and restoring science to tackle the climate crisis.
Yeah, anti-Trump. He doesn't believe in
anti-Trump. Anti-Trump.
Protecting the federal workforce and requiring mask wearing.
Anti-Trump.
Anti-Trump.
Revocation of certain executive orders concerning federal regulations.
Anti-Trump.
Yeah.
It's obvious, right? Okay. Revision of civil immigration. Revision of civil immigration enforcement policies and priorities.
Anti-Trump. That's a revision. So.
Ensuring a data-driven response to COVID-19 and future high-consequence public health threats.
Anti-Trump.
No.
Anti-Trump.
No. It's
No?
not.
Ensuring an equitable pandemic response and recovery.
No.
Nah.
Establishing the COVID-19 pandemic testing board and ensuring sustainable public health workforce for COVID-19 and other biological threats. No.
Anti-Trump. He got rid of. What did he get rid of? Never mind. Go ahead.
Improving and expanding access to care and treatments for COVID-19.
Opposite.
Promoting C-19 safety in domestic and international travel.
Opposite.
Yeah.
Protecting worker health and safety.
I don't know.
Look, the opposite.
I don't think
It's
so.
a word, but it's opposite.
Supporting the reopening of continuing operation of schools and early childhood education to providers.
No.
That's on brand for him.
Sustainable public health supply chain.
No.
Economic relief related to C-19.
No.
Protecting the federal workforce.
It gets.
No. Doesn't sound
That's
like it.
anti-Trump.
How's that? How?
Because Trump is not with all the federal people. That's goes a very high, like an umbrella of all the federal employees. He's trying to de-escalate. He wants smaller government.
Enabling all qualified Americans to serve their country in uniform.
Nope.
Ensuring the future is made in all of America by all of America workers.
Nope.
Reforming our incarceration system to eliminate the use of privately operated criminal detention facilities.
Definitely anti.
President's Council of Advisors in Science and Technology. No.
No.
Tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad.
Opposite.
Anti.
Strengthening Medicaid and Affordable Care Act.
Opposite.
Okay. Establishing the interagency task force of the reunification of families.
It's anti-Trump.
Anti.
There's a bunch. I just read like 20. I just wonder, is that sentiment proven?
Seems like it low key.
No.
We say a lot of anti stuff.
Yeah, but a lot of the stuff we were saying was anti. It wasn't.
Okay.
I won't say a lot. Excuse me. I'll have to say some. It was a handful of them that we said was anti-Trump. That wasn't anti-Trump.
And it was kind of like some of the C-19 ones.
I would definitely like to change my grade to that I gave Biden. He definitely now gets for sure a F. And because he even took money, Trump gave the HBCUs billions of dollars because he got tired of them having to come back up there and ass kiss every year. He gave them billions of dollars. Biden
bullshit.
Man, he did, bro. I just had an argument with my brother about this. He gave him like $45 million, $1 billion, bro.
But it was,
Biden
but it was less.
Hideous argument. That's all it was.
And left him with like 2.
Hang on, but
He
it was
definitely
less
gets
than.
an F.
But it was less if they had have just asked for it every year, like they had been doing, renewing. He gave them a bulk of money, but it was less than what they would have gotten if they had kept renewing.
There is one. There is one that has the wording.
No,
There is one that has the
He
wording of a
increased it.
revocation.
He increased the amount that they get per year. You don't know what you're
It's the
talking about.
it's the difference between getting an annual payment for the lottery versus
He did not give them a bulk of money for 10 years. He increased the amount by $250 million for every year. They only have to apply for it every 10 years instead of every 1 year.
Thank you, Angry Man, for finishing my point, bro. That's exactly why I was driving my crazy train too. They don't know what they talking about, bro.
Hey, let me do this real quick. Let me read these super chats real quick.
And I guess the niggas that got sent home through the First Step Back, I guess they had to go back to prison. Y'all niggas sound crazy, right?
Hey, HQ with the $5 says, why are liberals accused of thinking AB is the most important thing? Oh. Yet the only things the Trumpsters is bring up on the panel is AB. Make it make sense. HQ with the $2 says, John Henry, does your head hurt yet? So they try to kick John off with the 50 ball. I'm gonna play. John Henry can go. I know he gonna be on that bullshit. Also, him, if you don't mind, so kind. If you be so kind, can you play that beat, that Trump beat for me one time?
That's an old one, Ham.
Huh? I didn't
That's
read
an
these
old
yet.
one.
Play the beat anyway, Ham. Yeah, play it. It's an old one, but go ahead and play it. You did this.
I can't. So John, I think I saw you.
Beat,
I think I saw you. You had one with music. This one doesn't flag though. This one doesn't get copyrighted. This song doesn't.
Is it a dance party with Beyonce? Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce.
Aaron.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with
See, do you with the $5? So, if it's a living being, why do y'all make exceptions for grape? Is it no longer living because it was forced? Cloud House with the Cloud House Entertainment with the $5. Are y'all forcing your daughters to carry to term? I just want to see where y'all heads is at. Can you force them?
I had a question about that earlier, and I was coming with the stats too.
A lot with the $5 says, I agree with Miss J. She be on point 92% of the time.
Thank you.
John Henry with the 100 ball says, expect folks to obfuscate, conflate, and fling propaganda as I set off this crab boil.
Oh, that sounds good. Sorry.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, an embryo is a phase in human existence. Every human was an embryo and a fetus. To kill either is to kill a human. Just at an early phase in life. Drops the mic. I gotta play the EBD for this too. John Henry with the $10 says, Hakeem B, hit the link. Let's talk direct. John Henry with the $10 says, Hamp, let me get that Ice Cube quote unquote us track as my theme music. I'll get it for you on Friday, John. I'll get it for you on Friday because those get copyrighted. Ali with the 20 ball says, women love the government when it lets them use deletions for birth control and makes the man pay. But they hate the government when it makes them have a baby and take care of the baby. Freedom of choice for women, not a man.
What part of them? A, B is healthy.
I'll play the thing after. A lot with the 10 says, I agree with Jay again, LOL, because a lot of women we are smashing low-key ain't marriage material. So I think both genders need to be more responsible with who we lay with. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, they scream my body, my choice when it's time or delete, but when it comes to getting pregnant, they have no power. Stop laying with men with bad character. Ali with the 20 ball says, Hamp, can you ask the ladies in Kenny if they have the right to abort or keep the baby for their benefit? The men should have the right to support or walk away from the baby for his benefit. If a man can't tell her what to do.
Oh, we're answering.
I agree with that. Financial
abortion.
I believe in that.
You want to answer this quick, Jay?
I mean, I agree, but I don't think that's gonna get us to the goal that y'all want black people to get to. We're doing tit for tat.
I'll leave with the 20 ball says, real freedom of choice is a man's right to support a child, financially abort or walk away completely. If he didn't consent to wanting to be a father, if a woman can delete when she doesn't want to be a mother. Red Pill Ranger with the 2000s, Key is 100% right. Most of us wasn't playing. Dre with the tells us that's why most of us are messed up. Ali with the 20 ball says, listen carefully, women always want an out. They fought for feminism, sexual liberation, and freedom of choice, but not for freedom of men to not front the bill. They want men to be responsible and pay for not listening to men.
Wow.
Decatur ATL was popping with the $5 says 8 kids and no abortions, or 8 kids and 8 abortions and no kids. Who's the best pick of the two? Damn.
Man,
you know, I actually had this conversation before. It was a single mom versus the abortion mom. I'd had that conversation maybe like 3 or 4 months ago. And the men picked the women with the abortions. Because at least the baby ain't tangible, even though the behavior is the same.
That's why they know she's having sex.
Yeah, they know yeah.
Well, with the
one with the abortion, you don't know she having sex, John. Well, I mean, you know what I mean? It's not a tangible thing.
So they chose the abortions and not the. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Just because you didn't have to take care of the baby who ain't here.
I'm surprised.
Save money. Yeah, that's crazy.
Rapper Ranger with the $5 says, I wonder if a man is a Christian.
We're the ones that answer a Christian?
Probably. Not all of them, but.
Then what the fuck? That refused.
Interesting. I gotta run that. I gotta run that. I gotta
Both
run
of them
that.
are sinners, though. So I mean, both of them sinners.
I don't know
Hey,
what that
the
means.
craziest, they really call AB healthcare. Like that's the wildest, yeah. Like if I can't go down the street,
you have to go to a healthcare professional in order to receive the service. So it's
Let me read these, y'all. Let me read these real quick. Rapper Ranger with the $5 says, I'd rather be raised by a bad mom than not exist at all. They reason y'all even able to have this conversation because y'all wasn't deleted. Trey with the $2 says, are suffering now, but the magnitude will multiply. Ali with the 20 ball says, the ladies pretending to care about the children. They would marry before they carry. They wouldn't let men go raw, but then tell the man he should have wore a condom. Women choose to be single mothers and create broken homes. Riri with the $5.
No single mom.
Riri up there with the $5 says, Angry Man, do you think it's too late for us as a people to get it right?
Yes. Yes, it is. And by the way, Kitty P, my wife said you don't know her or me. Fuck you, nigga.
Ali with the 20 ball says, women control access, who gets sex, who goes raw, who becomes a father, when they become mothers, and if the babies come into this world. They have freedom of choice and birth control, but still blame men. The problem are women. Sway with the $2 says 6 people on the panel are too slow for the conversation. What's up, Sway? I'll leave it at $10. Says Trump is a convicted felon who hasn't been sentenced. He is a convicted felon. He doesn't need to be sentenced to be a convicted felon. A convicted felon is anyone who is found guilty of a felony.
Correct.
Yeah, we actually looked it up. Technically, he's not a felon yet because he hasn't been sentenced. That is how it reads. That's all. Bet Life with the $5 says John Henry, love you, fam, but you are campaigning. The election is over, playboy. You lost. CJ with the $2 says Key, only one of our voices can be high, be that high.
This fool.
Key off in 2 minutes. Bet Life with the $5 says Kenny P. Psst, the election is over. Stop campaigning. Y'all lost. No one give a fuck about none of that. 75 million of us don't give a fuck.
What did I say about morals before?
Mm-hmm. HQ with the $5 says Trump said he could not be prosecuted while running for president. The Justice Department says there is no such policy.
That's a lie. That's
Red
a lie.
Parade with the $2 says Trump won! Exclamation point. The people have spoken. Why debate it? Nick was popping with the $5 says he lost all credibility when he said no other presidents were criminals. That's just asinine. Free thinker Mandalorian was popping. Salute. Democrats and Republicans and liberals and conservatives are corrupt. By the way, we are all liberals in the traditional term.
Wow.
Also,
wow,
there are conservative Democrats, Bill Clinton and Jimmy Carter. HQ with the $10 says the supremacy clause is a constitutional principle that established that federal law takes precedence over state law when there is a conflict. This does not say he can't be prosecuted.
Yes, it does, because a president falls under federal law, you goofy ass. You don't know what you're talking about. Yo, a lot of y'all niggas need to stop talking. Like real talk.
You need to stop talking. You need a charm class.
Hey nigga, I done already told you, my nigga. I done already told you. And I'm not
y'all interrupting my super chats now. Now y'all getting over to me now, right? So I've been kind of letting it fly. Now it's coming over my way. I'm trying to read these super chats. UFO with the 20 ball says Kamala's campaign spent that money on baby.
Wow.
Jesus Christ, UFO. HQ with the $5 says our inflation was caused by COVID, stimulus checks by both of them, and the tariff war Trump started, and price gouging, period. I think that was a pretty good acknowledgement of the overall inflation. I think everybody kind of considered everything that could go into it in terms of how we were conversing about it. So CJ with the $5 says, y'all see all the people who don't know what they're talking about are on the same team. John, Kenny, Callie, and Jay, and 1015. I still love y'all though. Quentin with the $5. I don't know where he at. He must be at the gym. He usually be up here. Quentin with the $5 says, update from earlier. Buddy shitted on himself, and we gotta understand it now. Don't play about. Perfect. Oh yeah, he was. Oh, yeah, y'all had to be here. That's all. The one and only $5 with the $5 says presidents traditionally usually pardon the previous president that came before them. That's why you haven't seen it before. John Angry Man is right.
When was that ever part of the conversation?
CJ with the $2 says, if HQ agree with you, there's 98% chance you are wrong. HQ with the $10 says, Economic 101, the incoming president takes on the goodwill of the outgoing president's economy. Democrats had to hunt Trump down to sign. He said he wasn't going to sign unless his name was on him. This is on record. HQ with the $2 says, he kept $350 billion to China. Granny with the $5 says he gave that money to the people. Granny with the $2 says, big bro, I'm 76% year to date. HQ with the $5 says, yes, he did worse. HQ with the $5 says he was the match that started the Kurdish war and off 85,000 innocent people. HQ with the $2 says no wars. He nukes thousands of innocent people. CJ with the $5 says, I don't know why JB on the panel. To take a spot from intelligent people? I don't know why I just made that point. Keep her on all the women's panels. Respond to this?
I'm not arguing with a nigga that makes minimum wage.
John Henry with the $10 says, AM, did you or did you come on, John. Raw B with the $10 says, stop arguing on Veterans Day! Exclamation point. The veterans fought so y'all can freely argue on the internet. Happy Veterans Day to all the vets.
Oh yeah, happy Veterans Day. I forgot to even say that when I came
Raw
in.
baby virtue signaling.
Thank you, Aaron.
Listen, I don't virtue signal, but my parents are vets, and I wanted to make sure it's a happy Veterans Day to everybody. Because if they did not fight for our freedoms, we wouldn't be up here arguing about Democratic or Republican anyway.
Did you get any free things today, Aaron? See, you're not even using. He's not even using his status.
He been here with me chilling. He can't chill.
Go get that free stuff.
That rubber steak and rubber chicken. It's greatly appreciated though.
Yeah,
I can't be
put
with
your
it.
link it so I could buy you a cup of coffee or something.
Hey, the craziest, they
Hold on,
really
y'all.
got us on.
I got three more, y'all. 3 more. And then we do final thoughts. You could say Hakeem with the $10 says, John, I didn't see that super chat. I'm not a content creator, but I would definitely be down to talk to you on the panel. Yeah, Hakeem, you gotta come up one day, bro.
Yeah, come on up.
Aaron with the $2 says, Democrats and Republicans, choose your gang.
Damn.
Ricardo with the $2 says, Trump say he gonna ban censorship on social media. I heard that. What you about to say, soldier?
I was gonna say, you see how they do it though? They got veterans. They give the shit that matter a day, and the shit that don't mean shit, Pride Month. They give these motherfuckers a month, but the motherfuckers who give these motherfuckers the rights to even have some fugazi ass pride, you get these motherfuckers a day. And my whole family served in the military, bro. I lost 2 chicks in this Iraq war, and I done married both of them at the same damn time. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't go because, yeah, I'm like that. I ain't go because I've been a felon since 10. I couldn't stop being a soldier on the streets. But that's all I had to say.
Street soldier.
Hey, man. I think overall it's a decent conversation. I think there's a couple opportunities we missed in terms of the 3 questions, but it is what it is. Key, any final thoughts?
Let me get my voice deeper since everybody. But nah. First, good conversation. Always, you feel me? Appreciate having me up here. It's really not too much to argue no more. Pretty much, the people chosen. So now it's time, just if he holds his word or if he doesn't, So I mean, that's all we can, just see as. And I feel like he'll hold his word. Especially one thing too, RFK is gonna do a lot of good things, especially for our Black community. RFK gonna do a lot of good things for our Black community.
And RFK to do that with that voice, right?
Yeah.
Raw G? What? Is that by accident?
No, it's not. It's very much on purpose. It's very much
All right. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I definitely think the conversation was good. I love when, our people are involved in political conversations and the level of passion. I think, when beliefs and ideologies are involved, we do definitely have to be careful not to cross certain boundaries because you don't want to start holy wars. You understand what I'm saying? But, this was dope. Thank y'all for having me up, even though I was only here for a few minutes. Much love to everybody. Happy Veterans Day again.
No, you better for real.
Yes, ma'am. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Candy, any final thoughts?
We're going to agree to disagree on points. We're going to agree to agree on points. The common thing I want us to do is have respect for each other. Don't fling a stone and I hit you with a boulder and you think my stone was not effective enough.
Fuck your face.
You understand? We as people, we're going to have to deal with this 4 years. We're going to have to be optimistic that, we have him in office. Lick your wounds. The people that voted for him, hold him accountable for the things that he said he's going to do. And when he don't do it, I hope you as loud on the microphone when he's not doing it. Because at the end of the day, we as a country, we need to unite. We have to stay together and, grow as people. Drop the mic there.
Jalen, any final thoughts?
Happy Veterans Day. Great conversation.
Yes, ma'am. Soldier, any final thoughts?
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody up here on this panel, man. I encourage the conversation, man, but first start it in your home, man, because if we ain't on one accord within your house, man, ain't no way in here we can come outside and move together as no unit. But with that being said, man, we gotta do better, man, as a collective. The reason that shit happened on the 7th of October, though, to put some straightening on it, what Kelly said earlier, is because they did them folks like how they did us Native Americans here in America. Rothschild sent them a letter. They went over there for the King of England and took over Palestine. And that's why they beefing like how they beefing over there like that right now. And that's another level walk. But that's how we supposed to been over here in the US fighting for our country, because this the Native American land. I don't know if folks know that, recognize that, or understand that. But if you talk to your bloodline, your family, your folks in your family who know the history, this shit is easy to find out. And 9 out of 10, you is one. But with that being said, man, salute to everybody, man. Keep doing what y'all doing, man. Black excellence, man.
No doubt, man. Good to see you, baby boy.
No doubt, fuck.
Callie, any final thoughts?
Fun as usual. I like picking with people's brains. I don't like speaking with people who don't understand the difference between an argument and your actual belief. Whatchamacallit, as far as conservatives overall, they cool. I just don't like Trump conservatives because it's a cult.
Angry man, any final thoughts?
Yo, salute to you, Hamp. Always appreciate you letting me on your panel.
You already.
Aaron, it's always a pleasure. Pimp J, I think this is one of the first times I'm up here with you. You cool people. Callie, we don't always agree, but you still cool people. I still like you. You feel what I'm saying? Shout out to Raw G. You feel me? John Henry, it's cool when we can have an intellectual discussion, but other than that, fuck you. Kenny P, fuck your whole life, nigga. Like, real talk, fam. You can call me whatever you want to call me, but don't bring my wife or my children into the conversation, bro. I would never do that to anybody up here. Real talk. And as far as niggas be like, yo, let's get in the ring. Nah, some of you niggas want to get in the ring because you want somebody to be there to stop it when you getting fucked up. Like, I shoot the fair when in the ring with niggas I like, not my enemies. Real talk. So to you, Kenny P, you already know what it is. And if I'm not mistaken, I think you in the city. You in the city?
Brooklyn, he said.
You in Brooklyn, right? Okay.
You mute.
You might want to watch who you be talking about, bro. Real talk.
I'm in Brooklyn.
You might want to watch who you be talking about, bro.
Here's one thing I tell you: don't send nobody.
You might want to watch. I don't send no one. No. Don't work. No.
Challenge accepted.
No. Watch who you talking about, bro.
Challenge accepted. That's all you need to hear from me. So when you see me, hold true to what you say. Because I ain't got shit to lose. I got nothing.
Enough said.
What just happened?
Aaron, any final thoughts?
First, let me start by saying happy 249th birthday to my beloved brothers and sisters, world's finest fighting force, the United States Marines. Happy Veterans Day. Thank you for your service, Mr. John Henry. Any service member currently serving or formerly serving in the chat and that can hear my voice, thank you for your service. It's greatly appreciated. See me in the bar, first rounds on me. Appreciate you fighting a good fight. Those who are fighting and will fight, continue to carry the baton, carry the torch. We need your service. And to the rest of us citizens out here that really don't know what we're doing, I urge you all to remember as we embark on the 47th presidential slot being filled, understand this. These motherfuckers work for us. We don't work for them. We employ them. We pay their paycheck. We choose who gets the job. They answer to us. We can fight, we can bicker, we can disagree, we can have fun, play games. But do your research, know what you're talking about. Live by your principles. Stand by your principles. and expect nothing less from those around you. Because ultimately, all we have is each other. That's something that I've learned serving the 4 years in the Marine Corps during wartime. The meaning behind the words "all we have is each other." That's really all we have as Americans. And if we piss that away, we're fucked. Don't be the one that fucks us. Don't shit the bed. Salute.
Indeed. John Henry, any final thoughts?
First of all, like everyone else has said, shout out to other veterans on the panel. Aaron, back at you. Those in the chat as well. Ham, am I delayed?
No, you good.
All right. Also, I'll leave with that is that accountability serves no purpose unless it is leveraged to cost all sides. So we all want to make sure that we remember that. And when it comes down to we talk about principles are something that we should all maintain, we should all have. It all means when we look at it from a perspective of when we vote, if people say they vote with their principles, then believe what they tell you. I can see. Thanks for the night, Ham.
No doubt, man. Yeah, I think the couple points, and I appreciate initially minding those out with Aaron and myself. You know, obviously the statement is hyperbolic. Liberal man, a feminine man, does the world respect Trump? Your religion over Kamala. It's much less about Kamala. It's more about your principles and standards, and where you stand, and why does that waver depending on what it is that you need to do. I think overarchingly, that's the main issue. I still do believe that men are the leaders, and therefore we have to have a set of principles that we don't waver on. If you waver, she gonna know it. She gonna see it. She gonna call it out. The people around you gonna know it, gonna see it, gonna call it out. I think standing on your square is lost. Shout out to the 5%ers. So I just think that we need more of that from men, for sure. So I'm glad that y'all joined me for this conversation today. God willing, we'll be back tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Central, whatever that is Pacific. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Let me make sure I don't got no more super chats. And saying what it tells us, when you cross a line, you can't tell others anything. Interesting. Like, share, subscribe. Damn, I ain't in my damn button. I'm on the wrong page. All right, I love y'all. Be safe. I'll see y'all tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern. You heard? Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.
Number 5.